Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Welcome back to the random show. 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 Apologies for those of you who were waiting for me yesterday and the day before that. Apologies for those of you who were waiting for me yesterday and the day before that. Okay, the day before that, and maybe the day before that as well. You get me? So, apologies for those of you that have been waiting for me. Apologies. But we are back on our wagon. We are back on the horse. We go again. Okay, we're back on the wagon. We're back on the horse. We go again. Big up the stream chat, big up everybody hanging in there, big up everybody out there supporting the kid, big up all of the believers, right? Big up all the people that would cheer me on, leaving me good comments on the flipping stream chat, leaving me good comments on the Discord, right? Encouraging me, giving me words of support, supporting me, not insulting me, not calling me out of my name, not doubting me, right? Big up everybody that was out there speaking well on me, you know, having faith in me, and just generally putting a good word out there for me. I do appreciate you, honestly. I appreciate every single one of you. I appreciate every single one of you that are riding for me, right? That are supporting me and shit. I appreciate you, wherever you guys may be. I flipping appreciate you, okay? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hanging in there. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate every single one of you.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up MJ Ranger.
What's up, big homie? How you been? Powerful bunch.
Yeah. I've been great. Big up NJ. I've been great. I've been awesome, actually. No, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been that great. I haven't been that great. I just watched my beloved United suffer our 18th defeat in the league this season. And I'm sat here thinking to myself after the game how football is, like, for me, representative of politics, which is why I don't get involved in politics, is why I don't follow politics. Because when I follow my beloved United, I feel so powerless, you know? Like, it generally is a great humbler, professional sports. Following your favorite team. It's a great humbler, because when you're going through a bad period like we are now, a prolonged bad period, it almost feels like you can't do anything. Like, there's nothing I can physically do to get us back where we need to be. Because we have terrible owners, and the fan base is divided, and we have terrible players. Right? And maybe the football landscape has changed, but there's nothing I can physically do. Like, I feel so powerless and we're so shit. 18th league defeat. 18th league defeat this season. 18th league defeat this season. Yet we have some fans. I just watched a flipping call in somewhere where some fans are talking about, oh yeah, it'll all be good next season. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on. Does that happen though in real life? Does that even happen though? Aren't those the exception, not the rule? People don't just like change like that suddenly. Like, it's just, it has to take time. There has to be like a process to it. You have to put things in place. You mean you have to build. Like, you don't just go like from loser to hero straight away. It takes
Powerful
time.
bunch.
Like, I don't know.
Every time you are late, I do a voodoo ritual for Man U to lose. Works every time.
To be fair, it does. To be fair, as much as I wanna be pissed at you, Younger Vibes, as much as I want to be pissed at you, as much as I want to fucking say some really rude words, as much as I want to like call you out of your name, as much as I want to curse every single person that shares the same anatomy as you, as much as I want to curse out anybody else in stream chat who's thinking the same way that you are, as much as I want to throw a hissy fit, as much as I want to kick drop this fucking monitor like I'm iShow Speed and shit, I ain't got iShow Speed money yet, alright? So I can't do that. But I'm just gonna sit there, I'm gonna take it, you know? Young of us, I'm gonna take it, you're right. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna just take it. That's what big boys do, okay? That's what men do. And men don't argue with women. Men don't argue in general, right? That's a very unmanly thing to do. I'm not gonna bicker. I'm not gonna scream, I'm not gonna shout, I'm not gonna get angry. because I have no place to be angry, right? I missed a couple of days on my flipping marathon stream. I'm back on here again. You know, you guys should be angry at me for not turning up to my stream. So I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to get triggered. I'm not going to keep talking about it, because if I keep thinking about it, I'm going to get angry. I'm going to go on a rant, and people don't want to hear me ranting. Especially about football on a random show. So I'm just going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. Big up Younger Vibes. Big up Younger Vibes. Big up everybody. Love and light. Love and light to all of you. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm just going to leave it there. No more talking. No more talking about fucking anything. Okay? No more talking about anything. No more talking about anything. Like, but just if I was going to go back to it, right? Some of these fans legitimately think like we should be higher. Like, and I'm like, hold on, we're 8. Like, don't you think league positions matter? Our league position just flukes. You don't just fluke a league position, especially not that one that low. We're 18th, bro. Do you think a summer transfer window is going to get us to like top 4? Like, what? And in what world? Like, we need like 11 first team players. I can't remember the last time, even under Sir Alex Ferguson's tenure, when United signed more than like 6 first team players. I can't remember. Yet we need 11, I think. Anyway, look. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. We've got other things to go on. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I don't know. Anyway, just in short, I admire everybody out there. And I think there's a couple of you out there, you know, NJ is one of them and a few others. I admire you guys who actually give a fuck about politics. Because that shit is like pointless in my personal opinion. Because if these motherfuckers really want to enact tyranny, they can. They have the armies, they have whatever. They can just take us all out if they wanted to. If they wanted to subjugate us, they could. But obviously it's up to, you know, some of you guys out there who are the brave ones who talk about certain things, put stuff on social media, but sports to me, especially following Man United, makes me feel so utterly useless. I feel so powerless to do anything. You know? I can't do jack shit. I can't tell people how to support. I can't tell the owners to do what they to how to spend their money. I can't get rid of it. I can't force the owners out. There's nothing I can do that's gonna change anything. I just got to grin and bear it. I just got to sit through it and just hope it gets better. Like a Miami Dolphins fan, right? You just gotta hope it gets better. You just gotta hope. You just gotta hope you have your New York Knicks moment. You just gotta hope. And I'm also not in the mood of like, I don't celebrate heroes, you know? Like, whatever. Let's just go into it. So, welcome back to the Random Show. Appreciate every single one of you for joining me. I know I missed a couple of days. So we're gonna reset the timer. So today technically is day 1. We're gonna reset the timer. So don't worry, let me actually edit the title now. We're gonna reset the timer and we're gonna start it again. Okay, we're just gonna get back on the wagon and not flipping play games. So we're just gonna reset the timer to day 1 of 31 and just go from there, because I missed a couple of days. So let's not play games on that one and let's just get it going that way. Okay, cool, blessed. So big up everybody for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. It's been a pleasure always to hang out with you. Apologies for the last couple of days for missing out and shit, but like sometimes life be lifing. But we're back on the saddle. We're doing what needs to be done. I've got some clips up on the channel as well. Those of you who've been checking it out, so make sure you check out the clips. I think there'll come a period in time where I'll probably just start a new channel for the clips anyway, just so I don't flood your feed with too many clips on there. But please forgive me if there are a lot of clips on there, but I'm just trying to get the page or the profile or the Random Shoe, you know. So it's not just live streams, because I think the algorithm kind of helps the algo if I just post some clips and it's not just live stream videos all the time. So that's why I'm kind of mixing things up a bit. And obviously within the next couple of days as well, there'll also be some member only content going up as well. Nothing too crazy, just some odd videos here and there for those of you who sign up to become members. So that's what we'll be doing going forward. But today is technically day 1. We're starting it over again. Let's fucking go. Big up everybody who's tuning in. Let's not waste any more time. Let's just get right into it. First thing I want to get into actually is I just quickly want to go over what the latest update is with the Cassie stuff. Maybe it's just me, maybe it's just you, but let me know in the stream chat. I haven't been keeping really up to date with the Cassie stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't really been keeping up to date with it. I kind of, the first day I saw what was happening, I just kind of I just kind of gave it some space. It was a little bit too disturbing after a while. But then as time has progressed and I've heard a little bit of some news being splattered across social, I don't know, I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm a little bit conflicted. And again, I haven't really read too much into it too deeply. I haven't read too deeply, right? But I'm a tad bit conflicted because obviously Diddy's lawyers are doing a really good job in basically presenting this image that Cassie in the beginning was very game for what was going on. Now, some people are going to say grooming, but I think it's really unfair, the grooming tag, because technically any older man that gets with a younger person or any person in power that gets with a woman in general is always going to be accused of grooming if you basically get them into something that you want to do. But usually in a couple, there's some sort of like, you know, compromise or whatever. She agrees to do the freak offs in the beginning. Then obviously it gets a bit more, it gets a little bit more, you know, it gets a bit extreme and she kind of isn't into it as much. And obviously whatever transpires after the fact in terms of the abuse, in terms of the alleged rapes and stuff, blah, 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 right? Horrible things. But I'm just sitting there and I'm like, when I read some of this coverage, I'm thinking to myself like, the word fair isn't the right word because you can't really say fair when you watch the video about Diddy beating up Cassie in the hallway, right? But if we're just talking about the freak-offs and not the abuse in the hallway and not the physical domestic abuse stuff, if we're just talking about the freak-offs, because the freak-offs are already a lot, right? I don't know if you can really like hold that over somebody's head. As mad as it is, as something that I would never want to participate in, something that I would never encourage my sister to get into, something I'd never encourage my kids to get into, something that I'd never encourage any relative of mine to get into. If you're into that sort of stuff, but then later on you regret it, which is fine to regret, but should you really be in a position to like prosecute someone off the back of that? Should you want that person to be in prison because of that? I know it's part of the complaint. It's not one, it's not the whole thing. There's other parts, like I said, the rape, the sex trafficking, all these other things. But I don't know, man. I don't know. As terrible as all it is, and I'm feeling bad for Cassie because she's literally like, she must be like 8 months pregnant. That woman is massive. She's huge. She's about to burst, right? So I can't imagine how stressful that must be to be on that stand, giving evidence and shit. But I just sat, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a weird case because there's a part of me that thinks to myself like, the music industry is disgusting in the first place because what the fuck is a 19-year-old Cassie doing in that industry by herself anyway? With no like adult supervisors. Like she just got, from what it sounds like, Diddy kind of jacked her from Ryan Leslie. Green. She wasn't even, she was green as fuck. So it says a lot about the record industry that nobody stepped in to kind of like put their arm around their shoulder for Cassie and kind of protect her and kind of be like there to guide her to whatever else. No one did that. She was kind of just navigating through the industry by herself, and unfortunately she kind of came into the line of sight of Diddy, and then the rest is history. But the music industry is like, it's full of this, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's a bunch of freak-offs going on now that all consensual people are doing in order to get record deals, in order to get increased marketing budget, in order to get a better contract, whatever, you know, better terms, better fucking whatever, percentages, royalties. This exists. So if that does exist, like, are we ever gonna root that shit out really when it's such a competitive, you know, flawed system full of scumbaggery and scams? Like, even look at what happened with the Drake and Kendrick beef. We discovered that even Kendrick with that record Not Like Us, which was a fucking banger, they still use bots to inflate the numbers. Post Malone famously uses bots allegedly to fucking inflate his numbers. So the industry is so cutthroat. Everyone's looking for an inch. I can understand why some men, some women would engage in this sort of acts in order to kind of get their, you know, push their career forward. But I'm just sat here thinking, okay, cool. Once that's done, and then you sober up or you grow up and you realize, oh shit, that was terrible what I went through. Does that mean that person should be prosecuted? I don't know. For that anyway. Obviously for the beatings and stuff, yes. Sex trafficking, yes. For the drugs, yes, of course. But for that specific stuff in terms of freak-offs, should that person deserve to get prosecuted for something that everybody consensually agreed with? Okay, I don't know. I really don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know. It's way above my pay grade anyway, but we're here anyway, so this is my pay grade, I guess. So let's continue. Let's check out the updates quickly here vis-a-vis BBC. I want to see Wagwan here. So this is a summary courtesy of the BBC. Lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs have finished questioning Cassandra Ventura after asking about her text exchanges. The R&B singer said that she would give back the $20 million if the settlement was paid. If she was paid the day after she accused Diddy of rape and sex trafficking, if it meant never having to done a freak off. one of the things that makes Cassie a very compelling witness, one thing that makes Cassie incredibly believable, is that Cassie never said a single thing the entire time they were together. She never said a single thing. She kept her mouth completely shut. She suffered in silence for all that time. All of that time. She never said a single thing. Even when Me Too thing was happening, she never once popped up and said anything. She kept that guy's secret for ages. So for me anyway, personally, that lends a lot of credence to it. And it also, I can get what she means by that, because that shows you the pain. Because no one can accuse this woman of being in it for a payday. Even though I think she deserves a payday. Like, it's actually beneficial. It's actually a good thing that she's burying Diddy like this, you know? Where she got the settlement. She probably signed an NDA. She said, fuck the NDA. Went on the stand and is saying everything about what happened in fucking graphic detail. Even if it might end up ruining her reputation, might fuck up her marriage. She doesn't care. She's laying it bare. Like, okay, cool. Here's what went down. That's actually great, because someone like a Diddy, you know, it's the money doesn't really matter. To a Diddy, I don't think the money really matters. It's more so the reputation, legacy damage. So the fact that she's on stand there saying it all in great detail, I think is really gonna fuck up Diddy's psyche. Even if he ends up getting off with it or getting a short amount of time, he's never ever gonna recover from this, because everybody now knows his biggest darkest secret, and he can never make this not look as bad as it already looks, you know. But this is heartbreaking, bro. This is absolutely heartbreaking. Like, if it meant she could undo the free costs, she could, if she would give back the 20 million. Fuck. The defense appeared to continue the strategy of painting Ventura as an unreliable witness, mentioning a bar fight the singer was involved in 2013. Our reporters lawyers, man, innit? Lawyers, man. What a profession, innit? What a profession. They're trying to discredit Cassie's testimony by bringing up a bar fight she had with some person in 2013. What? So if you have a fight, that makes you a non-reliable witness because you had to fight. The day wrapped up with two final witnesses, including music star Dawn Richard, marking an end to the first week of testimony. Combs faces charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. So he's not even accused. He's not even being charged for that beatdown. He's been charged for racketeering, sex trafficking, and engaging in prostitution. 55-year-old denies all charges. If found guilty, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. I don't know, man. Wow, look at these guys. Oh, strong. I don't like to say this, but strong incel energy. Strong incel energy. People standing outside the fucking Diddy's courtroom with free Diddy shirts. But I'm assuming that's some coin, right? Is that free Diddy coin? The incel energy is just radiating from the screen. Free Diddy. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. What absolute losers. What absolute losers. Is there a girl there too? Is that a girl? No, it's not a girl. I think it's a guy too. Free Diddy, you know. Okay. Richards describes threats that she okay, Dawn Richard. Richard, this under question. Okay, Dawn Richard. She's fucking amazing. She's actually got a pretty decent solo career. She makes some really good, I don't know, R&B dance music, you know, that kind of vibe, which I really love. She's fucking amazing, especially the visuals, everything. So let's read this quickly here. Under questioning from prosecution, Dawn Richard recounted that she says she saw Diddy mansion in 2019. She recounted she said Cassie was making eggs in the kitchen when Combs came down the stairs angry. He used an expletive to ask where his eggs were. Richard said she saw Combs try to hit Cassie over the head with a skillet of eggs. Hold on, he tried to hit her with... So she was frying eggs and he picks up the fucking frying pan and hit her in the head while she was sitting there. Hold on. She said Cassie was making eggs in the kitchen when Diddy came down the stairs angry and used an expletive to ask where his eggs were. She said she saw Diddy try to hit Ventura over the head with a skillet of eggs. She fell down, Dawn said. She was in the fetal position. Oh, that's so wild. Because immediately the thing you think about is a fetal position. You think about that pose, the position that Cassie was in when Diddy hit her in the fucking hallway of that fucking hotel. So this has been one of her defensive things that she does all the time. which also makes you believe that she was getting beat up all the time. If that was the first thing that she does every time Diddy puts her hands on her, if she gets into a fetal, she doesn't even fight back. She just gets into a fetal position because she knows he's gonna like just be raining blows on her. So she's gonna try to defend herself as much as possible. Richard told the court she saw Combs punch kick Ventura, then drag her upstairs. Basically the same thing he did to her in the hotel lobby, in the hotel hallway. So he just dragged her across the hallway, dragged her upstairs where he heard breaking glass and yelling. Dawn said she was scared for Cassie and scared of saying anything in case she might get worse. The next day, Richard said Combs Diddy took her and her co-singer into a studio and locked the door.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Assad Aziz.
How you like your eggs? Fried or fertilized?
I'm not involved in that. I'm not involved in that. Big up Assad Aziz. I'm not involved in that. I'm not involved in that. I'm not involved in that. The next day, big up Assad Aziz. The next day, Dawn said Diddy took her and the co-singer into a studio and locked the door. She told the court that Diddy told them what they said before was with Cassie was passion. Dawn told the court Diddy also told she and other singers that where he was from, people go missing if they talk. He then gave both women flowers. This Diddy guy's sick, man. This Diddy guy's sick, bro. This Diddy guy's sick. I want to say he was acting like and going on as if he was untouchable. But let's be real. If Cassie doesn't say anything, this doesn't go anywhere. He's not on trial right now. She's the star witness. She's the only real witness. That Jane Doe person, whatever. But I think, and Jane Doe came after Cassie. He really was walking around like he could get away with it, and he was untouchable because he was getting away with it and he was untouchable for a very, very long time. Because that's a really sad thing to hear about, which is kind of similar to the Harvey Weinstein thing. Everybody saw behind the scenes how Diddy was abusing Cassie, but no one said anything. No one spoke up for that girl. No one spoke up for that.
Powerful bunch.
Pick up Abe Martinez.
How do you like her eggs? Over easy or over yo head?
You're not gonna. I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that. Big up Abe Martinez. I'm not touching that. The final witness of the day was Dawn Richard, 40 Winston singer. Diddy, Dirty Money was musical trio. Boom. Dawn Richard testified the incident in 2009 when she saw Combs assault Cassie. Okay, cool. So that was the only thing that Dawn Richard shared. I'm assuming because it was too late in the day, probably. So they're probably gonna share more, or we're gonna hear more from Dawn on Monday. I'm assuming next week when court resumes. Court shows pictures of what court are showing pictures of what appears to be illicit drugs. Before the court is adjourned, we heard a specialist agent, Yassin Binder from Homicide and Security, who photographed and took evidence of the hotel room Sean Combs was staying in. In the photo shown to the jury, there were bottles of baby oil and lubricant in the multiple rooms, some stashed in Ziploc bags, others in bedside tables. Oh, and by the way, I read online too, I'm sure some of you guys know this, allegedly the baby oil wasn't for lube, it was just because he liked people to look shiny when they're fucking. So I'm assuming just like a aesthetical thing, aesthetic type thing, which is interesting. He just liked which makes sense because isn't there a category in porn for that, right? Of like people that are overly, is that the massage stuff or is that something else? I swear there's a category in porn where people like to watch people that are overly shiny and shit. That's like a thing. So yeah, because I thought it was a lube thing, but it's not. They had lube. The baby oil just to make everybody shiny and slippery and shit. From what I believe to be true. In the photos shown to the jury, there were bottles of baby oil, lubricant, and multiple rooms. There were also photos of drug bottles and pink substances. 2C, big up my 2C pink cocaine lovers. They said there's to be drugs. They also had a black fanny pack that had $9,000 in it. The prosecutors asked a special. So I'm assuming that $9,000 fanny pack was just a petty cash. That was a petty cash that was given to the escorts and stuff, I'm assuming, right? Crazy. The prosecutors asked the special agent to use scissors to open a plastic bag with the fanny pack in it. She did so and found out the cash to show to jurors. The defense mentioned the cash too, asking why it was confiscated. Special agent said the warrant issued around the arrest included bulk cash. The room of agents prosecutors determined had about 9,000 was seizable. The jury is, was that seizable or sizable? Seizable. There's Cassie's husband. You did not break her spirit, says Ventura's husband outside court. Oh, so he made a statement. Okay, so Cassie's husband finally made a statement. He looks great in that Carhartt jacket, by the way. Big up this guy. He looks great in that Carhartt jacket. Alex, right? Alex Fine. That's a great name. Earlier, Cassie's lawyer read out a statement on behalf of her husband. In the statement, Fine described Cassie's appearance in court as a show of strength and bravery and freeing herself of her past. He said he wants to address online speculation about how he felt watching court proceedings by saying it felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for his wife. The statement ended with the message from himself to him and to all those who helped him along the way. Please know this, you did that. You did not. You did not break her spirit, nor her smile that lights up every room. Yeah, fair play, fair play, fair play, fair play. Court discusses which witness will be called next. Dawn Richard there entering the courtroom. I don't know what's thinking. Okay, cool. We're continuing on. Defense wrapped up a final questions of Cassie Ventura, which again focused on the pages of text messages between Ventura and Sean Combs. Okay, cool. I guess that's it for updates, right? I guess that's it for updates. Finishes testimony, allegations of rape. Cool. We got it. We got it. We got what needed to get it. Because again, this sort of stuff is kind of distressing. I'm not going to lie. How do we feel about the family? How do we feel about the family? I saw one clip which was a little bit distasteful of this kid Christian, right? Getting asked. I think, to be fair, the paparazzi were being a bit cheeky. I think they're trying to goad him into a reaction. One of the paps outside went up to Christian Combs and said, "Yo, young Diddy," and he was like, "Yes, sir," right? And what you call it? And he answered back, and he said something like, "Oh, don't worry, this ain't about nothing anyway. This whole thing ain't about nothing. This whole thing ain't about nothing." You know? I get it, it's your dad and shit, but it's like, I don't know if it's not about nothing, brother. Like, really? Are you hearing what your dad has been accused of? Are you hearing what he put this woman through? Which is why I'd love to hear what their perspective of it is. I'd love to hear what their defense of it is. But I'd imagine their defense of their dad is probably, that's my dad, my number one. And on secondly, their defense of their dad might just be, she was a willing participant. Like, this is what happens in the music industry. This is what happens behind the scenes. People don't really know what goes on to make these records, what goes on to make the industry tick. You know, maybe they've got that kind of really black pilled, ultra cynical view of the industry. I don't know. But I'd love to hear what their perspective is. Outside of, oh yeah, I'm just defending because he's my dad. Why would they be so forthright and big on defending him, you know? It's just, there's one thing defending your dad's side.
Powerful bunch.
Big up
You
myself.
think Diddy was clapping Biggie cheeks? Or the other way around? Who loves it when you call them Big Papa? Biggie and Diddy was booty bandits. Real bad boys for life. Take that. Take that. Take that.
I don't know if I buy the whole gay thing. Big up Asad Aziz. I don't know if I buy the whole gay thing, because why are people discounting the fact that he just was super freaky but just wasn't gay? Is that possible? Can you be super freaky and have unlimited money, resources to do what the fuck you want, so you just push it up until that point? Up until that point. You get what I mean? You don't go all the way the other, like pushing it until like, okay, cool, let's explore the gay thing, let's go the trans way, so this, you just push it up. I think there's a possibility you could do that. I honestly do think so. I know people don't like to believe it, but I think so. Like, because I don't know. I would describe being gay as doing gay acts. I don't think you can say someone's gay because they're a cuck. Is it something that you would like to do? Something I would like to do? Of course not. Not something I'm into at all in the slightest. But if a guy likes to do cuck shit, I don't necessarily think that's gay. And that's the only thing we've heard so far. I haven't really heard anything that would lead me to believe that he was gay outside of those, like, you know, zesty-ish type interviews he's been doing, right? Where he's like calling other rappers daddy and shit, right? I don't know. We're trying to be cute. But I've not heard anything from behind the scenes where he's actually been gay. Like, doing gay acts. Like, has he fucked anybody? Has he got his dick stuck by another guy? Has he been fucked himself? I don't think I've heard any of that. I've not heard any of that. But I don't know. Maybe you guys have heard different. But has he engaged in any gay acts outside of sitting in the corner watching his girl get slammed? Some of you guys might say that's gay. I don't know. I don't think so. I think if you're gay, you do gay things because you like gay guys, you know? That's what gay people do, no? Like if you do gay things, you don't watch a woman getting. That's not like a, you know. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too simplistic here. I don't know. Members of Combs' family showed up at the federal courthouse in Manhattan again today, with testimony in Sean Combs' sex trafficking trials on his 5th day. Rapper King Combs, real name Christian, is seen arriving with Quincy Brown and Sean Combs' daughter's son. Nearby, another of Sean Combs' son, 31-year-old 15, sorry, Justin Dior. Several of Combs' children's mother have attended the trial every day this week. Cool. What are you always saying in Stream? Usher got pipe. Prison sounds great. Black man. There's male producer suing him civil, accusing him of gay sexual abuse. Brother Mallory, running semen on your nipples is gay. Young old vibes. I don't know. Man. I don't know. Personally, if you had to ask me, I don't think so. I think is it weird? It's freaky, bunch. Yeah, but I think gay stuff is gay stuff.
I used to tag team this guy's wife. Never got gay vibes. He just liked watching his woman do freaky stuff. It turned him on. Never felt gay.
Boom. There you go. Thank you, Abe Martinez. If true, if what Abe Martinez's confession is true, is saying, this is, I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of guys out there that have done this, you know, that have done that sort of stuff, and it's just for money, for funsies. I don't know, man. I think being gay is doing gay acts. I don't know about you guys. I don't. Maybe it's just this new language of the internet where everything is like gay just to be funny, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like until I've heard actual evidence from somebody saying he's done gay things, I can't really say guy's gay. You know, if he's just super freaky. Maybe I'm coping. I don't know. Or I'm Diddy nighting. I'm Diddy night. Imagine being a Diddy white knight. A Diddy black knight. Defense finishes questioning with another text exchange. Combs asks, want to freak off one last time tonight, referring to sex encounters where he would direct and watch Ventura with escorts, sometimes lasting days at a time. After initially replying, what? Ventura texted, I don't want it to be the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. That ends the defense questioning, and the prosecution immediately gets up and asks for the same text to show him again. On the next page messages, we see Ventura say, I can't do one last time. I'd rather not at all. Okay, cool. So I guess she was up and down about. Let me give him my notes quickly. She was up and down about the fucking free cops and shit. Fair play. I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old-fashioned guy, but like, isn't there something wild about like getting your like trying to get your girlfriend to this sort of shit? But it doesn't really make any sense because I've never been to like there's these things in techno scene, right, that are called kink raves. They're basically like sex parties, which I've never been to them, to be honest. I don't really like to mix my techno with sex and shit, right? Usually clubs like Berghain that I go to have like dark rooms and stuff that you can kind of get freaking if you want to. That's the maximum of like things that I'd go to. But I'm not really into the whole like going into a room and having like, you know, seeing like, you know, a black mat on the floor and people just fucking all over the place and swings and horses and stuff. It's just not for me. But I'm sure in that scenario of like sex raves and shit, there's probably a lot of couples there, right? I've never been to them myself, but I'd imagine there's a lot of couples. There's probably more single males, right, that are trying to fuck than there are couples. But I'm assuming there's probably a lot of couples. But maybe call me old-fashioned, but if you've got a girlfriend or a wife, is it normal to try and get them into that sort of stuff? I always thought that was for like people that you're hooking up with, like randoms or something. I never thought like there are people out there that try to goad or convince their partners to get into like that sort of shit. That's kind of wild. That's the thing that kind of is on my mind. It's like, bro, you like fucking Diddy was out here convincing and she'd made in a flipping testimony that allegedly, and again, I'm not sure if what people believe to be true or not, Cassie admitted that she wasn't even that familiar with oral sex when she got with Diddy. Like Diddy had to like teach her about that and shit. Like how to like, I don't know, suck dick or something, or take, I don't know what. I was just thinking of like taking that person and then fast forwarding them to then being in free cuffs. That's a bit much, isn't it? But I think back to it and I think to myself, maybe it's not, because the same guys I grew up with sometimes in my ends who are like really like aggressive and super detailed in telling you their stories about hooking up with girls, and it was their girlfriends that you knew. You know, they were maybe sisters of your friends and shit. You're like, come on, bro, I know this girl. Like, this is basically like my cousin. And they'll be trying to tell you details about how they got together, how they hooked up and shit for the first time. You're like, bro, isn't that your girlfriend? Like, why isn't that your like wifey? Why are you telling me this? Like, you know, like, so maybe that type of guy can grow up to be a Diddy, because, you know, I don't know. I just, but then I think to myself, like, if you are into it and you're not like a diddler, you're not like an abuser. Like, if you're into freak-offs, but you're into consenting freak-offs, and you get with somebody like, you must lose a lot of girls, in it, because there must be a lot of girls that are not into that. Could you imagine the amount of girls? Because there's this guy going viral at the moment who took a picture of himself holding a fish on Tinder, and he said something like, "Oh, he's been on the app for how many times and he hasn't got one date." And basically, people are telling him, "Oh, it's that proper picture of you with the fish, right? You look horrible." But I was wondering how many women out there on average are really into stuff anyway. Like, do you imagine how many times you'd have to get rejected by girls in order for you to change that way of approaching women? Because there's gonna have to be a moment when you're trying to seduce somebody where you kind of bring up that topic if you're really into it. How do you bring it up? How do you bring it up without scaring somebody away? Like, you're into this sort of stuff and you want to share it with your life partner, potential life partner. So you're like, "Hey man, so I got this room, I got this bed, I got this chair, right? I'm gonna put it in the corner, and then I don't know. Anyway, I ain't got the answers. I ain't got the blood clot answers. Anyway, moving on. Let's quickly talk about Chris Brown. Because I thought this is fucking interesting. I think this is absolutely interesting. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Smash the like button down below if you're enjoying the stream. Smash the like button down below if you're enjoying the stream. Appreciate you. So have you heard about this Chris Brown allegation? This is absolutely crazy. So Chris Brown is currently on his tour, the Millennium Tour, something around those kind of lines. So I think whatever. He's on a big tour right now. And he's here in Europe, here in the UK to be specific. And Chris Brown was arrested randomly the other day for something that occurred, like I think in 2023 or 2022 here in England, where he was accused of beating up somebody in a nightclub. Allegedly, I think he bottled them or something. He bottled this person. The police were investigating it and they wanted to question him. And they asked him to come in for a voluntary interview. He agreed, but never got around to it. AKA, he just didn't want to come. But then I guess many years down the line, his tour comes up and I guess maybe he forgot. Maybe he thought the police forgot. He then decides to do his tour and he passes through the UK thinking everything is sweet. And then he gets arrested. And now he's been denied bail and he has to sit in a UK prison until the 13th of June. Do you know how insane that is? So technically, most likely, the UK government, the UK police approved his visa to come to this country, knowing full well they were going to arrest him when they picked him up. Brilliant, kind of a bad mind, but brilliant. But yes, look at himself. If you were asked to go to the police voluntarily and answer some questions about this fucking assault, just get it done and get it over with. Get it out of the way so you don't have this thing looming over your head. But then for Chris Brown to think the police would just forget about this investigation and it wouldn't, it's like, bro, I swear if you've got like a pending, I don't know much about the police, I don't know much about how it works, but I'd imagine if you've got some charges on you, similar to when police are like, you know, driving around and they can scan plates and shit, I'm sure if you scan your passport to enter a country, it probably alerts a system if you've got like warrants or whatever of, you know, on your name and shit. And that probably alerts the police anyway, so they know you're in the country. It's not that hard. Like, they can quickly find out if you came in or not. So the fact that he thought you could get away with it is absolutely insane. But let's read the article courtesy of Sky. It says R&B singer Chris Brown denied bail over allegations of causing GBH with intent. It's funny when I hear GBH because I remember there was a time back in the day, actually back in the day, where I got, you know, I may have been accused of the same allegation. But it wasn't like GBH sounds crazy. It's like grave bodily harm, but that means anything. That just means like fighting somebody in a fucking chicken shop. You know, it doesn't mean like you actually did like. Because when I tell people that I might have been accused of GBH, it makes it sound like I'm a nutter. But actually, you know, it's just some pushing and argy-bargy in a, you know, in a shop that may have sold chicken or may have sold kebabs, may have also sold fish and chips, may have also sold pizzas, you know, who knows? May have got into an altercation with the guy behind the counter who didn't give me enough change. Who knows? But yeah, it's just funny when you say somebody you've been arrested and you got, yeah, GBH on my record. You're like, GBH? Anyway, let's continue. Chris Brown was remanded in custody until the 13th of June by a judge in Manchester. The R&B singer is facing allegations of causing grievous bodily harm with intent. He is accused of attacking a music producer, Abraham Dial, with a bottle at Tape nightclub in Central London. Yo, Tape nightclub, bro. This nightclub, I don't think it exists anymore. But this nightclub, I think, was in Shoreditch, if I'm not mistaken. It's at the center of a lot of controversy. Recently, the rapper DIDDY has I think Fredo and a few other people who's on a run right now, are being accused of trying to line up DIDDY at Tape nightclub. So I think Tape nightclub was at the center of a lot of madness. It kind of reminds me of like the tunnel back in the day in New York City. But Tape has been in the center of a lot of madness here in London. A lot of fucking madness. The incident allegedly took place back in 2023 in February during a. Do you think it's a drugs? Do you think it's a drugs? Because why would you think an incident took place in 2023, 2 years ago, the police would forgot about it? Fair enough if it was like pre-COVID, right? They could have maybe mixed up during COVID, but why did Chris Brown think it was all sweet? And when this only happened in 2023, that wasn't that long ago, brother. He should have dealt with this before he come to the UK for fucking the tours. What a dumb guy, man. During the hearing in Manchester, prosecutors Hannah Nicole said Brown had committed an unprovoked attack with a weapon in a nightclub full of people. She told the court that Brown had struck Mr. Dial in the bottle several times. He then allegedly chased the victim and proceeded to punch and kick him in an attack caught on CCTV. Wow. Yo, Chris Brown. Chris Brown's a real wild boy, because I don't think there's rappers. You have to be fair. I don't think there's rappers, American rappers now, the hardest ones, quote unquote, who would willingly go to another country to get paid and then get into a fight with random people that you don't know in a country you're not familiar with in the streets. I don't think so. I don't think there's many rappers that will do what Chris Brown did. Allegedly beat someone over the head with a fucking champagne bottle, and then chase him down the street. Like, Chris Brown is really about that life, though. You have to be honest. He's dumb. He's very reckless. You know, he's probably going to pay a big price for this, but he's kind of with it, innit? He's slyly with it. Let's be real. He's slyly with it. Brown arrived at the dock flanked by court officials. His hair was bleached blonde. He wore sweatpants and a black t-shirt. He spoke to confirm his name and date of birth, but did not enter a plea. District Judge Joanne Hurst said the alleged offence was too serious to be dealt with in her court and sent the case to London Southwark Crown Court. Brown will next appear for a plea and trial preparations in a hearing on the 13th of June after a bail application was denied. You know, if you got granted bail, he would have flew back home straight away, innit, right? You know, if he was granted bail, he would have flew out straight. I don't know if it's possible. Maybe they would have held his passport. But if he would have got granted bail, he would have ran from this country so quick, and I wouldn't blame him. 36-year-old was arrested at a hotel in Manchester in the early hours of Thursday by detectives from the Metropolitan Police. Brown's global tour is due to begin in the Netherlands on the 8th of June, and he's also scheduled to perform at Manchester at a Co-op Live Arena on the 15th. Oh, being a fan of like US people, especially ones from the hip hop and R&B field, just US people in general, is hard when you're somebody from the UK and Europe. It's difficult because you motherfuckers hardly come over here, which I understand why, because it's so far. And when you do come over here, there's always madness. There's always something going on. Always something going on. Being denied visas, missing planes, and just affects the fans being able to see you. So a lot of Chris Brown fans have probably been waiting a long time for this guy to come back to London. He finally comes back to London, and then now this happens. It's like, oh, and I imagine Chris Brown tickets aren't cheap, so that's all that money down the drain. Or maybe you get it back. I don't know. Prior to the court hearing, CPS North London Crown proceedings. Adele Kelly said the Crown Prosecution Service reminds all concerned that criminal proceedings against the defendant are active. It's extremely important that there should be no reporting or commentary or sharing information online which would in any way prejudice the proceedings. These are the opposite of America, innit? America has like play-by-play in the fucking media when it's concerning court proceedings. In the UK, everything's kind of done behind closed doors. Then they report on it after the fact, but you know, whatever. Crazy situation. Chris Brown's currently in a UK, I repeat, a UK prison until the 13th of June, you know. Just sitting there. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. Let's move on. Big up my guy. Who else he here? Weirdly enough. Big up Run It Up. Big up Run It Up 47. Run It Up 647. Funny you say that, my friend. Because look what this next video is. Look what the next tab is. There we go. Big up Run It Up. Big up Run It Up for reading my mind. Reading my blood clot mind. What a legend. Big up Run It Up. So let's go. Oh, and there's a new comedy enforcement too. Big up comedy enforcement. Let's do comedy enforcement. But let's check. And we check out Podcast Cringe too. So next part of the show, let's get into a new retroactive. The title is Brendan Schaub, Worse Somehow, Thanks Joe Rogan. And then we'll continue on with the show. Big up everybody's stream. Big up everybody chilling, hanging. Appreciate all of you. Let's fucking go.
The mound the other day. Again, he only gave up 2 hits. There's a big fat kid there, slow. I went, buddy, if this kid gets a hit off you, we're not pitching anymore. That's where I'm at.
Oh yes, the recipe for superstar athletes. Even Callan is like,
what?
God damn it, dude, how do I play along to this?
I go, if this fat kid, slow fat kid gets a hit off you, this isn't for you.
That's a little bit...
What? Mean? It's sports.
Funnily enough, the fighter in the kids sub somehow has footage of Brendan failing to catch a few pitches, then they reference back to the time a larger set gentleman had better reflexes than he did, clearly dispelling his great parenting point.
We're going to have to do way more than this.
Yeah.
You're not even remotely close.
Right.
All these idiots practice.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
All these kids.
Yeah.
As we all know, Jordan,
Calling other kids idiots is just like...
Brady, Ronaldo, Messi, etc., all had overbearing parents who threatened them with no more sport if they make a mistake, and they all credit that for...
Oh, wow. Really? Look at that. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Michael Jordan, Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Tom Brady, Muhammad Ali. Horrible parents. No. All of them in the notes. Competitive family, but loving. Dad was a mentor, not abusive. Father struggled with autism, but not abusive. Every parent here was supportive. That is actually funny, isn't it, right? The parents of the most talented, most successful athletes in sports history were all super supportive, but then the parents the parents of like people like, you know, like Brendan's like, huh? But then I wonder, part of me wonders if Brendan's not just copying what his dad did to him. Maybe Mr. Peter Schaub was a bit of a authoritarian as well. Sorry. When it comes to Brendan's career and sports career and shit. Maybe he was that. Maybe that's why he's copying that and kind of doing that to his kid. Maybe.
For their success. Oh wait, no, they all had innate desires to be great. They weren't forced by parents vicariously living through their 9-year-old in Little League. My bad.
From the silence, go, light his ass up. And then T just looks at me.
You'll say that from the...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, baseball's no joke, huh?
Brains. Do you know how pathetic this is? Like, baseball's... I'm starting to think that theory that Brendan legitimately is hoping his kid makes it so he can like be richer again, like because maybe he lost a lot of his wealth and a lot of his money vis-a-vis like quitting comedy, Rogan leaving, everyone getting cancelled, so he's trying to build himself up again. But he sees a quick way to get there again is to get his kid into baseball and potentially sign for an MLB team. Maybe that's actually the plan. The actual part of the plan was that let's make this kid fucking a professional sports athlete, which is funny because wasn't Brendan really offended and pissed off, rightfully so, I have to add, about that baby Gronk kid, if I'm not mistaken. Do you guys remember? I think we covered it in the stream once. I think I remember Brendan saying something very disparaging about baby Gronk's dad and about how he's been presented on social and all the stuff that's going on there. So it's like you were unhappy about that kid, but then you're doing the same thing basically that guy's dad is doing to him, which I don't even know if that kid's dad is doing that to him anyway, but I don't know.
Well, not one of the psychos though.
I don't sound like it.
No.
Light his ass up.
I just tell T to compete.
How old is that kid? 8, 9?
9.
Add on his one good deed, mentally ruining Chris D'Elia for his alleged crimes, and he's now that done with Schaub that he can't hold back making fun of his choices.
Go fast, all gas, or whatever, right?
It's drive fast. All
Okay.
gas.
Well, I hope I never know what it is, but I have a feeling it's coming around the corner. I'll know what it is.
I'm not gonna lie. This is one of my favorite clips. It's one of my favorite clips because it reminds me of that Brian Callen clip, or that Brian Callen period in time where he got signed with Steven Crowder, and Brian Callen thought that Steven Crowder was going to change his life and he wouldn't need to rely on Tfatk anymore. And there was a period of like a week or maybe a month where Brian Callen was just like being super like, quick and sharp with fucking Brendan, smushing him, calling him out on his shit, telling him to shut the fuck up. Like, it was so fucking fun because he thought he didn't need Tfatk. He obviously came back with his tail between his legs and obviously, returned to letting Brendan kind of put his nuts in his face. But there was a small period in time where Callen was walking around like his shit didn't stink, like everything was A-OK in his life because he thought Crowder saved him. I think the same thing's going on here with Chris.
Powerful bunch.
Oh, big up apologies, appreciate it, brother.
Thinking his 9 years old will make it to the MLB is hilarious. The kid would have a better chance becoming a millionaire playing scratchers at the liquor store.
What's actually is, but I wonder if like big up apologies. I wonder if like do you guys know in the stream chat like in America, what's the hardest sport to actually make it in professionally of the major ones? Is it MLB? Would MLB be up there or is it not? Because maybe that's what Brendan did. Maybe he did some like that's what he looked at. He looked at the sports of the major sports you have there. I think you have maybe 5 or 3. Which one is the least hardest to get into? I wonder. But also the least hardest also makes the most money. That's probably the counter. I think someone said football. I think as in like you mean football as in soccer, or do you mean football as in American football? Do you mean football as in soccer or football as in NFL? Because I said which one do you think is the easiest to make it into of the major sports in America? Would you think is the easiest? American football is the easiest, really? What is it? American football? American football is the easiest to get into. Oh, the hardest. Okay, no, I said the easiest. Sorry, excuse me if I'm mumbling my words. Of the major sports in America, which do you guys think is the easiest to make it in professionally? The easiest to make it in professionally. Real football, the hardest. 30% aren't from Latin countries, so yeah. Big up NM in baseball. The best batters bat at 300. That's 30%. Baseball is probably one of the hardest sports to go major. Oh shit. Okay. What's the ice on one of the? Okay, cool. Fucking hell. The hardest is NFL. The easiest is MLB. Okay. Shit. So so basically the answer is all professional sports is hard to make it in. Doesn't really matter, does it? Doesn't matter if you're a bowler, if you're poor. It's all hard. It's all fucking hard.
There's no gas, all gas shirt. Watch it.
Hey, why do I hate these?
You're a bitch, bro.
Even Rogan got the name wrong, trying to give Schaub a rap, but yes, the acronym might be the funniest thing Brendan's ever done.
All gas, no brakes.
And it was almost certainly unintentional. He isn't calling him
All gas, no brakes. To be fair to Rogan, doesn't all gas, no brakes sound better? But I think it sounds like the other one, doesn't it, right? Doesn't all gas, no brakes sound better than dry, fast, or gas? Because, you know, on my bugging out, all fast, or brakes sounds way better than dry, fast, or gas.
Himself that on purpose, you'd imagine. And now Tim Dillon reveals that Joe, who started the SCHAUB experiment, yet won't let him perform at his club, the Mothership, is fostering the exact same traditional media way of running things he claimed to be against.
I bring my opener, young guy from New York. He's having a rough set. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb like this. And then we walk back in the crib. Bomb.
Hold on, what's happening? What's happening? Come on, computer.
Bombing man, he can't be here. And I go, I know, I'm getting him off.
Wow.
Right now, I'm happy and it looks.
Hold on. This can't be true. This can't be true. Honestly, like, that's why I tell you all the time, guys, man. If I'm Brendan, I'm pissed at Rogan. I'm pissed at Rogan. I really am pissed. He allowed you to perform at the stand-up at the fucking comedy store, but now he's got his own club. Suddenly he's developed standards. Now he's on the side of the stage grilling comedians if they're bombing or not. Could you imagine if you're that comedian, if you're Tim Dillon's friend, that opener, and you're bombing, and he's now telling you can't perform at his club anymore? It's like, bro, you endorsed Brendan. You had Brendan performing for you, bro. Fuck off. Let me have a bad set. You've had a bad career.
Really bad for me. Get the out.
Hold on. Let me rewind a bit. Let me rewind because my computer's lagging a bit. But bear with me. By the way, Tim Dillon, man, that's skin. God damn it, brother.
To be against.
I bring my opener, young guy from New York. He's having a rough set. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb like this. And then we walk back in the green room. Rogan goes, he's bombing, man. He can't be here. And I go, I know. I'm getting him off right now. I'm happy and it looks really bad for me. Get the out. I've worked years. You get the out of here.
Not really a space for comedians to grow. Only Joe's friends can.
Honestly, I love how unashamed Tim Dillon is of how much of a clout chaser he is, right? How much of a suck up he is. He goes on Rogan and he's like, you've never seen Tim Dillon agree more and be more silent and be more just, you know, compliant than when he's on a show with Rogan. He's a complete cuck when he's on the show with Rogan. Always agreeing, always nodding away. Then you'll go back on his show and say, yeah, I was doing that shit because, you know, Rogan basically made my career. I'm going to sit there and nod away when this guy says whatever he says to me. I'm not going to call him out. I'm not going to push back too hard. And the same thing here. I could imagine that actually being true. Him kind of screaming at his opener about, why did you do so bad? Now you made me look bad in front of Rogan. Now I can't bring you here anymore because I'm choosing Rogan over you. It's hilarious.
Bomb at the Mothership and get away with it. Rogan's too busy having all of Tony's hacks perform and reviving the.
Really? Big up Ryan Hart. Is that true? I didn't hear about that. What's funny is that Joe kicked Andrew Callahan. That's from 5, right? The Channel 5 news guy, right? Out of the green room at the Mothership, and Andrew had a show called All Gas No Breaks. Why did he kick him out of the green room? Because he's not a comedian. Is that why? I'm surprised he's. Why does it? Has that kid been on Joe Rogan yet? Oh, but yeah, I'm wondering, he's not really a Republican. He's kind of very anti-Republican, isn't he? Well, not anti, but he does, you know, he pushes back a lot. Because I'm wondering, that'd be a great guest for JRE. That'd be a great guest, isn't it? That Andrew Callahan kid. He'd be great on that show.
Powerful bunch.
Wake up, what's all these?
Would suggest Rogan try a set with a bag over his head and a voice changer to see if he gets any laughs, but everyone would recognize that miniature ape build and oversized dressed shirt from a mile away.
Yeah, for sure. The arms will give it away. The arms and the stance and those fucking lycra skinny jeans, they'll give it away. You know what I mean? Those rip resistant, those split resistant jeans, they'll give it away. You know it was him straight away. And the way he laces his shoes. Big up Coil in the stream chat. Big up. What you call it? Big up Andrew. Big up Ryan Harty. Andrew talked about it. He told the story. He was there with Lamar. With Lemaire. Okay, Lamar. Cool. That's the guy from Matt Shane Matt Secret podcast, right? Big up Coil in the chat. Wagwan Coiler.
Allegation squad members he's close with, like Brian Callen, should have went up there and said booty hole 17 times like David Lucas, and Joseph would have done his.
Hold on. Wow, there's a I guess these are like reviews, right? Huge rip off. The place will make you wait in line for 2 hours to get into the bar, then tell you that you can't come into the comedy show. My wife and I, waiting for multiple hours to stand by tickets, were told by a worker that we were the first people there for Tony's show. When it was time to be in, we were told by the same person that checked us in that we were no longer on the list and had to leave. Okay, I want to check. Hold on, the comedy. I need to see the Google reviews for this. Comedy Mothership. I need to see the Google reviews for this. I need to see the Google reviews. No way is it getting these bad reviews. Hold on. Let's see what the Google reviews are saying. Do they have them here? No Google reviews. Review. What's happening here? Why can't I see the reviews for Google? Should just show up on the search. Did they take it off? Huh. It should just come up as a location to check in it. Did they take it off? Okay, let's go on maps. Does it show us? That is weird, isn't it? It usually should just come up. It should just come up as a thing. But you can't see it. I wonder if they took it off the fucking thing, off the main site. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. Okay, now you have to dig a bit deeper. Okay, now let's go. Let's check reviews. Okay. And let's sort by recent. Let's just sort by recent because we want to be fair, right? Let's sort by recent. Bear with me a second here. Oh, there's still quite a bit here, isn't it? 1-star reviews. Let's do by newest. And let's see what I'll go on. Okay, cool. Let's see what I'll go on for newest. So these are 2 days ago. Okay, pure comedy gold. Pure comedy gold. 2 days ago. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Amazing experience. Okay, continue on. Got lucky and got to see Rogan, Hinchcliffe, Ari Matty, McCusker, Ron White, and a dozen others. Super happy. Okay, everyone's happy here. 4 days ago. I love Tony. I love Tony and Joe. 5 days ago. It's all right. Mark Font. The comedy is hit or miss. If it's Kill Tony, people, they're depressingly self-deprecating, not comedic. On the weekends, the comics are good. Venue is small and packed in. 2-drink minimum feels like a grift. Only one bathroom. Meh. There's only one bathroom. That can't be true. Or does he mean there's only one? Okay, I think he means like bathroom, but not the stalls. Surely there's like stalls you can kind of piss in, right? Like, I mean, whatever, that thing. I don't know what you call those things where that kind of trough that everyone puts their dick in. But a bathroom, fair enough. But I think if you want to piss, you can all just piss around, standing on up against a wall. I'm imagining. Another guy here. The setting is cool. Okay, cool. The setting is cool, being up close, but the staff is unfriendly. Oh no, sorry to go back to this, by the way. Why is this person saying the 2-drink minimum's a grift? Isn't this like a standard in America? No, isn't this a standard in all comedy clubs? Let me know in stream chat. I remember when I went to the Laugh Factory in LA, that's what they charged us. I think other places do that too. Isn't that like a standard in most comedy clubs? Like, do you have a drink minimum? Like, you have to, I think even in the UK they might have that. I swear to God. Like, if you sit down somewhere, I swear that's like a standard thing. Treat me, I'm out. It sounds like the Disney Be Up Grown Baby Golf 2-drink minimum with mandatory 20% gratuity. Sorry, people were complaining of paying 200 plus for 4 drinks. I read the reviews myself. Damn. Yes, the comedy store does that. You can't be sober. Oh my god. No, but 2-drink minimum doesn't mean alcoholic drinks. You could also buy a soft drink, by the way. Big up Run Up. I don't think that's true. That's standard on any comedy club. Yeah, big up Josie. Okay, cool. Okay, let's just continue. The setting is cool, being up close, but the staff is unfriendly and the cost is stupid. The tickets cost us $400. I didn't know it's cost that much to get into the mothership. Yo, my dreams of going there are being dashed by the minute. The tickets cost us over $400. Then they charged us $250 for mandatory drinks that included 20% tip. As you mentioned this on in the stream chat. Who said it right now? Who said that? Yeah, Be Out Grown Baby Off. You're right about that one. Comedians are okay, but not great. Overall, a pretty disappointing experience, which sucks because we were really excited. Joe, you need to step it up for that kind of money. Wow. So it's not worth it. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Number 2, another person that's verified and local. Many complaints to list here. For starters, many. Okay, cool. Let's hear it from JD. For starters, the club mandates that everyone has a 2-drink minimum. Sounds okay except it's practically impossible to read the menu because it's extremely dark inside and your phones are locked away. Me and a friend just go with what we should be simple, vodka tonic, mezcal tonic, but guess how much these drinks are? $28 and $36 each. For a vodka tonic, $28. Nah, Rogan is fucking Rogan, man. Which becomes 56 and 72 plus gratuity and tax. Total bill is $160 for 4 drinks. God almighty. That's more than some nightclubs, I swear. Total scam. On top of that, my friend went outside to smoke, which they originally said was allowed. But then the goons out front didn't want to let him back in, despite his phone and cars being inside. Very disorganized, poorly run. The comedy was good, but there's plenty of other comedy clubs in Austin that aren't shamelessly hustling people. Wow. This is insane. Rogan's like, and that's the thing about Rogan when it comes to sort of stuff, like, you never address this sort of stuff. You act like it doesn't exist, and it's just like, oh, people just hating and shit. But like, come on, man, like, talk. I don't know, address some of this stuff. Address the concerns. Also, surely you're rich enough to be like, when I get to Rogan level money, and I open my own club up, legit, you're opening it up just for the sake of doing it because you want to do it for fun. But I swear to God, like, even if you're not making money, I'm not charging people fucking $28 for a fucking mezcal tonic, vodka tonic and shit. That's not happening. You're going to put it at some base level. Whether it's $10 for a mixer, $5 for a fucking beer. Doesn't matter who. Doesn't matter what it does to your bottom line. You're just going to let it run just for the exercise and fucking fandom. Because why not? Let's blow your money on doing something fun. You can't take the money with you anyway when you're gone. That'll be the way to do it. But Rogan is like, got more money than what he knows to do with, opens up a club, and he's still overcharging people, which I guess they're doing because they know they can get away with it, because everybody's like, it's become a tourist attraction. People like myself that don't live there want to go there, so it doesn't really matter, right? They can just keep doing this. Let's read one more, then we'll go back to retroactive. This person, Marie, said, what, I saw Tony Hinchcliffe, it was great. We got very good seats. The place was a good way of keeping organized. Staff were very helpful. Okay, this lady had a good time. Book tickets to the Scraping the Bottom of the Barrel. What a fun interactive show. They get to write down topics on paper, but then in the barrel, the comedians roll with it best they can. It was so funny. Joe Rogan came out and did 20 minutes, did a 20 ministry set. I think it means 20-minute set to end the show, but ministry is hilarious. Not so much a claim to fame, but really cool, as it's one of the things I've always wanted to do. Come to a comedy club and meet Joe Rogan. You didn't even get to meet him though. You got to see him perform. Like, let's chill. Blessed by nature. One of the things I wanted to do, you didn't meet Joe Rogan. He was on stage telling jokes, and you were sitting in the crowd. You didn't meet him. Meet him means like saying hi and like shaking his hand. That's meeting somebody. And even that isn't meeting somebody. That's like saying hi to them. But hey, I'm being a fuddy duddy. I'm being a stickler for the details. Come to the comedy club and meet Joe Rogan. What a club. Honestly, the best show I've ever been to. It's 100% must for anyone in comedy. We laughed all night. Even this morning, I'm blown away. Yuck, man. All right, relax with the fucking comedy mothership slung in your mouth. You're worse than Brendan. It's 100% must for anyone in comedy. We laughed all night. So on the night you were there, you laughed. And in the morning, you woke up and you started blowing yourself over it. That's like Saudi way. Just started like cooming in your bed over it. Like, relax, bro. It's just a comedy club. But then again, I do the same thing when I go burger in it, so I'll relax. I'm sorry. I'm blown away by how good it was. It's definitely, by the way, pause. It definitely will be returning when we visit again in Austin from the UK. Okay, so it's from the UK. That makes sense. No wonder they're fucking sucking him off so much. Like, when you're far away, you probably look at them and you're like, oh my God, Rogan. I absolutely love what Rogan has done with this place. Comedy worship is a staple in Austin. Never disappoints. Hoping to be able to see KTC soon. Tony Tallum. I'm basically living here for a week. I wouldn't have it any other way. Go here, see a show. The comedy scene is simultaneously blossoming and open blooming here. Spectacular thing for society. Comedy is truly healing. Everyone's here is a great country. What? Okay. Cool. Everyone else, good review. So much fun. Had a great show. I went to a few months ago. Ron White came out to the set. My comedy hero made the experience that much memorable. My comedy hero. I think this guy does stand up, I'm assuming, right? Comedy hero. Little boy room was filled with comics that I wouldn't recommend going to see. I felt very uncomfortable bringing my friends to the show. Wouldn't recommend. I may return to Mary Room. It's just the name of the show as well. Sounds hilarious. Little boy room was filled with comics I wouldn't recommend to see. I felt very comfortable bringing my friends around. Okay, cool. Worst ticketing system ever. I had 2 general tickets in the basket, multiple devices, and still couldn't get tickets. Okay, anyway, let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video.
Deal laugh in approval. We then have Tim go on a long rant on Mark Norman's podcast about how Austin sucks, and once again,
You know, listen, as a city, it's just, you cannot compare it. Sorry.
Don't say that in the green room of the mothership.
Yeah.
They'll stab you.
Well,
the everyone is scared of Joe Rogan sentiment really goes against the fearless comedian branding they all have.
Exactly.
It's the exact same bow down, toe the line format to the mainstream media Joe claims to hate, all while claiming the mothership is a place for comedians to hone their craft. At least a few OGs told Joe how it is to the old stool humping genius.
Anytime I saw someone miming having sex, you know, pumping air, I would just go, not funny.
No.
It was just like, it was a sign of like...
But what if there's a bit where you have to mime pumping?
If you want an insult comic, Tony is the best in the world.
His great specialty is roasting.
Right.
He's
So
the best roaster ever.
But no, he won't allow it, but will allow plenty of other bomb experts, including himself, up on stage.
Best roaster ever is a bit of a stretch, to be fair. Is he good at roasting? Yeah, because he's on Kill Tony. He gets to like roast defenseless, unfunny comedians all the time. But let's be real. Best roaster ever is a bit of a stretch.
It's the level of delusion.
And also, how do you even grade that? How do you even judge who the best roaster ever is anyway? You know, because who's he basing it on? Just people who speak the English language, people just based in America. Like who are you basing this on? What's the fucking criteria?
Marketing going on, and a weird way to say Patrice O'Neill. And because life is life, the actual best roaster passes 9 months after his first special. Tony Hinchcliffe releases One Shot, one of the worst specials of all time, so bad Tony hides it can't be seen anywhere, and goes on to become the face of roasting, completely carried by the Joe Rogan effect and the fact that nobody had done his format first in podcast.
That context is really important, by the way. That added context, no one's saying it's the only reason, but the added context does go to like take away a lot of the fucking hero, the lionism of some of these people, isn't it? Like it really does. That added context is very necessary. Big up Retroactive.
Cast form. Patrice would have sat on Tony and Joe both physically and as a writer, and at least Norm Macdonald got to when Tony lifted one of his jokes allegedly. But the universe isn't fair. For Joe, sure, performing at the mothership is a step too far. Meanwhile, Kill Tony's Netflix special was carried so hard by Shane Gillis, you could delete Rogan and Segura's parts and miss nothing. Many of Tony's regulars or Joe's less famous acts at the mothership are on about the same level as Schaub, so again, old Rogan showing his true colors. Same guy who lost.
Hold on, what's that? Ranked?
Same level as Schaub, so again.
Really? When was this?
Old Rogan showing his true.
10 months ago on the Kill Tony subreddit, here's how they ranked the top 13 regulars. Sarah Weinshank is 13th, Ali Makovsky, Stephen Lee, Aaron Belsey, number 9 Malcolm Hatchett, 8 Casey Rocket, 7 Michael Leher, 6 Kim Kongdong, 5 Jeremiah Watkins, 4 William Montgomery. He's 4th. That's a crime, innit? 3rd Hans Kim's what? 2 David Lucas and Cam Patterson. That's all the way wrong. How can William Montgomery be worse of a stand-up than Cam Patterson? That's impossible. That's honestly impossible. Even Jeremiah Watkins, those two should be highly offended that they're that low on that list. Even that Casey Rocket guy, who I know his thing gets a bit old pretty quickly. I think anybody that's underneath, personally, I'd go as far as saying this: anybody that's under Cam Patterson, David Lucas and Hans Kim should be greatly offended that they're ranked lower. They should be greatly offended. Anyone that's 4th and under should be greatly offended that they are not above Hans Kim, David Lucas, and Cam Patterson. That is crazy because those 3 are terrible.
Colors. Same guy who locks everyone's phones in pouches. Couldn't be. Even beloved Segura's 69 Minutes being the worst Louis C.K. ripoff of all time, let alone a lot of his act allegedly. Then this PowerPoint presentation abomination in front of Tom Brady. Yet he's sweet, but Brendan can't do Mexican cookie jokes.
Exactly.
Come on, Joseph. Really, it's no wonder Brendan...
Exactly. Which is why I say Brendan has every right to not like Rogan, has every right to be a little bit entitled about his set there. It makes me, it's honestly very, very true, because why should he now have to like try and be funny if he got started in comedy under fucking Rogan's tutelage, was put on a lot of Joe Rogan and Friends lineups at the fucking at the comedy store, and Rogan saw nothing wrong with him doing a fucking Showtime, no, nothing wrong, but still nothing wrong with him performing at that kind of stage or that kind of platform like the comedy store when he didn't really deserve to be there anyway. Then suddenly you open up your own club and now you have standards. But then what standards do you have if you've got Kill Tony people performing regularly on there who are fucking garbage? And do you remember when Rogan, not so much now bruv, but do you guys remember when Rogan used to fucking suck off Hans Kim? Do you guys remember that? There was a period where I think Hans Kim was going on tour with Rogan, and Rogan was like talking about him like he was fucking, I don't know, man, Asian Dave Chappelle. Like he was talking about him like he was incredible. And then you finally see Hans Kim, you're like, is this the guy that Rogan's been sucking off? This is the guy.
Brendan is the way he is when Joe has his own comedy special on the wall right between the greats. All of the greats would make fun of Joe for...
To be fair, that I don't mind. That I don't mind too much. It's your own comedy club, isn't it? You gotta suck yourself up a bit. I don't mind. Personally, would I do it? Would I put my own fucking face on a wall full of some of my techno DJ heroes? Probably not. But I don't blame Rogan for doing it. Hey, yo, big up Ashley Cummins in the chat. Well, go on, big up Ashley Cummins in the chat. What's the deal? Big up Chris Mack, I see you in the chat as well. Big up Shades Cow, I see you in the chat. Jack Donahue Jr., I see you in the chat. Was that question? Big up, I see you in the chat. Top 5 comics people. I don't know, man. I don't even think I have top 5 human beings in the world, let alone top 5 stand-up comedians. Stand-up comedians aren't that important.
that if they could. Jerry Seinfeld would love it. Meanwhile, Joe allegedly steals jokes. I mean, go look at it for yourself. And very much not allegedly is so painfully not funny, he's more famous for missing jokes than writing them. Really, much of the Kill Tony comedians or D'Elia, Bert, the recent specials we've seen, are they really that much better than Are You Surprised or Papi?
Exactly.
Arguably the same class of pain and misery. And yet Brendan looks like he's dying inside when Callan mentions him performing again.
I know you're in retirement, but I got a little idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff.
For Fighting the Kid Live?
No, just for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances.
We'll see, man.
It'll be silly and fun, and I promise
Let me
you.
get my beak wet.
You'll love it. Get your beak wet a little bit. Just in front with those around.
Fucking hell, he doesn't look happy, innit? It's actually true, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't notice at the time. He really doesn't look happy at the thought of trying to do stand-up again. Look at his face, bro. He does not look pleased at all. He's not even entertaining the idea, like, what? You want me to do what? Stand-up. It's so hard, man. There's no Rogan, like, to hold my hand, to give me good gigs.
But that's all. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so happy you're not fighting. You know, and what we were saying was, I know that I was a dick. There's a fluidity to their movement that you don't really have. You were starting to flourish. You're hilarious on podcasts. What, you know, that can go away.
Because when my agent goes, hey, Showtime wants to give a special, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be just like them. I didn't realize.
And I tried to talk.
By the way, I think this is also bullshit. I didn't realize. You should have realized. He took it as a. I like how he tries to retcon the story. But when he got the Showtime special, he was acting like, he didn't say it obviously, but he was acting like that was his stamp. Everyone that said, "Hey, I'm not funny," well, I got a Showtime special after a year and a half, after 2 years, so I'm funny. You know, he saw that as a stamp when really he knew it was a stamp. It was more so because you got a presence on social media, you got a following. So obviously they're gonna give you a Showtime special because it makes sense. You're also Rogan's friend. It kind of makes sense. You fought in the UFC before. They want to launch the MMA thing. They try to you'd imagine the executives over there at Showtime wanted to kind of get him on board, give you a special, give you the fucking below the belt Schaub show, whatever he was doing, MMA thing. It was all one big package deal. But he really, in hindsight, should have never taken that fucking Showtime special. Although it did probably change his life, and he probably would have never been where he's at now if he didn't. That was the beginning of the end, because there's no way you can ever be a student and be open to criticism or feedback and shit and improve your act if you're already getting specials when you're 1 year in. It's hard to learn or to listen to any advice, especially even more so when you're Brendan. You're super hard headed and have a weird fucking, you know, inflated ego anyway. Imagine if you're already getting validated and kind of endorsed by a network like Showtime, and then suddenly people on the internet are telling you you're not funny. Of course you're not going to listen to them. You know what I mean? Of course you're going to think they're haters, but it proved out to be wrong.
Talk him out of it.
You and Rogan did.
I tried to talk him out. We almost got in a physical fight
And then I
over
was
it.
like, oh, they're just haters. And I didn't realize the backlash.
That's incredible, by the way. So 2 people in comedy at that time, Rogan and Brian Callen, who are probably like 2 decades deep into being stand-up comedians. Maybe both are probably touching 30 years into being stand-up comedians. Whether or not we think they're funny or not is another question. But they both told him, hey, don't do it. And they're his friends. He'd probably say they're both his best friends. And he thought they were being jealous. That's why giving people like Brendan advice or trying to be constructive is a waste of time. Because Brendan has friends who are like richer than him, more famous than him, more experienced than him, giving him advice that we're all saying, and he looks at them and thinks, no, you're just being jealous. So what makes you think that some Fred on the homeless cats on the fucking Reddit and shit is going to change his mind? No documentary is going to make him suddenly have a come to Jesus moment. It's over. It's a wrap. If he doesn't listen to Rogan, he doesn't listen to Callen's advice, he's not listening to anyone's advice. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. He's just too hard-headed.
And then,
oh, why aren't you playing the mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there. And me and Rogan had this conversation. I'm not there yet.
It's not like they found the next Chappelle.
And by the way, he was trying to appease the crowd, which is something he always does. I guess maybe that's something that all liars do. They're chameleons in terms of that, you know, whatever crowd they're in, you'll say what they want to hear. So he knew the Legion of Skanks crowd don't really rate him as a comedian and want him to hear some attrition, but they also are not like deep into the lore, so they're gonna buy into all this shit. Because I remember when it happened, a lot of the fucking Legion of Skank fans, were very much so like, oh, Brendan's not that bad of a guy. The Fighting Kid Reddit guy they're blowing out of proportion. He admitted his fault, but it's like, you know, he's only saying those things to appease the audience. You know, he doesn't really think that. He doesn't really think he doesn't deserve a spot there, which I agree now. Looking back as well, he was right. If you think about it, now I watch more stand-up specials. Now that I've seen other people, especially Luis J. Gomez, you know, he was talking a lot of shit about Brendan before, and you see some of Luis J. Gomez specials, and I'm gonna down the hill. I don't think Luis J. Gomez has one special that's better than Brendan's. I think they're comparable, but I don't think Luis J. Gomez, who was a very loud, often funny critic of Brendan, I don't think he has one special that's better than Brendan's. Not one single one.
At the mothership to replace Schaub. He's been replaced by new redacts instead, like Jeff Dye, voiding the barrage of homeless cats for who is that? Have the delivery and cadence of Tony Hinchcliffe and be extremely mouthy at everyone, especially Red Band for 3 hours, and Joe will promote you as a genius. It's that easy, Brendan.
Now let's just pretend there was no rules. What if there was a place where guys would go and guys would jerk them off? And
like new jerks.
Yeah. If there was a place where straight guys got a job jerking guys off.
At least Brendan can be unintentional.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't have that many gay thoughts. Like, you know, it's interesting how often these guys think about gay stuff. It makes me think, do they probably think about gay stuff more than gay guys think about gay stuff? Because I understand having those type of conversations when you're high and you're young, but at a certain age, it's like, if I don't engage, like, why would I be constantly thinking about that, you know? Strange, isn't it? I don't know, just observation.
Actually funny. And mentioning Schaub, well, on his 170,000 people strong subreddit, Jesus, on his way to 3 stadiums full, basically. Maximum COD 2592 posts the Schaub timeline of careers, grifts, and failures.
True.
What a way to end this video and recap a life. The NFL race clip gets a mention, the KO'd by Ronda's husband, retired, then banned from future UFC events all in one go. Then the endless graveyard of abandoned gigs, never hired by Showtime again. Rest in peace, Big Brown Coffee. Rest in peace, Tiger Thick Whiskey.
But the coffee era, honestly, look at the get up, bro. Brendan is such a poser, isn't it? Look at the get up. Have we ever seen him wear those glasses? wear those gloves, wear that type of shirt ever again. The full garb. He's definitely a full kit wanker. Brendan's the definition of a full kit wanker.
Rest in peace Lifestyle Vlogs, rest in peace Podcast Network, rest in peace MMA News, Thick Boy Records, Fish, TRX, hello Baseball Dad, rest in peace Commentator, and finally, rest in peace the Global Fight League, which Brendan ironically predicted the downfall of, yet commentated for some reason.
And he hasn't mentioned it again, has he? He hasn't spoke about it, by the way. He hasn't spoke about it.
While allegedly his IT-rich father pays it all away according to internet sleuths, so many of these ventures were not profitable, so it doesn't exactly add up with multiple co-workers and locations to pay for, hence many people having questions.
My dad is a computer programmer, started his own company. The high security email, encrypted emails that like the government uses or like jewelry stores, like sensitive material, he designed all that like in early late 80s, like the ultimate. So when I was 10, I grew up in Venice.
So Brendan's dad is like rich, isn't it? If this is true what Brendan's saying, he's not lying, and fucking Brendan's dad basically invented a fucking PGP or something, right? Some sort of encrypted communication or high level communication email, whatever, servers or something. Back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, you'd imagine Brendan's dad is probably rich if he invented or created that software. Like, he's got long ass money. So maybe that's the reason why Brendan's been able to just keep his head above water, despite, like, you know, having a podcast that has like 40,000 views, but then he has like 5 employees. Like, how does he keep it running? Maybe that is the reason. Maybe Rogan's dad is actually, not Rogan's dad. Maybe Brendan's dad is legitimately bankrolling, which is odd to me because I guess maybe because of the way I grew up and shit. I just can't imagine somebody that Brendan's age being okay with their dad bankrolling their life when you got your own family. Like, aren't you a bit embarrassed? Like, if it's one thing if you're like a single guy by yourself, but if you have kids, having your dad like fund your life or support your life, whatever, is kind of insane. But then I guess that's what probably all rich kids do, innit? In a way, you know? Like, there's always a silent benefactor just kind of keeping you ticking along, giving you second, third, fifth, 10th chances.
In the summers.
You grew up like with not a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right? So,
but didn't you pick out the meat you wanted there? No? I thought Sizzler's the one where you're like, I'll take that T-bone. They're like, cool, say less, and they grill it.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Even I know that. I've never been there.
But to see this all concurrently perfectly summed up, well, it's the new Moaning Lisa B. Then there's Schaub's paid for Instagram ads. The amount of ad bankroll really doesn't add up either. Insta ads, like YouTube ads, cost quite a lot of money for how many people you reach. Without a big budget, it's pointless and it'll cost more than it makes back, obviously. But even on random TV channels you'd find on LG, Samsung, I've overheard Schaub ads pop up, advertising the fighter and the kid and Schaub show. Man,
To be fair, I think these ads are not something he pays for. I think they're part of the package that he gets for that podcast network he's a part of. I think so. I don't think he's dumb enough to pay for these type of ads. I think they're part of the package, They're like, hey, we can get you on TV, and they put you on these for, access TV type of thing. I think so.
2025, and they're using strategies from decades ago for a revival. Very bold and costly indeed. Luckily enough, we live in a timeline where Dana White's Slip Slop Slap is the biggest sport in the world, so maybe that's the career revival plan. And still the funniest thing is his producer Chin's lounge room. Why? Who knows, but how nobody has knocked that TV over yet. A true mystery. And thank you for watching.
Yeah, I think people are commenting, people are commenting about the fucking living off your parents thing. I think Succession is probably realer than what we like it to believe, right? I think Succession is more of an example, more of a reflection on what it is really when when a parent that's accomplished has kids. Usually a lot of kids just don't do anything, or they don't live up to the expectation or to the standards that their parents set before them. It's just difficult to do that anyway, especially when your parents have done something crazy or built an amazing legacy. It's really hard to kind of match it. But I just think in general, people underestimate just how much of these people are being bankrolled by their parents. And I think a lot of them, I'm not going to say it because most people, like adults, are going to be ashamed of it. You're not going to be proud that your parents are funding and bankrolling your life, especially if you're a grown up. I just was surprised with Brendan because he's got a family. I think it's one thing when it's just you're like an older, you're like a 21-year-old, you're like a 21-year-old 57-year-old or a 21-year-old 41-year-old, right? You're just like you're old, but you got the mind of a child. I can understand that, but being okay to like request or ask money from your parents is mad when you're that age. But also, who knows, maybe he doesn't ask. Maybe Peter Schaub just sends him, he's got a trust fund, he just gets a certain amount just sent to him all the time, and then you just keep it ticking over like that. It's just insane the way he talks about himself, Brendan, like he's this like self-made man, ultimate hustler, hard work over everything. And it's like, bro, is it really hard work? Like a lot of these guys are like this anyway, innit? Even Rogan's friends, or even Rogan himself, like it's like hard work. But it's like, yeah, but is it really hard work or is it timing? Like, Rogan's obviously consistent. Obviously, it is hard working, but is your success really just because you just sat there and recorded loads of pods, or because you got started at a time when it was, not that popular and you kind of helped to define a whole fucking sector of entertainment or whatever? And with Brendan and these kind of guys, like, are you really there because of your hard work and your effort and your talent, or is it mostly based off the back of, or have you kind of rode the coattails of a Rogan, and that's kind of propelled your career, or got on his platform, become friends with him, befriended, all this sort of stuff has kind of changed your life? But they would never admit that, or is it fucking Peter Schaub, invention, creation of this fucking communication software system, whatever, that's allowed these guys to do what they do, But again, they would never admit that. They're going to make it seem like they were self-made, which again is just a bizarre thing, but I guess happens across whole of society. But yeah, big up Retroactive, big up Blood Clot Retroactive, big up Rod Clark Retroactive. What's it called? Yeah, but rumor is, mum is a drunk. Yeah, we've seen that before. I think that's why Brendan doesn't mention her too much, which is weird because he went through his alcoholic period, right? It seems like he's very like, disconnected from his mum because of her lifestyle maybe, but he went through his own thing, which, you think he'd be more compassionate about it, but I guess not. But there's also other things, family shit we probably don't know about there. Successful egg, there are plenty of rich adults that don't say they get money from parent shit. Very true. You don't owe anybody the explanation, by the way. I don't think you owe anyone to whether you get money from your parents or not. I just think it's very disingenuous to be people like these guys from the fucking podcasting sphere who do come from families with money, who then get on camera and get in front of microphones and say, oh, you can do it too. You just got to try harder. You just got to wake up at 5 a.m. and go for a run. And it's like, bro, like, okay, maybe that might help in some direction, but also doesn't it help if you're like an adult and you don't have to think about getting a full-time job? Doesn't that help? If you don't have to think about how you're going to pay your mortgage, how you're going to pay your rent, doesn't that maybe help to kind of allow the other part of your brain that would be worrying about bills to then think about creative things, to think of, for your content, for your podcast, for your whatever? They don't ever think that way. They just think it's all about hard work, effort. It's about this fucking supplement. It's like, bro, I'm not even thinking about supplements. I can barely get fucking breakfast down my fucking throat. Cause I take my kids, I got to go on the school run. There is no time to think about supplements, There's no time to fucking get a fucking hour and a half workout in. I've got toddlers to look after. I have no nanny, like all these things are in place to try and make it seem, oh yeah, you just got to try harder. It's like, bro, like I'm trying the hardest I can. My life doesn't allow me to try harder outside of the hours, in between the hours of like 9 to 6. I can't try hard because I'm working. And then the hours before that, I got to take my kids to school. The people are like, real people are like, hold on, what are you talking about? Both success, big up Black American, both success is luck plus preparation. I do believe that, but I'm also kind of naive. No, I believe true. I believe that as well. I just wish these guys would be honest about how much the luck has. Like they won't talk about it though, because I guess the luck thing is like it takes away from their own sense of accomplishment, which I understand. You want to feel like you've done something, you've achieved something yourself, so you don't want to mention luck because it takes away from your agency. Get it? Cool. Your hard work, your effort, cool. But also, there's a bunch of other people doing it who are trying the same thing you're doing who aren't working out. There's a bunch of people who are trying, like, think about it this way. There's a bunch of people out there now who are trying to make this stand-up shit happen for them. They're probably way funnier than Brendan right now, but they're never going to have the career that Brendan had, and he's retired. He's quick stand-up. Even if they continue now until the end of their lives, they're never going to match what Brendan did. Even
Powerful bunch.
Big up Salaziz.
Just cold plunge at 35 degrees at grind harder, bro.
Exactly. Someone used to start that, by the way. There used to be an influencer who used to come out and do that. Just grind hard. You know what? You know, every time the timeline explodes, when like a streamer or content creator says, "Oh, live streaming is harder than fucking a full-time job," right? The timeline just explodes and fucking people debating. Oh my god, fucking entitled, what you could disconnect from reality streamer. Fuck you. I hope there's some sort of like influencer that comes out that's like, bro, just try harder. Just work harder, bro. You're not working hard enough. Someone needs to push that message. I don't know who is going to be, but I would love to see that troll. Or somebody do it. Or no, not even troll. Someone being sincere and actually saying, yeah, you just try harder. You're not trying hard enough. You want this fucking Lambo? You want this fucking, Urus? You want this Tesla? Just try harder, bro. That would be so funny if that happened. Oh. Anyway, let's continue. Big up Retroactive. I recommend you check out his videos. He's fucking sick. I love Retroactive. Before we continue, actually, let's do a bit of podcast cringe. I did see a comedy enforcement there, but let's do a podcast. Let's do a podcast cringe. Then we do a comedy enforcement. Big up everyone in the stream chat who's tuning in too. I appreciate you. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, all that good shit down below. I'd appreciate you. And of course, we're trying to hit 500 members by the end of this 31-day stream. We're starting to counter again because I fucking missed a couple of days, so we're gonna start it again from day 1. Obviously today, and then day 2 obviously tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So if you want to be a member, click the link down below, all that good shit. Let's check this out. Everyone's turning on Joe Rogan and Tom Segura featuring BERT KREISCHER. Okay, cool. Let's play this out. Everyone's turning on Joe Rogan and Tom Segura. Let's play this out. I haven't seen this yet, by the way. So big up podcast cringe. Big up my hitter podcast cringe. Let's see what he's talking about here. Come on, load.
We all had dinner together after the UFC fight, and Bert is just throwing back martinis.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I definitely made the right choice.
Yeah.
I definitely made the right choice. Like,
I'm
watching him. He's slowly turning into a human grape in front of my eyes. He's red in his face. And then I talked to him, and he goes, I got all my blood work done. Perfect.
I saw somebody comment the other day on our
powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Roger Smith. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you.
Podcast, they go, the documentary about Bert's doctor who says blood work is perfect is going to be unbelievable.
It's a complete charlatan.
It's got to be, dude. It's got to be.
It's that time.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Bert's not going to take that well, is he? I don't think Bert's going to take that well because Bert really kind of like loves Rogan. And he also feels like he gets kind of railroaded and dunked on and piled on by his friends on pods. He's not going to take that too well. He's not going to take too well being mocked about his drinking like that, is he? He's not going to take it too well.
Time of year again when Tom Segura hits the JRE studios to kiss the ring and pay his dues to the King of Austin. And purely by coincidence, Tom's new show on Netflix just dropped, which they spent the first half an hour discussing, along with Tom's Hollywood aspirations. But I'll leave that for
Oh shit! By the way, that's what Bert looks like now, innit? That was a premiere for the show. God Almighty. I just read that's what he looks like right now, currently. Fucking hell. My jigger, bro. Like you can even tell Tom isn't as skinny as he was when he was first on Ozempic, right? Tom's kind of filled out a little bit. But you can tell they're like two different versions of fat. You know? You can tell like Tom's fat from just like eating, right? Maybe indulging in some snacks here and there. But you can tell Bert is like pure gluttony and like booze, more importantly. Can't you tell? Like both guys are kind of, bigger dudes. Tom just doesn't look as bad as Bert. Bert looks horrible. Like Bert looks truly, truly horrible. God damn it, bro. I like how Christina P and Bert's wife are probably around the same age, but Christina P's got more work done, but they looked about the same, don't they? That's one of the things about embracing just growing old, I think, or just maybe getting some light casual fucking work done, because I think Christina P gets a lot of Botox and other bits of work, but they look the same age. I wouldn't think Christina P is drastically younger than what you call it, Bert's wife at all. I think they both look around the same age. Personally, for me, age range at least. But yeah, Bert looks horrendous, man. Fucking hell, Bert Kreischer.
Patreon, where I'm working on a deep dive on Tom's latest show and how he's taking a break from comedy to focus on his Hollywood acting career. Yep, true story. Because on this episode, Tom Segura's forehead was working overtime.
Oh no, really? Am I dumb? Big up Jack Donahue Jr. I think I'm dumb then. I think I'm dumb.
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up, Young Vibes. Thank you for the membership. You're queen. Thank you for the membership. Big up, Young Vibes. What Jack Donahue Jr. say? Okay, so am I dumb? Leanne has got some work done. Leanne has had some bunch of work done. Okay, cool. So maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. I appreciate that clear up. Does she look like she got work done? Huh. Okay.
Just two straight bald comedians laughing at each other's jokes and huffing each other's farts in between sharing dieting tips and sleep hacks. At this point, these two have gone full fake guru. Clearly, they haven't been paying attention to the comment section because every time Tom goes on JRE these days, he gets absolutely roasted by Rogan's audience. But because Joe and Tom don't read the comments, they have absolutely no idea that everyone is turning on them. Damn, came to the comments to see if Tom had lived down the pause comment. You magnificent bastards just won't let it go, and I love it. I'm too poor to watch this episode. I'll wait to the next one. I need to enter in.
I love how the comments have become like a proper section in podcast videos because the content is so bad, right? I love it. Because the content he's reporting on is so terrible, you have to try and piece something together. Just read the comments. The comments are funnier than the actual comedians this guy's trying to report. Like, imagine the comments. Even that comment, even the first clip. I think Tom mentions the comment and Rogan's dying laughing. The comment that says, "Oh yeah, the documentary on Bert's doctor is going to be fucking legendary." The comments are funnier than the comedians across the board, across the fucking board. And there's no great example of it than fucking the Fire and the Kids subreddit. You know what I mean? That entire subreddit is better than Brian Callen and Brendan's entire existence of podcasting and doing stand-up combined.
Into a higher tax bracket before I watch this. Not the guy who splattered on the floor from trying a layup. Yay, we can listen to them talk about...
Oh my god, not the guy who splattered on the floor going for a layup. Yo, I love it. I love it.
About their diets for 2.5 hours. He not only broke his arm, he broke his funny bone. Oof. We unloaded trucks all day, but man, the work these comedy assassins put in, I can't even imagine. Gotta love two multi-millionaires telling everyone to get over it and stop complaining about your shit. I now know how everyone feels about Segura. I feel the same way. I loved when Cat Williams said Joe trying to push 6 comedians that ain't even funny. At least it's not Bert. Poor Bert, he can't stop catching strays, but I'm obviously here for it. Who am I kidding? As you can see though, nobody takes these guys seriously anymore, and the funniest part is they have absolutely no idea how far gone they are. I mean, this episode had everything. Car talk, watch talk, Tom's dietary updates, his workout routines from being on the road. Like, they legitimately spent most of the podcast talking about all the shit they have and how they love being rich because it allows them to pursue their passions, you know, like collecting art and drinking fine wine. Tom filled us in on his new Ferrari and gave us a tutorial on how to manage the heavy rear end of a Porsche 911. Make sure you don't lift off. You've got to commit to the corner, guys. So it was all the usual stuff we've come to expect from two Austin comedy assassins chilling in a lockdown studio under the guard of SEAL Team 6. But stick around because I'm going to come to all the cringy comedy talk towards the end. And don't worry, I'll give you an official cringe warning before we get there. Trust me, you're going to need it. However, as usual, our boy Bert Kreischer came up in conversation. As much as these guys complain that Bert is out of
yo, big up, grown baby golf. Appreciate. Thank you for becoming a member, bro.
Control and derails every conversation they have to talk about himself.
Is that another recent? Oh yeah, I got to play some Bert videos later. Cool. I got some Bert videos to play. I found some random Bert videos. I think he was doing some sort of like game challenge thing. So remind me, I have to play that later after as soon as we finish this video, we'll play those Bert videos. Big up, grown baby golf. Appreciate you.
They really do spend a lot of time talking about him. It's not just me. And what started as some light-hearted banter about how strong he is quickly turned into a conversation about how Bert is still alive.
Oh, this.
Big up Andy Ward. You can't spell diabolical without spelling Agostino. Boom, boom, boom.
This is the thing I wanted to tell you. So, some of the Bucks players came out, the offensive linemen. These are absolute beasts. 6'5", 6'6", 330, like just fucking giants. They're gorillas. So we have a beer stein holding contest. So it's
a powerful bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, big up Sardis.
Why would I listen to Tom Segura about diet and exercise? He looks like the bloated corpse of Brody Stevens. No one wants to look like that. Bert is just a lost cause. Good blood work though.
The mad thing is the refusal to acknowledge the Ozempic thing. Because the Tom Segura weight loss thing would have been impressive as well if he didn't hide the fact that he had a personal trainer traveling with him around the world who, I don't know, was maybe his lover or something. I don't know what's going on in their relationship behind the scenes. But the fucking the unwillingness to acknowledge the personal trainer and the Ozempic was fucking crazy. And he still didn't look that great, you know, which is kind of understandable because he's like a middle-aged guy. I get it, you know, whatever. How much work can you do in this type of things? Unless you end up looking at Rogan, which, you know, not everyone wants to look at Rogan, even though he thinks he looks jacked and ripped and shit. So yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's just funny. Big up Salzies.
He beat an all-pro.
He's been that's like, but come on, man.
But look at these.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but you still go like...
Those skinny guys can throw a baseball a lot faster than these dudes.
It's just crazy to me, though. Like,
not to me. He's used to holding beers.
Yeah.
He's used to holding drinks.
I couldn't do it. I tapped out. Like, my arm just gave out. And then...
Look at him. He's still smiling.
Oh, yeah.
He got nothing wrong. That's insane. He's got incredible genetics.
Yeah.
Like, if he wanted to be an athlete, he'd be an incredible athlete.
Yeah, I think so. If he was like super...
Yeah.
The funny thing is, as dumb as that sounds, you know what would be really funny about that? Bert would actually probably be a better athlete than Brendan if he actually did go into sports. Like, Brendan is that unathletic. If Bert got into athletics, he might be way better than him. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Bert dedicated to it? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just trapped in booze. But it's also made him very rich. So it's like, I don't know. I don't want him to change, but I do. I mean, I want him to be healthy. But like when we first started doing...
Rogan's conflicted because Rogan thinks his life is like the life that everyone wants to live, right? This kind of health obsessed thing he's got with the supplements, with the steroids, with the fucking stem cell things, whatever. He thinks everyone wants to live the way he wants to live. I think it's just a rich guy thing as well, right? There's kind of like immortality thing, right? I think most people that just run and live a regular life just want to, I don't know, maybe have a couple of holidays a year, maybe take their, you know, wives and fucking husbands or whatever out to fucking dinner and shit, be able to buy their kids gifts on Christmas and birthdays or whatnot. People don't really, I mean, I don't think regular people care about immortality more than fucking rich people do. Or even think about it in the slightest. So he probably thinks everyone's lived that way. But I think Bert, even though we don't like him, for Rogan, he's like a constant reminder of like what regular people are like. Regular people are like Bert. There's a lot of regular people, if they got rich, they'll just do what Bert did. What Bert, without the comedy. Just kind of indulge and just live this kind of like adult frat boy lifestyle. Which Rogan doesn't understand. Like, why are you doing this yourself? You know, like, but that's what like a regular person would do if they kind of lucked out and had like, you know, decent parents that made good money, and then lucked out in terms of their career, met Rogan and just kind of like coasted through life without really need to do anything. You can kind of just live like Bert, where you just don't really do anything. You just kind of drink yourself silly and, you know, live and exist. And Rogan just can't understand that. It just doesn't make any sense.
In Sober October, it was essentially just because we were worried Bert was going to die.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, he's still here.
I mean, the first one was the weight loss thing.
Blood works
you know?
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I like how casually Joe talks about how he started Sober October to help Bart stop drinking and lose weight, but forgets to mention how he cancelled it because Bert kept annoying the shit out of everyone. Let's just rewind for a second though, because that competition was complete bullshit.
I was gonna say, by the way, I haven't watched the video yet. I was just about to say, just gonna rewind that again because I heard myself. I was like, am I also kind of buying into this fucking podcasting? Like, why are these guys acting like just because they're successful in one thing, that it somehow translates to other things? Like, what evidence do we have that Bert could ever be a professional athlete? What is this good genetics thing about? Because he doesn't look like Wings of Redemption. I guess that's why, right? Because Bert isn't like 500 pounds. People just like, what is his profession like? I know he used to play baseball or something when he was younger or something like that, right? He can swing a baseball. Like, what? Like, what is this evidence that he can be a professional athlete? What is this evidence? I'm just questioning my own fucking conclusions. I'm questioning my own beliefs here because I think I just rabbited or parroted what they were basically saying. Sorry, I just sat there thinking, hold on, like, huh? What is holding a fucking beer keg or whatever it is, right? Whatever they're holding there with other what does that have to prove? What does that prove? What does that demonstrate? How does that transfer to professional sports? Why would this like overweight, middle-aged, literal functioning alcoholic be a professional athlete? What gives you that idea? It's one thing if he was a professional athlete once when he was younger, then he retired and got fat and alcoholic, but then he still got that, you know, when he gets on the ball or touches a basketball or throws a ball, you can still see that he's a professional athlete. That's one thing. But come on, let's be real. Bert would never be a professional athlete. That's why he's a stand-up comedian.
This is so typical of Bert. Clearly, he's bending his elbow to hold up the glass while everyone else has a straight arm. How many times has Bert done this where he'll claim he can do something like the splits and then do his own version of it, you know, like half push-ups or something, and then completely ignore the fact that he cheated and then spends the next 6 months bragging about it. Kind of like how Brendan Shaw pretended there was a controversy brewing over how much he could bench and posted multiple videos doing half reps of 225, even though he's clearly strong as fuck and can easily lift it. But after years of enduring Bert's claims that he has perfect blood work, Tom and Joe finally realized how ridiculous he sounds and admitted that somebody's probably lying to him.
We all had dinner together after the UFC fight, and Bert is...
It does go to prove though just how destructive the medical industry is in America. That's how the medical industry is, right, in America. Like, think about it. Because Bert does probably have a legit doctor that's telling him he's got perfect blood work. Unless he is just lucky and he has perfect blood work despite looking the way he does. But there's probably a doctor out there who's like, I want to keep this guy as a client. I know if I give him the cold hard truth and I talk to him like that doctor in fucking My 500 Pound Life, right? You know, that kind of famous, like, short, I think he's Middle Eastern dude who's kind of really curt or really like rude, or maybe he's Indian, I'm not sure where he's from actually, please forgive me, but he's really rude to the fat people in the show and kind of gives them a lot of home truths. He knows if he does that to Bert, Bert's never going to come back, so he has to tell him what he wants to hear, you know, but then probably still give him medication to kind of help. Oh no, don't worry, you got perfect blood work, but then he still gives him blood pressure medication. That doesn't make no sense, does it? If you got perfect blood work, why are you taking blood pressure medication? So the doctor's saying one thing, but he's doing another thing by giving him medication.
Just throwing back martinis.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I definitely made the right choice.
Yeah.
I definitely made the right choice.
He
Like,
can-
I'm watching him. He's slowly turning into a human grape in front of my eyes. He's red in his face.
He can knock him down, dude. He can really knock him down.
Bro, he found out we were leaving, so he ordered 2 more to down on the way out the door. He just downed 2 more teas. I'll have 2 more.
I'm not gonna lie. As much as Bert is a functioning alcoholic and I hate it, I also hate when you're out with people and they start doing this. They start judging, because he probably was judging Bert with his eyes. Bert just was just, I'm oblivious to it because he's drinking too much. I hate people that you go out with them and they start like trying to control how much you're drinking, start to like call you out on something like, or like try and dumb down your fun and say, bro, are we out drinking or not? Like, are we going to have some fun or not? Like, why are you trying to police the group? Especially when you got a person in the group who's already a bit of a liability anyway. Let them do what they're gonna do. Just pick up the pieces at the end. That's what being a friend is, isn't it? I don't know. I don't understand this. I don't get like you know him long enough. This guy ain't gonna change with eyes and glares, you know? I don't know. It's strange. Big up Asad Aziz. No, read the room. Don't be the only. No, I agree. I don't think he was the only drunk guy though. I don't think Bert was the only drunk guy. Let's be true. Let's be real. If they went out for a meal after a UFC event, most likely they were all drinking at the UFC event. Most likely they were drinking at the fucking meal afterwards. Steaks and fucking red wine and shit. Bert just did too much. He wasn't the only guy drinking in the room. Let's be real. He wasn't the only guy drinking in the room. I refuse to believe that. Those comedians didn't go to fucking UFC sober, or they didn't leave there sober. Oh, come on. They definitely were drinking. That's the problem I have. I don't have a problem with people calling you out if you're in a room full of other people that aren't drunk and you're the only one drunk. Fair. But I definitely think everyone else was drinking. He just was drinking too much, and they said something like, "I'm sorry, you can't. Just enjoy the fucking pain of it."
Like, just down these martinis on the way out the door. I'm like, this is fucking preposterous.
It's preposterous.
And then I talked to him, and he goes, I got all my blood work done. Perfect.
I saw somebody comment the other day on our podcast. They go, the documentary about Bert's doctor, who says blood work is perfect, is going to be unbelievable.
I don't think there's a single comedian that's made Rogan laugh at that than a fucking comment. The comments that Rogan doesn't read, the comments that Rogan thinks he's better than, right? The civilians out there who don't get comedy, the regular folks who just don't understand what a comic's mind is like, somehow made Rogan belly laugh with his eyes closed, probably close to crying. No other comedian's done it to him, but a comment. The ones that he doesn't regard, the one he doesn't really rate too much. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting.
It's a complete charlatan.
It's gotta be, dude. It's gotta be.
Dirty lab coat with a mouse in his pocket. Like some
It's
crazy
gonna be
guy.
Complete lunatic who's like, you're great.
Oh my God, that's
So
so
funny.
funny.
Bert would have been absolutely fuming when he saw that clip from Tom's appearance on JRE. You just know he got off the couch and started pacing around the house, yelling at everyone, kicking the dog, looking for the paperwork that shows he's got perfect blood work so he can bring it up for the 100th time on Two Bears. The irony is Bert goes to Rogan's buddy's clinic called Ways to Well for all of his health and wellness needs. So I don't know what Joe's laughing about. He's the one who sends all his friends down there and promotes it on his podcast all the time. And how many times have we heard Bert list all the medication he's on? The whole idea that he's in perfect health while taking blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes medications, as well as hormone therapy and stem cell injections, is just crazy to me. Just to prove my point that Bert's full of shit, on this week.
Yo, big up. Yeah, big up on these. Proud to say I've never cried on camera as a man. I think you should never do that as a man, personally. I think you should never ever do that. And if you do, I instantly respect you less. I instantly respect you if you cry on camera. I instantly think less of you as a man. Instantly. I can't even look at you the same way. I would go as far as saying that, but I'm a bit extreme as well, because I think in my life, this is hand on heart, honestly, which probably explains a lot about my temperament and probably the issues that I may or may not have undiagnosed. I honestly think I've probably cried 5 times in my entire life. Hand on heart, 5 times. 5. Kind of wild. But then it also means later in life, when something tragic happens, I'm probably going to have the craziest breakdown. So I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I know it's coming. You know, something mad's going to happen. I'll get like a dog, you know, or something, and it will die, and then I'll be in a state, you know, I'm sure. But I think I've cried 5 times in my life. 5 times. But I'm not carrying on. Like, honestly, please, if you're a man, stand up.
Week's episode of Two Bears, One Cave, Bert threw a tantrum at the nurse because he refused to have his blood pressure taken in front of a live audience before getting an IV.
Hey, can I get an IV? Oh my God, look at how quick she comes.
Holy.
Yo, big up Young Old Vibes. Did your parents beat you when you cried? When you cried? Yep, they beat you more when you cried. Not when they beat you when you cried. You got beat more the more you cried. Big up African parents. Lovely upbringing. Big up mom and dad. Love you loads.
Holy shit. Hey, can I get a up? Why didn't we? Oh no, you keep just the IV from you, please. And it's just amazing. And I got to keep it going for all the Bucks. They showed up. The Bucks came out.
God almighty, look at his face. Obviously, he's out in the sun as well, but the color of his face matches his hat. He's turning beetroot burgundy. Beetroot red, burgundy red. Look at that. His face literally matches his hat. God almighty.
But let's break down that do not take my blood pressure. Just give me.
Yeah, big up Booth McGee. Dogs dying is the worst. Big up JU for life. Lost mine last year. RIP to your dog, man. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why I don't want to have a dog or a cat. I know I'm that kind of guy because I'm so fucking tightly wound up about emotions like that in general. I know if I was to get a dog or a cat and that dog or cat passed away, like I know me because I'm just, you know what I mean? Like it'd be bad. Like I'm not, I mean, like I'll be in mourning for a while, and I've seen people who like pets, you know, who are really into, who have pets since they're young, who've had loads of pets since they're young, cry, get really sad about that sort of shit. So I don't even try and go down that way because I know if I'll get instantly attached and I'll just be like, yeah, well, like anybody does with a pet, innit? But yeah, you know how it is. RIP to all the pet owners out there, or all the pets for pet owners, you know, whatever. You can tell I haven't had a pet before how I speak.
Me a goddamn IV. I do not want that. Or just give me the IV. Or don't. But do not take my blood pressure.
How bad would your blood pressure be?
I do not take my blood pressure. Listen, I normally get 2 bags. I'll be fine with 1 bag. Just do not take my blood pressure. What's his blood pressure right now?
So you didn't want to take the blood pressure. Okay, see? Okay, so I think Tom, what he's saying is right, because what's I say? I'm talking too fast here. I think what Tom was saying was maybe wrong. Maybe the doctor that Bert says keeps telling him his blood work is perfect doesn't exist and he's lying. Maybe the truth is nobody tells him his blood work is good. That's why he doesn't want to do the blood work live on camera like this. You know, he's good to do IVs, but he doesn't want to do blood work. He doesn't want to take his blood pressure or anything. He doesn't want anybody getting in his business and calling him out for how unhealthy he is. So he just kind of keeps that to himself. So maybe that's what we're seeing here.
Is still thinking, or does it register he's dead inside?
What are you talking about?
You're so frustrating. Your blood pressure is always perfect.
Well, it might not be. I don't know. What?
140 over 70?
Yeah.
It's not great. If you're going to take my blood pressure, I don't need an IV.
Stop.
No, I'm not getting one.
Why?
No, I'm not. There's 7,000 people here. I'm not getting my blood pressure
And
taken
guess what?
in front of
All 7,000
nope,
want you to get your blood pressure.
Nope.
Stop.
Nope. Game's over. I'm not playing.
Stop.
Game's over. Nope. It's my arm, and I hold him tight. Nori, get up here. Nori, come here. Nori's a black
here.
man. You don't go to the
No
doctor. Come
way.
here.
Yeah, Bert's clearly not in good health. If he's taking blood pressure meds to keep it down,
and he literally put his arms in as well. He was like panicking. I'm not doing this because he knows the videos on YouTube. He knows the videos are going to overdrive. If he was on camera with what his actual blood pressure is, the videos are going to overdrive. He knows. The comments will not leave him alone after that. He'd be self-conscious about that shit.
and he's still too afraid to do a reading, then you know something's not right. But by far the best part of that episode was when Jason Kelsey called him out for bagging people who get red faces from drinking. This episode of Two Bears was an absolute train wreck, but seeing Bart get roasted for being a hypocrite made it all worth it.
What race is the best drinkers? White?
Irish.
Or Latinos?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Latinos in the building?
No offense. No offense. Just observation. Jason Kelsey, right? That's his name. Just Jason Kelsey, whatever his name is. Pardon me. And this guy, these are not small guys. These are not small guys, right? And also, Tom is not a small guy. But look how small these guys look compared to Bert. And then also look at how small Nori, who's also a fat guy, looks compared to Bert on camera. So imagine what these guys look like in person. Somehow Bert looks fucking massive compared to those guys. Maybe it's the angle, I don't know, but it's like, wow. Bert looks fatter than Nori, and Nori's not a slim dude. He's also somebody that likes to indulge in drinking shit on his show, Drink Champs. But yeah, Bert still looks bigger. Bert must be... And I think Jason just look at his stomach as well here as well, like, Jesus Christ. That could have been me if I didn't play fucking football.
Or Latinos.
Look at that. Look at that. God damn.
Oh,
Latinos in the building?
Here's the thing. Latinos are the most fun. Whites are the most terrifying. So it's kind of what kind of vibe you want to go for.
let's eliminate who are the worst drinkers.
It's
And that's
Asians.
The Asians.
Yeah, it's Asians.
Are the worst. They get red. They're allergic to alcohol.
They get red. Look at... Oh, I love somebody called him out. They get red. Look at your fucking face. Imagine your hat.
Yeah, it's Asians.
Are the worst. They get red. They're allergic to alcohol. Native Americans, Asians.
You say this is the reddest face I've ever seen.
And y'all was in unison. You know this?
Bert's got some Indo-European, half Asian blood going on there.
This is a fact, dude.
You did get red.
And first of all, thank you for bringing...
I don't think Bert's taking that too well. I'm not going to lie. The camera's not panning onto him, but I don't think Bert is laughing the way he probably wants to laugh. That's hurting his feelings. Because he wants to, like, you know, suck up to these athletes. He wants to be their friends. He wants them to think that he's one of them, you know, athletic. You just look at, like, what? Huh? You're mocking the Asians and you look like that. You're mocking the Asians and their supposed intolerance to alcohol and you look the way you do.
This up.
Wow, I'm surprised Bert sat there and took that like a champ. I guess he really didn't have a choice. Seeing Tom Segura squashed up against the end of that couch next to Jason Kelsey really put things into perspective. He needs to go and kill Tony ASAP to put Hinchcliffe back in his clown box. But let's get back to Joe and Tom because the cringe was thick in this one. It was only a matter of time before Joe realized that he's not as healthy as he thinks he is.
Yo, big up Salaziz. Why is not reading it? Bert has this weird build where his arms are short and he sits on the side boob fat, so it gives a weird chicken look to him. No, let's read that again. Bert has this weird build where his arms are short and sit on his side boob fat. So it gives this weird chicken wing look to them. If he gets larger, he'll go full rotisserie chicken. That's actually a good point. He does have quite a weird build, isn't it? Like, he kind of, yeah, you're right. Kind of like stands, yeah, it's a bit like, it's a weird, like, yeah, right. It's kind of like a weird build. Plus the stomach, it's all over the place. Yeah, that might explain it. And how he's sitting as well with his legs crossed and shit and all lumpy dumpy.
He is. And don't get me wrong, I'm not bagging these guys for being unhealthy. It's the hypocrisy of their constant rambling about their diets and...
Yeah, big up Brian. I just saw your message as well in the stream chat. Yo, that's incredibly on point. If Bert, I'm assuming, was healthy, he wouldn't be taking those medications, or he wouldn't need them. Exactly. If his blood work was so good, you wouldn't be on medication in general. So your blood work isn't good. Even if the doctor is telling you it is, which I guess it's in the best interest of that doctor because he's getting paid every visit that Bert does. But yeah.
How hard they train, the cold plunges and saunas, all the sacrifices they make, while they drink every day and smoke cigars all the time, while popping nicotine pouches, and God knows what else they put into their mouths. At least Rogan finally realized it was all getting out of control. Well, at least for a couple of days.
What is that, Rogue?
Yeah.
I kind of quit those, but I'll have one.
I fucking love these.
I thought I was going to have a hard time. I quit them over the weekend.
Really?
I did nothing. I was like, this is easy. I think I'm lucky. Yeah. I don't think I get physically addicted to stuff that way.
That's great.
Yeah, it was super easy.
I feel like I have some of that where I'm not that.
It's super easy. Yeah, it is easy to get to probably break addiction when you go with the money. I love it. Just do it. You can do it too. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, regular person who's struggling to keep things, you know, whatever going. Just do it. It's not that hard. Just do it. Just do it.
Physically addicted to.
But dude, I have friends that have like anything gets them. Like I had a guy who came over here to do a podcast, and he saw that someone had sent us some kratom stuff that I wound up throwing out. I was like, I don't want like this anyway.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't take that. I can't get off of it. Get that kratom away from me.
I know someone
got a
is
real problem with it. I'm like, really?
Yeah, people get physically addicted. Like I didn't really realize that was a thing, but
I think it's just different genetics.
It totally
You
is.
know, like look at Bert. A normal person who drinks as much as him would be dead.
Yeah.
You'd have like real liver problems,
Yeah.
and he doesn't have any problems.
He's in the gym and.
I don't know if that's like a thing to brag about though, or to be proud of. You know, maybe it's all maybe how would you actually explain that? Would be probably that alcohol unfortunately kills you way slower than other things, isn't it? Most likely. And Bert also probably benefits from the fact that he doesn't drive a lot by himself. Like all that sort of stuff helps, isn't it? When you're rich as a king, you fly around everywhere, private jets, you probably get driven a bunch of places. So you're not going to be behind the wheel drunk most of the time, you'd imagine. You're also not working a regular job, so your brain isn't really that isn't preoccupied about those type of things. You're not working in a stressful environment like that either, which is not causing you to kind of go to the drink more. You're kind of drinking more out of enjoyment than just like depression or whatever necessity, that type of thing. Self-indulgence, whatever it may be. So all that, you know, that might be the thing. But I'd imagine just more so the fact of like alcohol just takes longer to kill you than anything else. There's probably a lot of people out there that have jobs that are also alcoholics like that, because I can think of myself and working in certain places. Like I can think now day to day, I don't drink as much as I did when I was working in a corporate job or working in an office. In an office, I think some of you guys can say the truth or can admit this too, or co-sign this. Like I think in most offices I worked in, from Wednesday people start getting on it in terms of beers. From Wednesday people are, oh fucking hell, do you want to go out for a drink? Do you want to go out for a drink? Everyone's like kind of in that mood. Then God forbid it gets to fucking Friday, then you guys get really fucking crazy. So in normal working environments, there are people who are drinking, you know, Monday to Friday, sometimes with their lunch every time. Then they have some drinks at home to kind of, you know, decompress. So there's a lot of people out there that are drinking a lot every day functionally, you know. So I don't think the Bert thing is that crazy. I don't think he's that crazy of a drinker, just maybe compared to those guys. But I think there's regular people that do that. But I don't think it's all something to brag about, you know.
In the morning, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
I hate to break it to you guys, but Bert definitely has some shit going on that he either doesn't know about or that he's clearly hiding from.
Yeah, I think big up Salaziz, he's overweight, he has diabetic, blood pressure and sleep apnea. Exactly. I think they're just saying that, I guess in their defense, they're like, oh, if he's not dead, then it's better. No, it's better. If he's not dead and he's alive, then that's a great thing. But I don't think that's still like a life worth living. Like Bert's what, 50 something, and he has to sleep on a sleep apnea machine or something. It's like, come on, bro. Like you're only 50, you're only or whatever 40, whatever he is. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. Look at the crowd though. Look at the crowd. They look happy to be there. And there's also something very irresponsible about promoting running, like being into like 5Ks and all that sort of stuff, but also promoting drinking. I don't know about that. The beer mile thing I think is a kind of a fun concept, but this idea, this I don't know. Or am I the only person that thinks that? Also, this is hella tacky as well, by the way. This ticket advertisement for Bert Kreischer permission to party for, like, come on, man. Come on now. Come on.
From everyone, because he'll be forced to quit drinking for good if it comes out. But do you guys...
Yeah. Big up Josie. Look at him. He's affecting his liver, which is affecting his heart. He's red and bloated always, and that's not good. Yeah, like I said, I guess in their defense, they're just saying because he's not dead, it's a good, like, he's winning, I guess. Which is a weird way to kind of put those type of things in there. He's not dead, so it's a win. It's like, I guess, if living like that is a win, I guess.
guys remember when Brendan Schaub used to promote Kratom on his podcast, and then when I exposed him for illegally promoting an addictive product, he all of a sudden stopped promoting it and started telling everyone how bad it is for you? It was around the same time Philip Morris International tried to silence me for uncovering the Zinspiracy. Man, that takes me back. What a bunch of fucking redacts. We're heading deep into cringe territory now though, guys, so if you're new here, this is going to test your appetite for A-grade podcast slop. It's a dish I serve to my regulars to keep them fit and strong. Kind of like an ice bath, but for us, pause. After talking about Bert's genetic superiority and his ability to withstand toxins unlike any human in history, Joe and Tom unbuckled their belts and unzipped their pants so they could flop out their privilege and let it dangle for everyone to see. It was only a matter of time before Tom descended into his figure it the fuck out talk that we've become all too familiar with. These guys are so far gone and detached from reality that they don't realize how ridiculous they sound. They've basically become NPC millionaires who speak in empty platitudes and forgot what it's like out here in the real world. As usual, though, it gets worse. Much, much worse.
So it's like, you just got to deal with the cards you dealt. Like, why don't I have 4 aces? Well, you don't.
You don't.
So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You going to just sit here and complain about everything or what?
You got
spoken like a true rich man.
to figure it out. Yeah.
Figure it out, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, figure it out.
Yeah. There's really not enough of
There's
that.
not. There's
because you really it's like you don't gain anything by doing the like, how come I don't get this? It's like, how come I'm not 6'6"? I don't know. I'm not.
Just
right? You're just
deal
not.
with it.
Yeah, you got to just deal with it.
You remember that documentary?
I like how they're equating the 6'6" thing with all the money in the world. Like, I love it. I love it. When I think most people aren't there bemoaning about the 6'6" thing. I think most people are just bemoaning the fact that they're not able to just keep the lights on in their house. They're not able to fucking eat what they want. They're not able to go where they want. You know, they're not able to buy themselves some new clothes or whatever else it may be. I don't think they are that concerned about not being 6'6" because these guys aren't 6'6", right? Rogan's like barely 5 foot and he talks with a big chest. So I love that they have no concept, no idea why some people, especially comedians actually, could be living in a world where they're bemoaning the fact that they don't have Netflix specials when these super unfunny comedians have like many Netflix specials, you know? Many Netflix specials, and they're probably going to get their contracts renewed again and again and again, despite their comedy being absolutely crazy. But I don't know. I guess there's no balance in it. I guess that it's hard to be balanced and nuanced on this conversation and this type of shit. Because when they made it to now, it's so far away, so maybe you just forget about where you came from. Maybe you forget it, you forget the context, you forget the time, you just forget some details and you just kind of think about the here and now. But it's just, and it's a hard conversation to even say because, you know, the need to have effort and to put, you know, hard work, all that sort of stuff is important in a lot of things. People don't really want to have that conversation and hear that because there's a lot of people out there in the world who have kind of got a lot out of life without really being hardworking. So when you do the whole hard work thing, it's like, there's a lot of people out there that also don't work hard but get a lot out of life, you know? So it's like, how important is it really? You know, some people can get away with it, some people can't. Those of us that can't get away with it try and still don't get anywhere. So it's like, because there's plenty of people out there that are working hard who can't figure it out. Plenty. I'd imagine there's plenty of people who are working 2 jobs, doing whatever they can, but still can't figure it out. So what about those people, you know? But just keeping the stand-up comedy world, like there's probably people out there that probably have 40 years of experience in stand-up and can't get a fucking, you know, maybe their stand-up special on fucking YouTube doesn't get 10,000 views, let alone get a fucking special on fucking Netflix, you know? Strange conversation to have. Who knows?
The Secret, that stupid documentary.
Oh yeah.
Like all you have to do is like think about things and you can make them happen.
Yeah.
Not really. That's bullshit. But it's a part of it. It's a part of making things happen. There's physical limitations to the human frame. There's physical limitations for your particular human frame.
Yeah.
You know, you can't get taller. You can't. You can lose weight,
Mhm.
but you can't really do much other than that.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of people that just think about their problems all the time.
It's an obsession, and what it does is it carries you through time without having to deal with the problem because you just talk about the problem.
Right.
That's a big one.
Do you know how many people who live in Guatemala in a dirt-floored shack would love your problems?
Yeah.
You know, like your problems are not that big a problem if you're living in America.
Well, you
have your health.
You need that perspective change from people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right, guys. If you're struggling to pay your rent and you have to choose between eating meat or heating your apartment in the winter, you just need to change your perspective. Look at the bright side. At least you're not living in abject poverty in a third world country. Stop being so fucking ungrateful. Seriously, you people. But who knew that Joe Rogan could do such an accurate impression of himself? We've seen him bomb with his Obama impression, and that time he tried to switch between a New York Jew and a mafia boss, man, that was cringe. But when it comes to imitating himself, he gets it absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
Thank God that's not how we make a living.
Thank God. Dude, if the UFC was around when I was competing, I 100% would have done it. And then imagine how dumb I would be now at 57 years old. Oh, I'd be a mess. Oh, hey, you look good. You losing weight? You losing weight? He goes, what are you doing? He goes, you dieting?
Good.
You know, my brain would be like a 4-cylinder.
Is that what dumb people sound like to Rogan? Like, what? That's his impression of a dumb person. Okay.
Engine like all f***ed up. I think I got the right amount of brain damage.
Yeah, you've said that to me before.
I think so. I think there's just a certain amount that you get that makes you just a little reckless. Just
Yeah.
a little crazy.
Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch.
Yeah.
Of course you'd say that, innit? Of course Rogan would say that. He wouldn't say he got the brain damage that makes him a bit redacted and, you know, maybe more leaning into conspiracy theories and being wedded to his ideas and shit. No. He got the right amount of fucking brain damage that made him wild and wild. What do you even say that's wild? Like, what is this wild shit? Where is this wild guy? Is the wild guy in the room right now?
Got just a touch of brain damage that allows me to be. I enjoy risks.
Yeah,
like I like them. They're fun.
Me too.
Two multi-millionaires sitting.
Man with all the money in the world enjoys taking risks. More news at 10.
In their ivory tower with a full security detail, completely cut off from the real world, telling us how much they love taking risks. You seriously could not make this shit up. Just remember, by the time Rogan kicks the bucket, he more than likely will be a billionaire. And that's not a coincidence. It's not because of luck or circumstance, it's just because of his mindset. You see, being rich is a state of mind. You're either born with it or you're not. You're either a player or a spectator. And if you're anything like Tom and Joe, you didn't have a choice. You were destined to be your own boss.
Yes.
You know what's funny? I've seen some videos, right? I think it's a guy, I've seen some videos. Big up Hard Knocks TV. I think it's like Hard Knocks Lifestyle, Hard Knocks whatever. Some guy who goes to like rich areas and randomly will interview people getting out of their cars. Most of the times it's like not scripted, but it's like, you know, they kind of agreed to it beforehand. But sometimes you interview people right on the spot. And I swear to God, when he interviews those guys who are like older dudes who are like shopping in Beverly Hills and shit, getting out of their Lambos or whatnot, I swear most of those guys, I've seen clips of them where they mention luck more than these podcast comedians. Those guys will say, "Yep, I made a lot of money, lost a lot of money, but I got lucky. Fortunate to have parents that kind of bankrolled me. Got this investment, this timing, this, that, and the other, but just kept going." Most of those guys will say that, right? But just kept going, kept determined. Didn't let myself kind of get, be discouraged because one business went down. But obviously was fortunate because I had friends I can, lean on. I had fucking parents that could help me, get back on my feet, all this sort of stuff. I swear I've heard those guys mention that more than comedians do. These rich comedians won't ever mention that. But actual like businessmen who like have made money in stocks and shit and property and all that sort of stuff will actually admit, yeah, man, luck, fortune, all this sort of stuff, timing played a big fucking role in my success. Definitely. So if I say to people out there, give them advice, hey, don't be too hard on yourself sometimes, because sometimes it's just timing, but just keep going type of thing. These guys is like, nah, it's just hard work, man. I just really, really worked hard. It's like, really, brother? Really, though? Is that all it was? Just hard work?
I think if you take this career path, you enjoy risk.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also, you don't have any choices.
Yeah.
Like, my thought was when I was first started, I was like, I can't work. I can't.
I just think I would get bored of hearing, because I know exactly what he's going to say. I at some point in my life, and even now, with just doing streams and pods, you know, from here and whenever I do them, just listen to myself. I get bored of listening to myself. Like, and I'm a nobody. I get bored of repeating the same things, just to hear myself speak. It's really impressive how Rogan has no ability. But I think that is also maybe a part of why he's successful. Not ever getting bored of the sound of your own voice. Like, being impressed by the things that you say all the time. Like, oh, he can't wait to talk about this stuff again. Like, oh my God, working. What's he doing? That roofing thing. He's going to mention being a security guard and shit. It's like, for one summer, he did construction and he was a fucking security guard. That's like, brother, like, let's move the fucking, let's just change the fucking record. Like, come on. It's just like, God damn it.
Do it, but I know I can do things, but
Yeah.
I can't show up and do a job all
Yeah.
day for the rest of my life. I don't have that in me. I'm allergic to it. The problem is, like, I developed not having people tell me.
Must be nice, isn't it? Must be nice. A lot of us are allergic to working, but we just work because we have to, innit? Like, I don't know. I love that. I love that. That's one of the that's one of my best things I love about self-help guru guys. This idea that everyone can be an entrepreneur. I love that side of things. That's the one thing I love. Like, everyone has like a side hustle. It's like, does everyone have a side hustle? Does everyone even want to have a side hustle? Does everyone want to be their own boss? I don't think so. I don't think you've actually no, everyone that says that, I don't think has actually worked at a workplace. There's plenty of people who work in places, whether it's fucking a restaurant, a fucking office, a clothing store, who actually like what they're doing.
Powerful bunch.
But these guys don't get it.
These podcasters sounding like rappers from the hood Lamau. Can't work me no 9 to 5. Rogan sounding like Lil Baby.
Exactly. Fast money all the way. Fast money all the way. I can't be driving no fucking shit thing. Or those rappers that say, yeah, I told myself when I get my first car will be a Ferrari. It's like, okay, cool. Congratulations. Your first car's a Ferrari. Great flex, bro. Some of us have to get a fucking Prius just to get to and from work. Or some 20-year-old car just to get from, you know what I mean? It's just needs must. We don't have the luxury to trap and then wait until we get paid and to buy the first car to flex on the gram. But yeah, I love how these guys always talk about this sort of shit. It's fucking, I just know the subject matter off by heart, you know?
What to do. So
Yeah.
I can't listen.
I think every comic has that thing too.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I can't have a boss. I think if I hadn't done this, I definitely think I would have started my own business of some kind. You know what I mean? I've been an entrepreneur of some kind.
Yeah, you would have had to.
Yeah.
But that's, how many people don't?
Now we're at the age too where you can look back on 25 years of people you know.
Oh my God.
Who are like miserable.
Oh my God. People that are in hell.
Yeah, in hell.
In hell. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're
killing it.
Holy shit, these guys are so far gone, it's almost unbelievable. Do they not realize that they're
that little killing it was so cringe and like, I don't know. Killing it. Come on, Rogan. Have some like self-respect restraint a little bit. It's like, God damn.
entire fucking audience work for a living. They're sitting there bragging about their watches, cars, fancy diets, and expensive health routines, all off the back of their fans. And in the next breath, they shit on people who work for a living. Not all people who work for a living are miserable. I mean, fuck. Exactly. What are we doing here, B? That's some crazy delusion right there. I seriously thought Tom learned his lesson after his airport meltdown, but his little publicity tour over the last 18 months was clearly all just an act. It's like he gets empowered by being in Rogan's presence and reveals his true character. But all that bullshit aside, an episode of JRE with Tom Segura wouldn't be complete without some comedy brain talk. This is the real cringe, in my opinion. This is the art of stand-up comedy, brought to you by Tom and Joe.
I'll still do like what I do, which is like go into your club or book some club weekends, which are kind of like low, stress kind of things where you go like, hey, I'm just going to go work out.
Yeah.
So I'll try to keep the muscle fresh, but I won't book like a tour.
It's good to take breaks.
It is, right?
I'll tell you that. I took a big sort of a break. I've just been doing the club. It's great having no pressure. So, like, I just talk about what I want to talk about, and I write about what I want to write about instead of going, I got to put an hour together because I have a tour in 3 months.
Right.
Like, I have to make sure this hour's tight. I have to...
You just kind of take your time.
I can't wait to see what this material sounds like, by the way. Just keep this in mind. Keep what Rogan's saying about what he's working on now in mind for when his next Netflix special comes out. I know it's going to be a long time, until it does. Maybe another 2 years or whatever. But just keep in mind how he's talking about his material right now, and then remember it remember what he said now when you watch his new material. You're gonna be like surprised. It's gonna be nothing like, because the way he talks about his stand up is very different to what you hear, because his stand up is garbaggio, but the way he talks about it is completely different.
Time with it.
As I've gotten older, I've thought much more about stand up, and there's a lot of stand-up is kind of like unspoken. I think a lot of it is hypnosis.
Really?
Yeah, there's a weird thing going on.
Dude, I also have this thing recently, because I'm on tour right now. I realized that, like, man, it's funny how I could be like tired, and being tired, I go on stage in a different mindset. And all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, that was a way better set. Like, I had the right amount of tired. Not tired where I can't think.
But more relaxed.
Yeah.
Bro, what happened to just be...
The mind of a stand-up comedian, man. The mind of a stand-up comedian. Bro, I was like, I did this thing where, like, I think regular working people do it, where, like, I was tired. I didn't want to do the work. I wasn't really into it that day. But I just did it anyway, right? And it was actually quite good. So, okay. Some of us working people do it every single day, So working people hate going to work every day, and you just turn up. You just do your work, You don't, but you don't get a pat on the back. You don't get a chance to fucking suck yourself off. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. But I love how, I think he's going to mention it, there isn't really a mention of being funny in these conversations. It's always about the process and about the methodology, right, that goes into this sort of stuff, the working practice and stuff. But there's very little comments, very little information being given out about their desire to be funny, to put on a show for the fans. Like, I want to really surprise the fans. I want to really work. I'm working on this really fun. I'm just trying to make the funniest shit I can make. Trying to talk about the funniest topics I can talk about, or talk about the most unfunniest things, but try and make them funny. I'm trying to challenge myself to push to be. You don't hear people say that. These comedians, you don't hear them mention I'm trying to be funny as much as you hear them talk about how much time they spent writing. And then you see the stuff, and you're like, I thought you said you were doing sets and reps. Is this what we're looking at?
Being fucking funny. Now we've got Tom telling us that he's got to reach the optimal amount of tiredness to hit the perfect set. But after hearing Joe's hypnosis take, his stand-up makes more sense to me now.
That's diabolical, isn't it? That is diabolical. That pose, that fucking pose is diabolical, isn't it, really? Like, there's not, that meme that people say about, this so-and-so artist or band has no music in their catalog that would warrant this type of response or this type of action. I think same thing goes for Rogan. There's not a single joke in Rogan's arsenal of jokes that should ever elicit this type of a stance, response, or kind of action. Nothing. Like nothing.
He's humping the stool to hypnotize us into a state of euphoria where we're completely under his control. That's why whenever you watch his comedy specials, you're never laughing, but the live audience is. That's because when he scrunches his face up and yells at the top of his voice, he's hypnotizing them. That's the level of comedy genius we're talking about here. Straight up assassins. And speaking of assassins, if you want to see my detailed breakdown...
Cool. Big up Podcast Cringe. Absolute legend. Let's give him a little like here. I enjoyed that. That was really fucking good. Big up Blood Clot Podcast Cringe. Cool. Let's quickly move on. Let's go to Tfatk subreddit before we continue. I quickly want to see what I've missed out on here, and then we go on to Tfatk watch along. What have I missed out on here? What have I missed out? Follow me. Missed out anything crazy here? Oh really? Okay, Chin saying goodbye. Okay, wow. Okay, let's check this out. Chin saying goodbye to the Tfatk boy dental suite. What's this about? This is not a vlog though, isn't it, right? This is just a clip. Let's see this quickly before we continue.
I'm pretty sure none of you know, or most of you don't know, that I actually designed Thick Boy Studios, the layout at least. Of course.
Okay. All right, brother. Relax. Relax. This guy acted like he designed a whole apartment block or something. All right, let's relax, man. Let's relax. Let's relax.
I had Brendan's blessings on everything I did, like all the walls I wanted to get knocked down. And
Brendan's blessings? Don't you work as a producer? Oh, let me get on the full screen so you can see this. Brendan's blessing? Aren't you a producer? Wouldn't he technically be dumb if he told you no to designing or redecorating or, you know, whatever, furnishing Thick Boy Studios if you're going to do it for free? Or he's not going to have to pay you any more money? Why wouldn't he let you do it? Blessing, you know? This fucking guy. Blessing. Of course he let you do it. Like, why wouldn't he? This is
the walls I wanted to be built up for all the studios. But he was cool enough to let me handle pretty much everything. Even from the flooring, to the carpets, to the lights, to the Ethernet ports, power outlets, all that stuff. Anyways, it's just hitting me hard now because after all that, I mean, check out the studio. It's so badass. But after all that stuff that we did, it's gone.
One thing that's the studio is a waste of space. If Chin was responsible for making that big open space in the middle, having all the studios around, which makes common sense to do it that way, right? Around the fucking big open space in the middle. And then also having a middle section where you can kind of, you know, it can be modular with using, you know, curtains and shit to kind of make that area look like the fucking Calabasas Fight Club thing. By the way, the TV is kind of far from the screen. The chairs, is it me or is the table a bit far from the screen here? It's a bit far, isn't it? I thought they'd make it a bit closer. It makes it like they're kind of far away from it. You can still see, obviously, but I don't know why they have it so far away. But regardless, it's a bit of a waste of space because the network never really took off. Really, they don't really use the other rooms. Really, like even fucking Chin show that he does. What's it called? After Hours pod he does with these other podcast producer friends on the show. They don't even host it in another room. It's hosted in the same room they do Golden Hour in, you know? So they don't even use the rooms for what they're meant to be used for, which is more podcasts and stuff. They're mostly used as like de facto office spaces for the guys to edit and shit in. So it's kind of a bit of a waste of a space, to be honest, really. It hasn't really been used to its full capability.
On now. I mean, we're out of here in like 2 weeks. So it's just kind of hitting me hard. I'll make a YouTube video about the design stuff that I did with all the drawings and stuff at some point. But yeah, it's kind of sad. All right, talk to you later.
Chin just realizing now that he's leaving the office, it's only hitting him now. It's like, is that like a lack of emotional intelligence, maturity or stuff that he's only realizing now how they leave? Like, bro, haven't they been planning this leave for ages? Why didn't it hit you then before? Why is it only hitting you now? Also, Why is he going out of his way to mention this design thing? Is he trying to like advertise himself? Is he trying to remind the guys subtly, subconsciously that he is more important? Like, is he trying to flex? Which is a weird flex, by the way, because he's acting as if like Brendan gave him a biggest. Like, of course, Brendan would let you do it because you're doing it for free. You don't have to pay anyone. Of course, he'll let you do it. It makes complete sense why he let you do it. Just, I don't know. Interesting. So really looking forward to that vlog, by the way, when that does eventually happen. Also interesting to see that Chin's the only one in these videos, right? So I guess Brendan does not do any of this stuff. Like whenever we see these videos of him trying to break down the office or move stuff around, there's no Brendan, there's no Brian around. Chin's basically doing all the heavy lifting. Those guys just turn up when the stuff's been already moved. They're not gonna do any of the fucking pack down, I guess, or whatever. They're not gonna do any of the moving, I'd imagine. Everything's going to be done by Chin and the other producers. You won't see Brendan or Brian in any of the clips until they arrive at the new studio. Kind of fucked up, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. If they love it, I love it. Let's continue. What have I missed here since the other day? Sorry, apologies. Imagine being this rich in the mid-90s. BAPA is definitely a trust fund baby.
He said something really interesting. This guy raises his hand and goes, can you talk to me about passive income? Like I was wondering, and he goes, what do you mean? He said, passive income, like I just want to make enough money so I can just hang out on a beach and be making money. And he goes, Gary Vee goes, is that a serious question? And the guy goes, yeah. He was from Sweden or something.
God almighty, man. Despise Chappelle Lacey, man. Probably a nice dude. Everyone says he's a nice guy. You know, I'm assuming. I'm not going to say he probably is. I don't know the fucking guy. But that human laugh track thing, man. That constantly, like, there's nothing on this show that was that funny that would elicit a fucking laugh every time someone says something. Like, oh yeah, I know they were paying you and stuff. I know he's trying to look after his fucking nut and shit. I get it, but there's got to be better ways to earn your living than sitting there and laughing uncontrollably or giggling every time Brendan and Brian say something. Like, and the optics of it as well, it's just gross, man. This very, very, very dark-skinned black man just sitting there like gobbling these white guys, like just like, ugh. The optics are just like, ugh. Let's have some self-respect. Let's have some pride, bro. Let's have a little bit of pride, a little bit of self-respect. Come on. He's not there anymore, so it doesn't fucking matter. But fucking hell.
Yeah. And he goes, well, that doesn't fucking exist. Unless you own crazy amounts of buildings, I guess, and you're collecting rent.
That is an odd
even
question.
that sucks anyway.
I mean, you can though. Like if you have enough properties, like I remember when I was young, my dad has all these properties, and it was a learning lesson for me because we were on the beach, and he goes, "You know what the difference? Granted, I'm 14, and he goes, "You know what the difference between me and you is?" I go, "What?" He goes, "I'm making money right now." I'm 14, so just trying to. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my driver license, dude. I'm excited about that. Money? I was like, oh, no doubt. Yeah,
just trying to get through 8th grade.
Like, this explains the tiger treatment. I'm not gonna lie. That's funny, and that actually seems like a true story because it sounds like it hurt him. That explains the tiger treatment. Now it makes sense. I think he's treating Tiger the way he treats Tiger with baseball because of how Brendan's dad treated him. Because I'm assuming Brendan's probably been dumb from when he was a kid. Like he kind of came across quite dumb. I think if you're Peter Schaub and you're this highly accomplished guy who's successful in a very particular field, and which, you know, you'd imagine if you're a computer, you know, if you study computer science back then or whatever, you're probably quite intelligent, or you know stuff about software, or you're a programmer, whatever, developer from back then especially, you probably reckon you're probably quite intelligent or, you know, whatever, successful. And it's probably easy to tell, or you would tell very quickly that your kid ain't the same as you. So there's probably a lot of contempt, right? A lot of hard parenting when it comes to Brendan. So that might explain why Brendan kind of takes it on his kid the same way, because he was raised in a household where his dad constantly reminded him, you know, that he was kind of dumb and not, you know, and didn't live up to his expectations or standards at all. Oops, continue.
Man, you're definitely doing better than me, man.
And then you know, he doesn't like how that made him feel when he was 14, but then he goes on and tells his kid that's 9 years old, if he doesn't pitch or if he doesn't hit out this fucking fat kid, then he should rethink his whole life. Bro, he's 9, you know? and the fact just because the kid's fat doesn't mean he's not athletic or good at what he does. It's like he's a kid. He's also 9. You know, it's like what? Come on. But hey, I guess hurt people, innit? Scroll up. Famous comedian Fred Stoller calls Brendan Schaub mentally challenged moron. Let's see this one.
Tony Hinchcliffe, don't get me started. Well, Brandon Schaub is too easy. I mean, the guy is almost like
what's that? Stay relevant on social media. Proposal for bore agent. Podcast call would buy another ring. Like buy another ring. Hilarious. Yo, big up, Grown Baby Golf. Yeah, 100 people in the chat, only 30 likes. Yep, if you could help me out with the likes, that'd be much appreciated. Big up, Grown Baby Golf for the little shout out there. Appreciate you. If you're enjoying the show, if you're not enjoying the show, just dislike, do something. Do something, man. Hit subscribers or join the stream chat. Hang out with us.
something mentally challenged moron. Well, I shouldn't say that, but he's not a real comedian. It's just, you know, yeah.
I'm with Neil Brennan on this, man. Fuck it, I'm with Neil Brennan. I'm in the camp of Neil Brennan. From that famous clip that NJ Ranger was featured in. I'm with Neil Brennan. Fuck all stand-up comedians until they're funny. There is no ragging on Brendan stand-up if you're not willing to rag on everybody else's. Everyone's terrible. They're all terrible. There's a very small minority of comedians that are good, but most of them are Brendan Schaub level. Brendan Schaub just exposed it. I think that might be even the reason why a lot of them were so angry. He exposed the fact that they're all terrible. You know, he was bad. He's still bad, I'm assuming. If he got started again, I'm sure Brendan will still be terrible. But they are just as bad. Some of these guys are worse because they've been doing things the right way, doing open mics, going on the road, triple runs, all this sort of shit, getting passed at certain stores, becoming regulars. They've done things how you meant to do it, and they still are terrible. So Brendan slander is fine, but you just got to call out the other people too, because they're equally as shit, in my personal opinion. But hey, what do I know? SCHAUBZILLA Part 2, Part 3, Section A. Let's check this out. What's this about? Years ago, on the night of the transformative accident at the Chrome Technique.
Not to blow my horn, but I know what's going on. You go where you know that the elk are going to be in the area. Based on this vision that I had, high on DMT, I saw an infinite number of those. I saw one hovering here, and then in every direction out from him, there was an infinite number of those, and they were all hovering and vibrating around me. They're the geometric patterns made out of love and understanding. There's a bunch of other shit that's around us all the time that's just not here, and we don't have access to it. And when you do DMT, whomp, you go into that other place. Hallucinogenic effect that's so profound that it literally is like a transcendent experience and changes your life. When they're in the rut, which is when you hunt, that's when it's legal, which means they're mating and breeding and smashing heads together and shit. Then you hear them scream at each other. They are definitely ready to be killed then. Little do they know. Then you got to figure out how to sneak in on them.
I got so thick in the pandemic, I decided to go on a keto diet. 8 weeks goes by, your boy hasn't touched a fucking tortilla. Nothing.
But they can't help themselves. They're competing with all these other males, so they're always like screaming at each other and smashing heads.
I see it, I eat it.
Holy fuck, man!
I'd like to get my peepers on this now. Now I'm hungry, so I'm gonna get my beak wet. Ooh, I don't like that. I like how you took a sip of water. Oh.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck is that?
I C-clamped him so fucking hard. I don't like the way he took a sip of water. And then the bear came back during her funeral and stomped out the corpus. I'm not done. Daddy's not done. Stomp. The elephant one death, then attacks her corpse at a funeral. This is a special kind of elephant.
It's hard because it's almost like you have to inceptionize it.
BGO cameo.
Yeah, you have to like plant this idea in his head that makes him think it's his own idea to be less of an asshole, you know, and interrupt people less. Because if the moment somebody else is telling him what to do, he doesn't like it.
Oh yeah. Far up in the mountains, he witnessed something obscene. Self-mutilation by a monster he can breathe.
The amount of effort that's gone into this just just for shits and giggles is so fucking crazy. It's so funny. The amount of effort people go into just diss Brendan and just mock him is just, it'll never not be funny to me. Honestly, it'll never not be funny. The commitment, the dedication, the creativity, the humor that goes into reminding the world that Brendan is not funny and a douchebag is hilarious.
Right now you're retreat. Pinwheel those tiny feet. Down slopes you go at a breakneck speed. Let nothing your escape impede. Like a bobcat on the prowl, the tables have turned. Got to spurn something foul. Chromotech nuclear has burned down to the ground. Dig through the wreckage to retrieve what can be found. Whatever can be found.
Anybody that had anything personal against me because of my association with Brent, I get it. Do you think I'm a douche just because of Schaub? Guys love to do this, like, no, I'm trying to get like you, or like, oh, no, you're buff, like, but you're bigger than me. It's like, I don't give a fuck, you know. That's your narrative, baby.
This is bad. This is really, really bad.
He knows that we're the only ones who know who he is, P.
Yeah, we should probably go into hiding. He might want to kill us.
This is a prom, B.
I need a drink. They don't pay me enough for this shit. I was supposed to go camping this weekend. Now I hurt my neck, my back.
We're not just dealing with a shitty janitor here. It's
That's really good. SCHAUBZILLA 2 Part 3 Section A. Can't wait for the next series. Cannot wait for the next series. Big up Petro. Is it Petro or is it or is it Peter of Sky Dude? Or is it Petrov Sky Dude? Whatever it is, I appreciate you. Let's continue. After Hours is going well. That's them doing the weight loss challenge, I guess. Some sort of Sober October thing going on there at the After Hour pod. Cool. Will not watch. That fish with the teeth, I'm not going to check that out because I hate it. Can confirm Theo does not want that. What's this? Oh yeah, Theo got confronted, didn't it? Yeah. Some drunk guy tried to harass Theo at the bar, at the club, whatever. Let's see this. Some drunk guy tried to step to Theo and Theo got handsy. Theo got a bit handsy.
Jason, drop this fucking phone.
According to people, I've read online, that guy was allegedly bothering Theo all night. So I get it. But I don't know, man. I gotta be a little bit, you gotta be a bit careful putting your hands on people. Unless you actually want to fight, you know? I don't know. Maybe Theo does want, he did a bit of jiu-jitsu, so maybe he doesn't mind looking, you know, he can look after himself and he probably is alright. But you gotta be careful. He's a bit of a, just move away, I don't know. Get the security guards to fucking escort him out. You're famous enough, I'm sure they'll listen to you. Get security to kind of chuck him out or some shit or whatever. But I would be, you know, grabbing somebody by the neck like that, you want to fight, you know? You want to fight, grabbing somebody by the neck like that. Getting smushed the way he did, or getting grabbed up by the throat, and also holding balloons the whole entire time is hilarious. But you can tell the dude is clearly fucked, isn't it? He's clearly off his head. He's clearly a bit high, a bit drunk or whatever, going through it, which must be awful if you're Theo and you're recently sober, or you've been sober for a while, whatever, and you go to a bar to, I don't know, hang out some chicks, call some chicks, whatever, and random drunk fans are coming up to you all night. That's got to be hell. That's got to be one of the hellish experiences. But yeah, nice. Big up Theo. I'm sure when Brendan sees this, he's going to start talking about how he'd kill somebody. You know what I mean? I want to see Brendan's response when Brendan sees that post. He's gonna definitely use an opportunity to kind of like, you know, sneak this. Oh yeah, Papa liked quick. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Papa, yeah. Brendan, of course, is in there, in the likes. Of course, he's in there. Brendan's definitely in the likes of that one. Of course, he's in the likes of that one. Brendan would love to do this to a fan. Brendan would love nothing more than to see Unique at a bar somewhere and grab him up by his neck. Brendan would love it. I'm sure Unique would love it. Big up Unique, but I'm sure Brendan would. Cool. We done that. Then we can move on to Tfatk. I think there's Tfatk clips here, isn't it? Right? Cool. Let's move on. Maybe is there Tfatk clips here? No. Okay. Cool. We want to Tfatk. Let's talk about this one quickly. What's Malik? There's a Malik clip here, right? Malik isn't homeless cat. Still a beast of a guy. What's Malik talking about? Was he on Community? Malik was on Community. What are you talking about there?
Thank you for the $2. Malik is a beast of a guy. Never met him.
I'm gonna just take that as disrespect. Hey,
no,
bro,
nigga, that was a compliment.
Oh, okay. I don't
Bro, why you?
Hey, bro, I don't know,
What
bro.
was the exact compliment?
Yeah, what was
It
exact?
said Malik is a beast of a guy. Never
Like,
met him.
Meaning I'm a beast of what some. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all good.
Well,
It's
now
all
that I'm
good.
reading it, it could go either way.
Yeah,
It's all good. Let's keep
it's
going.
all good, bro.
If somebody say you're a beast of a guy.
What would you? How would you respond to that?
Just take the first half. Like, hey, Malik, you a beast.
Never met him. Okay, all right.
Like, would you take that as a negative thing if somebody called you a beast?
Like Malik is a beast of a guy.
Yeah,
It's all good. Now we thinking too much into it.
let's just
though.
go to the next
let's
one.
go.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, bro. Is he a bit? What's wrong with him? Is he a bit highly strung? Is he just trying to like show off and match the energy of the other two guys because he thinks because they're street dudes, they're gonna be impressed with him being aggro, like, or is he just like what? What kind of response was that? Or maybe he just doesn't get the chauvinism, maybe? That could be it. Odd guy, Malik, isn't it? Odd guy. He still landed on his feet, don't get me wrong, so good credit to him. He landed on his feet and he's doing very well post Tfatk, but he didn't really handle that Tfatk separation well. He didn't really make the most of it, as he probably could have. He tried to fucking, you know, blackmail the fans into fucking subscribing to his YouTube so he could expose some deets or whatever happened. He didn't reach the goal he wanted, and then he just ended up kind of going away. But yeah, he didn't really kind of like handle that too well, which is strange again. But you know, whatever. Malik B's out here. Do your thing, brother, I guess. Piece of a guy. Never met him. Is now insult worthy of disrespect. So, I think it's actually a form of affection, actually, Malik B. But hey. Papa has a type.
How about the Asian chick with small titties?
Where?
Keep going. Right there.
Bro, we have to blur this out.
Yeah.
Compared to the other fun bags on there?
Yeah, that's her pregnant boobs. So
Yeah, what are we talking about? That's, my tits are bigger.
Guys, you guys are a disgrace.
I'm gonna have to
Okay? You're a disgrace. Go to the other one.
Damn, Chin. Keep the glasses on. I never thought I'd say this, but keep the glasses on. I never thought I'd say this about somebody that wears glasses, but keep the glasses on, Chin Chin. Damn, son. Damn. I think the Chin are actually like his Superman thing. Actually, I think he actually looks better with the glasses on than off. I'm not gonna lie. I think Chin actually looks better with the glasses on. Please keep them on. Yeesh. He's talking about himself.
You're gonna be like, oh, here comes Schaub.
Oh, dude. Oh no, when your kid's having a bad game and he's fucking up, it's so embarrassing.
Oh, really?
You don't think everybody's like you know, they're probably not be like, oh man, the shit they're probably saying.
Jesus Christ, Brendan. Your kid's embarrassing because he's what? Like what? Why would you ever be embarrassed about your kid playing badly? Like, why would that be concern? Are they not having fun? Are they not contributing to the team effort and shit? Like, why would they be like? Honestly, the way his brain works, man. Those kids don't stand a fucking chance. They'll be alright anyway. You know how kids like that usually figure it out, even if they do have sometimes shitty parents when they grow up. But it's just unfortunate, isn't it, the way his brain thinks about certain things.
Yeah, but these like
come on, TV, please, dude. I need this for me.
Yeah, some dads and they could be terrible.
Oh, bro,
they could be terrible.
Oh man,
you know what I mean? It's just crazy how. And then the ref wanted to fight. You know, I was like, this is crazy.
Dude,
I'm never coming back here
again.
again.
Had to call a timeout and was like, everyone needs to chill. This is rec. Everyone chill the fuck out.
Hold on. Didn't he start that thing by saying that you get embarrassed when your kid plays badly? But now here you are acting as a peacemaker, telling him the lies are crazy. It's like he forgets what he says, isn't it? It's like he forgets what he says. He just said before that when his kid plays badly, it's embarrassing. You think every parent's looking at and judging you, which is, you'd imagine, his way of saying that he takes the sport way too seriously and takes his kids being into those sports way too seriously. But then later on down the line says, oh yeah, I had to stop a fight during one game directly because I had to get in the middle and split the fucking warring tribes that fucking Moses did the Red Sea, to kind of do that. It's like, come on, brother, come on.
Yeah,
like you're not helping the kids out.
Yeah,
I'll call the dads out though. Like this one dad kept yelling at his son who's on our team. Yeah. Throw the ball harder. I went, but let me talk. You think he's not trying to throw hard?
Right.
What are you doing, dude? You're putting more stress on him.
Yeah.
Like, let me.
Did he just say his kid doesn't get to eat if he doesn't play well? Didn't he just say he would rip into his kid if he let some fat kid take him out or some shit? Like, oh yeah.
Let him do his thing, dude.
And then what did the guy say?
He's like, oh, you right, man. 2 plays later, throw it hard.
Right,
like, all right, fuck it.
Well,
yeah.
There should be a Netflix doc on baseball dads.
That's
it's
funny.
Wild.
I know.
Wild shit.
Well,
you're the one.
Really, dude?
Of course not.
But T knows if he's a big, chunky, slow kid, and he gets a hit off you. Oh,
in other words,
we got work to do.
If he's big chunky kid, his bat speed's going to be a little slower. So let's
Everything's
throw
slow.
it down the pipe.
Oh, light is and also from the silence go light his ass up, and then T just looks at me.
You'll say that from the.
Oh yeah.
Oh, baseball's no joke, huh? I mean,
No.
Light his ass up.
Oh yeah. I get pretty hardcore.
You're kind of a baseball dad, huh?
Oh, to the fullest.
Oh.
Interesting, dude. Interesting, dude. Anyway, just full of shit, full of contradictions. Caddy and the Kid looks like the competition. Hilarious. Caddy and the Kid. Is that a Barstool Sports thing? With Michael Collins and Ken Griffey Jr. Bucket list golf trips. Caddy and the Kid. Hilarious. Just a blue collar guy. Dry fossil gas. Yeah. It's a lack of embarrassment, isn't it? That's the thing that's really impressive about Brendan. The lack of shame and embarrassment he feels with everything he does is one of the most impressive things about him, which is probably another reason why he's successful too. Having no shame is one of the key ingredients of being successful. I'm sure of it. Because what is that pose? What is that face? What is this new persona? Like, what is all of this? What's going on here? What's that t-shirt? Who's the woman on it? Like, what is going on right now? What is this? What is this new character? There's no microphones now. It's all fucking snapbacks, trucker hats, t-shirts, and everything else connected with cars. Maybe custom fucking wristband or some shit. That's just QB Tech on it, one of those type of things. But yeah, Dry Fossil, guys, this is a new competition for the new giveaway. Win this fully custom, 2024 TRX final edition 8.2 liter supercharged V8 Hellcat. By the way, imagine a regular working class or just a regular person winning this and not giving it away, or not trying to sell it at least. Because what the fuck is a regular person doing with an 8.2 liter pickup truck? Like, where you like what? Do you know how much gas you have to put into that shit to him keep it running? Like, what? 8.2 liter? God damn, bro. But we know a regular person ain't gonna win this. It'll be someone connected to. It wouldn't be surprising if like they move to Austin, Texas, and the person that wins it suddenly appears in Austin, Texas. Suddenly some actor or somebody that appears there that wins that money. but it's not one that, you know, anybody else kind of knows. I guess that's what the main thing will be there. But big up Brendan anyway. Continuing on to a couple more. Then we go Tfatk. Cool. All gas, no throttle. That's hilarious. Cool. Let's go to Tfatk then. Let's go to Tfatk. But yeah, everybody tuning in, appreciate all of you. Smash the like button, hit subscribe if you haven't already. Smash the like, hit subscribe if you haven't already. Let's see what these motherfuckers are talking about.
Is insane. It has over $50,000.
By the way, that's Tfatk episode number 1088. TV episode number 1088 now opens up with a TRX giveaway fucking ad at the beginning, because I guess he's not getting enough giveaway entries, so he's probably just desperate for them to come in. But unfortunately, you know,
in upgrades, and whoever wins gets $10,000 in cash. It is a completely custom, fully loaded 2024 TRX Final Edition, over 800 horsepower. We got all the big boys on board. You got Toyo tires, Fiberworks custom carbon fiber fenders, Willwood big brake upgrade kit, Kibby Tech, King shocks, real truck, Joker.
Wait, the truck guy. Why are you struggling to pronounce things about a truck that you allegedly helped to build and shit? Come on, bro.
Performance, lock off-road wheels. This thing is loaded, could all be yours. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win. Good luck.
I wonder if these businesses are also a way to get money from BAPA. I wonder if one of the kind of sticking points with Brenda's dad is like, or one of the things, the conditions of getting money from him is that you got to show that you're like doing something, you know, you're hustling, you're trying, and then he just takes the, oh yeah, he's got an LLC as like proof he's got a company, and goes from there, you know. Maybe that might be the case. That could be the case.
This is really the fighter and the kid.
Come on, man.
Yeah, big up Ason. Somebody said that Brendan makes money on this sort of thing because he's not actually fixing the trucks and shit, or he's not really involved in anything else apart from driving it on the day of release and to the person, whatever. Because if I'm not mistaken, they were saying that Brendan might just be like a sponsor, like an ambassador for the giveaway people. So giveaway people do the same things to other celebrities, but then they just sponsor you. They give you an ad to kind of read and do, and then go from there, basically. But yeah, he's not making any money on it because the fucking merch, it doesn't sell that well. I'm sure of it anyway, based on how fucking ugly it looks. Let's actually check out the merch now, actually. Quickly check out the merch. Oops, bear with me again. What is it? Is it dry fast or gas, right? I think it's dry fast. There you go. Let's see what the merch looks like now. But last time I checked, the merch is pretty terrible. So he's not making money on the merch. He's definitely making money, just maybe, possibly. This is fronted by somebody else, and they pay him to be the, you know, the influencer, host, whatever, promoter for the particular thing. But let's actually check the shop. Let's see what's available. Let's do new releases, and let's see what kind of scrumptious stuff they got for you to purchase so you can enter the raffle. Yep, there you go. You got the. How can that be on sale? They've got the TRX truck that's been given away T-shirt with the same graphic on it, and it's going on sale. Is this shop just permanently on sale? I'm guessing it's the same. Yeah, it's the same truck. Same truck Brendan's given away is now in the back of a T-shirt. Do you just wear other people's cars on your back and shit? Is that a common thing? I've never once done that, to be fair. Just wore like a random fucking player's shirt, you know? It's like, what? It's a bit much all that shit for me, but hey, what do I know? Let's see, what else is available? The shop being grayed out, we're already on that. The EIP's already there as well. Cool, loads of pop-ups for the fucking pickup truck as per usual. Love to see that. Alright, cool. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Let's quickly go back. Let's go Tfatk again.
What's up, pal?
How are you, buddy? Missed you.
I know, man. Missed
We're almost
missed Monday.
The move to Austin is going to be complete.
Almost there, dude.
Almost
there.
Almost.
Baby there. And Joe go full time next week.
Yep. Got an empty house, huh?
Dude, I'm wearing the same shoes, pants. My wife packed up everything. I have like 4 shirts. So if you see me wearing the same shit over and over, that's why. Yep. I have 2 pairs of underwear. I have to wash.
Crunch time.
It's crunch time. Stress time. Stress time.
Yeah. Gotta get those cars out there. Get that fleet of cars.
Press X to doubt of him washing his pants or underwear. Press huge X to doubt.
out there. And then
Not cheap either to move everything.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too bad to move the cars.
Oh, so he did move the cars. So I guess he put all of these cars on a truck or something and moved them over. Wild boy. Wonder how much that cost.
Because I have some buddies in the space, but my dumb ass to put
buddies in the space. I love how he's acting like he's this storied, well-established flipping, car guy. That's what he's basically trying to say, which is fucking hilarious.
Add extra pressure. I'm like, well, I have close friends out here in the car space. I'm like, well, I got to wrap my excursion. I've always wanted it wrapped. I'm leaving. I got to get done now.
Oh, it's very important to get it done now.
You have to get done now.
Wrap your excursion.
Have to. Have to.
Because if you don't wrap your excursion, it's undrivable.
Yeah, dude, I love.
And what would you? Just real quick.
Red.
Of course, red.
And then my TRX. I'm like, I need the custom interior. My boys at SOS. I'm never gonna see him again.
Gotta have that.
So you have it done.
I love how Brian's like basically mocking him, but Brendan's so fucking self-absorbed. He doesn't see it as a fucking this, not until the actual thing comes out, Crazy.
They're in San Diego, so I had a guy drive it there yesterday.
Well, these are priorities. You got the interior.
If I'm not dealing with enough, and then I went, I need it back by next Wednesday, which is super fast.
That's very fast.
And they went, oh, wow.
We have a whole shop, sir.
Yes.
There's a whole queue.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I get home, my wife's like, what's wrong with you? Like, you already have a million things going on. I'm like, I got problems.
You have problems.
I freaked out. I was like, I'm never going to see these guys again. I got to get this done now.
Yeah, you start to freak out.
Yep. Because when I get Texas, I don't know people.
Yeah.
Out here, I got to unlock.
You got to unlock, but you don't know people. That I understand.
So I got all stressed and made some wild choices.
Yeah.
Wild choices. The house is so empty. Kids have their scooters, and they're just scooting around the house like it's a goddamn racetrack because there's no furniture, nothing.
You're gonna
all day.
Yeah, you're going to.
Billy's going on the side.
You're gonna acclimate to Texas so fast.
I was born for it.
Well, yeah, you're not gonna look back. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Rogan says. He goes, I give it 3 months, and you're gonna go, I can't believe I didn't do this sooner.
Yeah. There's no.
I said, I hope you're right. He goes, I am.
Yeah.
He was in cars. All the car stuff. He's like, bud.
So Rogan will talk to Brendan via text, but will refuse to have him on the show, on the podcast by himself, just to have a one-on-one. Does mostly fight companions and shit. If there was a way to say, someone doesn't fuck with you, that's the fucking way. Just keeping your arm's distance when you were like one of their close confidants at one point. Yeesh.
Yeah.
He was waiting to introduce people.
You're moving to the mecca of all of it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's another guy in the neighborhood with a dope Hummer. So that's the day I get there, I'm gonna drive on over and make a friend.
Bam, bam.
Howdy, partner.
Hey, bud.
Is that a Hummer?
I'm in the process of asking
check this
my
one out.
neighbors if it's okay if my friend Shane land his helicopter in our cul-de-sac.
What a flex.
Hey,
quick question. I'm Brian. I'm new here. You're the LA guy, right? And there's nothing more Hollywood. Quick, I just want to run something by you. My friend has a helicopter. Do you mind if we use your...
Is it playing? What happened to... Why isn't it playing?
But
literally what I'm going to
land.
do. It's so bad. Just the cul-de-sac. Can my friend land?
I hope he goes, can you get like a ladder and like parachute down?
Yeah.
Is there any way you could just kind of... We don't want it on the property. Can you just kind of come down?
I can't. It's been awkward, but I've already started the process. How you doing? Hey, question.
I know we don't know. You want some deviled eggs? Real quick. Friend has a helicopter.
Here's a pie.
What a weird thing.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing. But my buddy is like, why are you taking the car? I'll just pick you up.
No, I get it. We've talked about investing in a helicopter.
I mean, yeah.
Once you told me that.
Now, it's a little bit more expensive than a thought. We looked at those helicopters. Problem is...
They need some work.
Yeah.
It's like in an old classic car. And you're like, man, it looks good. And he's like...
See, it needs an overhaul. You get 2,200 hours.
So I was getting a drink there. Just going back to that comment about cul-de-sac. Just going back to that comment about he said about what did he say? Someone went to had a plane, a helicopter in his cul-de-sac. Just going back to that 1 minute. What's that?
Is there any way you could just kind of? We don't.
One sec.
Quick. Hey,
Take
quick
me.
question. I'm Brian. I'm new here. Introduce people.
You're moving to the mecca of all of it.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's another guy in the neighborhood with a dope Hummer. So that's the day I get there, I'm gonna drive on over and make a friend. Bam, bam. Howdy, partner.
Hey, bud.
Is that a Hummer?
I'm in the process of
check this one out.
Didn't Brendan say he hates people that do that? Didn't Brendan say he hates people that do that sort of thing? Regular car guys, by the way. He hates people that he tried to shot, like, I guess mocking people and stuff and, doing his whole thing. But didn't he say he doesn't like when people come up to him and start talking about cars? When they probably know more than him anyway, but they're trying to they're trying to have just a friendly chat about cars and, someone maybe they look up to and they're like, he doesn't like it. He kind of mocks people that do that. Then now he wants to go deter people. Hilarious.
If it's okay if my friend Shane land his helicopter in our cul-de-sac.
What a flex.
Hey,
quick question. I'm Brian. I'm new.
By the way, most people who get accused of rape don't even probably live in a cul-de-sac anymore, or know anybody that has a plane or a helicopter they can land in their cul-de-sac. Most people don't. Most people, when they get accused of rape, their life gets ruined. But old Rinksy over here didn't miss a fucking beat.
Here, you're the LA guy, right? And there's nothing more Hollywood. Quick, I just want to run somebody. My friend has a helicopter. Do you mind if we use your
That's
front
literally
lawn
what I'm
to
gonna
land?
do. It's so bad. Just the cul-de-sac. Can my friend land?
I hope he goes, can you get like a ladder and parachute down?
Yeah.
Is there any way you could just kind of, we don't want it on the property. Can you just kind of come down?
There's nothing worse than Brendan trying to be funny. Nothing worse when he tries to be funny.
It's been awkward, but I've already started the process. How you doing? Hey, question.
I know we don't know. You want some deviled eggs? Real quick. Friend has a helicopter.
Here's a pie.
What a weird thing.
Yeah, it's a very weird thing. But my buddy is like, why are you taking the car? I'll just pick you up.
No, I get it. We've talked about investing in a helicopter.
I mean, yeah.
Once you told me that.
Now, it's a little bit more expensive than a thought. We looked at those helicopters.
Wow, man. What a relatable blue-collar, working-class podcaster that Brendan is, isn't it, right? Working-class podcaster, working-class comedian, blue-collar. Disgusting buying a helicopter. I love it. Just what every working class guy does, right? Every blue collar guy does. That's what he's doing. Discussing helicopter buys. New helicopter purchases, sorry.
Is
they need some work.
Yeah.
It's like in an old classic car. And you're like, man, it looks good. And he's like,
see, it needs an overhaul. You get 2,200 hours on a helicopter, then you need an overhaul. Now, I didn't know what an overhaul meant. They got to take it all apart and everything. That'll be $400,000
for them to do like a tune, like make sure
that's to get another 2,200 hours.
Brendan's thinking to himself, that doesn't sound like too much. That's why there's that pause. Brendan's thinking to himself, that doesn't sound like too much. I paid more than that to get my trucks modded. That's what he's thinking. I pay more than that to get my trucks modded. That's all right. No appreciation of money or value of it whatsoever. Just that sounds actually cheap.
Hours.
Well, helicopters,
now what you want to do is you want to buy
different level, dude.
Yeah, you want to buy a helicopter with 1,000 hours left before the overhaul, and that'll cost you $350,000. Yeah. Now you want a brand new one. Yeah, a small one. The Robinson's going to cost you. That's going to cost you $750,000.
And it's always going to be more.
Yeah.
Like when everyone said, this thing's only $100,000.
Yeah. And I don't have.
Oh, it's like when I get a car, like I can't leave it. It's like in my head, I'm like, oh, it's only fucking $70,000, dude. You got this.
Yeah.
And then $30,000 upgrade mods and
sure. Yeah. And
plus, you're getting ripped off. I'd imagine. Mechanics and garages and whatever car shops in general, they're probably ripping people off anyway. It's just a standard practice in the industry because they're a very specialized skill. You need them, so they're always going to rip you off or overcharge you. Let's say, if they can. You imagine Brendan. He must be a fucking garage's dream, because he thinks he knows a lot. He wants to kind of flex his money as well and be like, yeah, money's not object type of guy. So they're going to indulge him. They're going to probably placate him and whatever else it may be to get him to spend more money on things he probably doesn't need to spend on. And he has this thing about wanting to always have the best, new, everything fresh. Parts always have to be fucking new, never secondhand. So you can just imagine the amount of money they must get from Brendan. Invoice from Brendan all the time. Crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
And then Lex will be like, "What the fuck, dude?
But that's what I want. That's a beautiful chopper right there. It's a lot of fun, but yeah.
I just don't want to die in a chopper. I just don't want to die in a chopper, dude.
Scary.
It's a bad way to go. Bad way. Dude, how about
hilarious.
Powerful bunch.
Martinez.
I sold auto parts for years. Brenda is the dream.
Oh yeah, cool. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, nice. I knew it. Big up Martinez. I knew it. I had a feeling people in garages actually would prefer Brendan, who thinks he knows a lot, than maybe someone that actually doesn't know a lot. Do you know what I mean? Just that kind of person, you can definitely, have some fun times extracting money from them.
How about our boy, the Liver King?
Oh, new dog. Whose dog is that? I guess that's Brian's dog, right? Is that Brian's dog or is that Sanaz's dog? Whose dog is that? Anybody know? Whose dog is that? Is that Brian's dog or is that Sanaz's dog? I know Brian's got one of these type of dogs, isn't it, right?
You know, you guys know I love him. Oh, he's on PDs. Shut up. Whatever.
Makes
Still
$100 million a year.
great guy.
with that
But you know,
I love it. Of course, because he lies, isn't it? Of course, Brendan loves him because he lies. The whole thing about Liver King was that he sold that whole thing as if he was eating the things that he was saying, and that's how he looked the way he looked. Wasn't that the whole claim? That was the whole claim. That's why his whole house of cards came tumbling down. That's why he got exposed as being a liar and shit. Not just sure if he still makes money now. I don't really check his content, but I don't know. It's pretty deplorable, that, isn't it? No, selling yourself as being the fucking Liver King, selling yourself as you're eating all this raw meat. That's why you look the way you do. But then you look the way you do because of steroids, and then you deny it, and then you get exposed. It's kind of fucked up, isn't it? But Brendan would obviously like him because he is a pathological liar himself.
listen, that stuff, whatever.
Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, really good dude.
Yeah.
We've had him.
He really is
here.
a good guy. He is a very good guy.
So Joanna goes, "Hey, let's watch the Liver King doc on Netflix." I go, "Okay, let me see the trailer though, just see what it's about, see if they get into the nitty gritty." And look who shows up: the old Rinks and Big Brown.
Let's see. This is good. Let's see. I've not.
This is the trailer.
Yeah, he did. Is he okay? How's he doing right now?
Balling.
Okay.
Balling, still swole. Great, two great kids and a wife, like balling.
Good.
Now I know his company took a hit because it came out.
Yeah,
but
you know.
But my whole thing is,
if you were surprised that he was doing steroids, then you just don't understand.
Yeah, I got some.
Oh my god! But that's the thing, though. He said he wasn't doing it, and he sold that whole grift. The whole grift was, I'm eating this raw meat. That's why I look like this. Do the thing that I'm doing. I'm not sure if he sold courses or whatever, but that's pretty fucked up, no? Just that alone is pretty fucked up. Yes, more people should have known, should have been aware, but grift was that. His grift was, I am this person. It's like the Fresh and Fit guys selling themselves as being like these, bastions of the game and being against sex work or this sort of malarkey, and then one of the guys ends up getting a sex worker pregnant. And through the luck of just grace, she gets an abortion, so he doesn't have to deal with that anymore. But you can't be, professing to be these like maverick player types with these stupid high body counts that no one believes, and these really insane standards or criteria for how you date women. But then in your real life, you do the opposite, and then people call you out on it. You act like it's no big deal. It's like, nah, it's a bit of a big deal, though, isn't it? Bit of a big deal. No one should really care outside of his fans, but it's a big deal.
Ocean property in Nebraska for you. Clearly he is, but then also like his message of overall health is good.
Yes.
You take away the PDs, the overall shit.
Take away the PDs, take away the lying, take away maybe some fraud, whatever else. His message is there. Cool.
Walk. He also does a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
So, yeah. Ready? Gun. All right. Let's see.
The ultimate. They should call him the Short King.
Liver King here. I've been working out for the last 35 years. The last
testicle just bone broth.
There we go. You see the grift already. You see the grift. I've been working out for 35 years. All I eat is this fucking raw meat. But little did he say, no, I texted. Everyone knew he did, but come on, bro. I think that's the big error in his part.
Liver and meat.
Light it the fuck up.
That kind of feeling. I didn't finish it. I fell asleep. I only got through about 10 minutes, but he's an interesting dude.
He's an interesting.
His overall message.
I love the guy. Overall message. You don't even know what his message is. What's his message? What's his message, brother? Can you please tell us his message? But it makes me surprised why Brendan will be defending him because, again, you know, liar's going to defend a liar. But it's like, come on, bro. Come on.
Message of health is great.
Yeah, exactly. Big up crew in the stream chat. Grift recognizes grift. Exactly. Well put.
He just got caught up. He got caught up. And
he got caught lying.
There we go.
Remember we ate all that shit.
Yeah, we did.
I don't know what the fuck you're wearing there, but
I don't know what I'm wearing at all. What am I wearing? Like, what is that?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, it's
like a sweater with a black shirt underneath.
With a shitty shirt underneath. Why do I?
Let's talk about Brendan's face and how bloated it is. You won't like that, innit? It's always good to talk about other people's appearance apart from him. That was the whiskey era too, by the way. No mention about that, innit? Let's just talk about Brian's looks.
To ruin everything.
I'm curious how strong he actually is.
He's a small guy. He's not a big guy.
Yeah, I know. That's what, you know,
So-
I'm sure he's strong for his weight.
Yeah.
He's a good dude though. I loved him. I'm you know,
all he did was.
Do you love him though? When you're questioning his strength and shit, you're trying to call him out. You're basically vaguely fucking dissing him about his height. Are you really his friend though? Do you really love him?
Lie about doing steroids because I think he got caught up in that situation. He got
and
caught
couldn't
up
get
in,
out of it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The amount of grace they're extending him is fucking crazy, bro. He lied for profit. He lied for personal gain, man. That's all it is. Most of his fans probably don't care and he's still doing probably okay now, cool. But the reason why he got kind of brought down in the first place is because he said that he got his physique doing with this one thing. Then it came out it wasn't because of the one thing, it was because of the steroids, essentially. And obviously the hard work, cool, but it wasn't because of the fucking eating of the liver and the raw meat. Come on, bro.
And then I remember when it all came out, he called, he's like, I come on fighting the kid. I went, we're really not the podcast to do that because me and Brian like you, so we're not going to hold your feet to the fire. I got to introduce you to Andrew.
I don't even know what to say about that.
Schultz. So he goes, really? That'd be great. I'm like, because he doesn't have a relationship with you. He doesn't know you. So he'll hold your feet to the fire, but he's also not going to.
Hold on. You don't know Liver King. Why is he acting as if like they know him, like they're close personal friends, like they went to college together? Like, you don't know him either. You only met him because of your fucking pod. What do you mean you know him? Personal relationship, huh?
Kill you. So put him and Andrew on a text. Andrew, and he was like, I'll have him on if he can get here tomorrow. So fucking obviously Liver King's balling. Gets on his private jet, flies straight up there and went on Flagrant.
Yeah.
And it's a much better platform than, because we're gonna be like, dude, I get it, and then just talk about eating.
Dude, I get what? I get lying for profit, for personal gain and profit. This guy, bro, honestly, the worst, isn't it? The worst. Big up the street. Big up who's that? Big up Brian. Dude was doing 20k in roids a month. Exactly. 20k in roids a month. It's fucking insane, by the way.
Dick.
That's true. That's true.
You know?
That's very true. Yeah, I mean, again, somebody said nobody got in trouble for doing steroids. They got in trouble for lying about it.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, but again, for me, I was like, literally, I took one look at him, not in person, but on camera. I was like,
of course.
Well, of course he's doing all the steroids.
So it's everyone's fault then, right? It's not his fault for lying about it or not telling the truth. It's everyone else's fault for believing him. Huh? Blame the fans, innit? Always blame the always blame the customers. Never blame the fraudster that actually, took advantage of the customers. Cool.
It's not testosterone.
No,
he's doing.
The biggest sign, not deck and all that, but the biggest sign is his like power, the power gut.
Yeah.
Like when you see guys with those like really rocked out abs, but it looks kind of almost like bloated. That means they're doing a ton of HGH.
That's Rogan, isn't it? He's taking a piss out of Rogan as well. He's taking a piss out of Rogan. I love it. He's taking a little sneak diss at Rogan. Rogan's got exactly that same thing.
A ton of IGF-1 because HGH, it just doesn't grow your muscles and fix your, repair your joints, shit like that. Everything grows. Your head, your organs, your stomach, your abdomen, your heart.
Also, that level of the lack of fat tissue, like when
it's
you've got
so
dick
hard to
skin
get there
all over your body, that's
so hard to get there.
That's very, very rare.
But there
are freaks, like I would imagine Shannon Sharp is a freak.
All this talk about Liver King pushing fake supplements is really making my head hurt. Good thing I have some magic mind here to pick me up. Promo code SHAB.
Exactly. Big up Asadaziz.
Of all freaks, I mean, physically, who is probably naturally insanely muscular.
Yes, and then he's probably on stuff now at his age.
Well, yeah, but I'm
He's
saying when he was
60.
playing, he was such a
For sure,
freak.
and he might have dabbled in some stuff, but there's guys that are like that who look like that, and they're not on
Terrell
shit.
Owens. I mean, he's 50. I mean, I was like,
But I think with Liver King, like he would have still been super widely successful with his videos if he was just honest. Yeah, I'm on shit, but dude, check out my workout. Check out. That's probably how he should have went.
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah.
It would have served. He would have still be crushing it right now. Let's take a little break, B, because I'm here to tell you guys.
Why would you? How would you, like? Again, it's just that hard work thing, isn't it? I guess because he works out. I don't know, but maybe one of the hooks, maybe one of the reasons why he did pop, was the fact that he was allegedly on this diet of liver and raw meats. But he looked like that. That's part of the reason why he popped. Brendan's out here telling you no, but he would have always been successful. It's like, would he though? Because he was clearly trying to be successful for a while until that Liver King thing took off. So yeah, weird guy.
I'm obsessed with Brunt. They
Those are
sent
those
me some
boots.
boots.
Yeah,
fast forward.
Only
we
Dan-
don't care.
Free.
But it's also
We don't care.
Purchase. They will ask you. Brunt. No, he's the best. He's
don't care.
cash. Just make your picks.
We don't care.
Bonus picks. Better payouts. Bigger wins. Only on Pick 6.
In Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and void where expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. Terms at Pick 6.
That's right. Poor guy who now has
Saladino?
revised his thought process on that. I appreciate Paul Saladino, and I'll tell you why. Because Paul Saladino came, I think he came under some fire too, because they were like, hey, dude, you're selling all these supplements, and you knew he was on steroids, okay? But what I appreciate about Paul Saladino is that
I love how there's never a call out for the lying. There's another person who lied about taking stuff, but then sold themselves as like not taking stuff and profited from that. There's never a call out and a disappointment and a fucking whatever berating of that. It's always just like, let's explain why it's okay to do that. They really are okay with grifting, isn't it? Grifting is just like, name of the game, man. It's all good, man. Hey, we get it. He lied, he did some things, he scammed these fans. He took advantage of people who were trying to find a way out, looking for a solution, hey. We've all done it before. It's like, no, you shouldn't be encouraging that sort of behavior, really, but hey.
he wrote a book, and it was about the carnivore diet, and then he saw some evidence that fiber, I'm loosely thinking, but he found some evidence that maybe a carnivore diet, just a strict carnivore, is not good for you, or not as good for you as, say, having some fiber in there. And he actually, even though his book came out, he came clean and said, hey, I think I was wrong about that. I respect that. about the guy.
Yeah, I think carnivore might not be for everybody. I think it's good to do in spurts, 2 months here, 3 months here. That's what I do.
Yeah. But anyway, so look.
The bottom line is, second time I've been on Netflix.
Thank you.
I hate to brag.
Thank
This is the second time I was on the Connor doc.
There
It's
you go.
whatever, dude.
There you go.
Do any of them ask for my permission? No.
No, I know I didn't.
Am I going to do anything? No.
No, I don't care.
It's an honor.
It is what it is. Can I ask you though? At the
Fighter
end of the
Kid-
day, the overall.
Brian, that's the only time Brian's going to be on Netflix, by the way, which is kind of depressing for him when you think about it. 30-year, nearly a 30-year stand-up comedian. All his friends are on Netflix, but Brian isn't, Yeesh.
Positive effect of people like Saladino and the Liver King, the overall positive effect, it outweighs any negatives.
Way more.
And if
Way
you
more.
X a doubt on that one.
didn't know again he was on steroids, then you're obviously a dum-dum. Of course.
Yeah, it's like being
blame the fans.
mad at a psychic. All right, dude.
Right.
They told
blame the people that get scammed by the scammer, right? Let's not blame the scammer for scamming. Blame the victims.
you're going to win the lotto and you didn't, and you're upset. You want to sue him? What are you going to do?
Right. Saladino looks great. He's a doctor. If you follow his diet, I guarantee you'll be healthier. He's a small guy. Oh. Well, he's probably my size.
Aubrey's big, dude.
Aubrey's 6'2".
Aubrey's tall.
Yeah.
I like the Liver King. Still do. Still support him. Oh, he's on shit? Oh, no shit. Yeah, okay.
I mean,
they did a Natty or Not with Andrew Tate, and he did blood work.
He's natty.
He's natty, yeah.
Yeah, but I could have told you that.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a freak or nothing like that. He looks pretty normal.
Yeah,
yeah.
He looks good.
Yeah, Liver King, just the way Liver King smelled. I'm like, oh, I've been around gyms long enough. I got the smell test.
That ammonia thing.
It's like this weird BO you get. I'm like, oh, but.
Well, also,
testosterone seeping out of your armpit.
Yeah, the guys who are on a lot of gear.
He talks about his friends in a weird way, isn't it? Like, if that's your friend, like, you won't want to talk about it this way, isn't it? It's like he wants to get the credit for like dissing him and saying these like kind of like, you know, sly digs at him, Liver King, but he also wants to be the contrarian guy, supporting my friend guy by saying that scamming your fans is totally okay. He's like, you have to pick a side, man. Pick a side. Either you're on his side or you're not. But let's not be insulting our friends allegedly on the pods like this, isn't it? But hey, what do I know?
Here, they breathe faster, right? They rev faster, harder. Like I know.
Their heart's working more.
Right.
Yeah,
they
to pump the blood
more.
Sweat.
Their skin is hotter. The blood vessels.
And they're a little red.
Yes.
Like all their skin is usually like a red. Like you don't
Correct.
see a real pale white guy.
Right.
Usually.
So The Rock, I'm sure, is not completely natty, and I love him. Like, that doesn't do anything to me. I'm like, oh, what? No, it's fine. Boy, Derek is that his real body? Derek from No Plates?
It used to be. He used to be competitive.
Yeah.
Not now. That was him back in the day, though. Yeah, that's how he knows his shit.
I don't like that, but whatever. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But like, I'm not getting advice on my diet from The Rock.
No.
Like, no, I just appreciate what he does. Clearly, he's on steroids.
If you're gonna do steroids, you go to Derek, right? He knows.
He knows his shit. Yeah. He knows his shit.
Great show, never met him.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Great show, never met him.
You know, most women don't like that,
yes,
right?
I do.
Like, we don't dig that look.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Most women are liars, by the way. Most women are fucking liars. They say they don't dig that look, but then they won't go for the opposite. But then they won't go for the middle. It's like, come on, man. Like, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Just stay out of men's business when it comes to that sort of thing, innit? I think that conversation that women have about men's bodies is just as annoying as when men say to women, oh, you look so much better without makeup, you know? It's just as annoying. Just stay out of it. Stay out of men's conversations. Stay out of it.
What's your
but I don't think guys don't dig it on girls either when they're really shredded. It's like, eesh. Like a chick with that, like I like a flat stomach, but not ripped.
Yeah, no. Me too. I like a big dick on a.
It's just not the same, innit? Really, innit? It's just not the same, really. It just isn't the same. Really, it's not the same. Because I think it's kind of similar to like the only really similar option would it will be. I don't know what option there is. I was gonna say the whole working out thing, but it's just a dumb conversation anyway. Regardless, it's just a dumb conversation. Everyone's got their preferences. Some women do like jack guys, or whatever. But it's just the idea that most women don't like a guy that's ripped is just dumb because that isn't true. Most women probably would prefer a guy that's ripped. Can most women attract guys that are ripped? Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe most of the ripped guys are going after only ripped girls who look a certain way. That's a different thing. But the idea that most women don't like ripped guys is just like a weird cope. Or maybe it's like a weird pick-me type of thing. I don't know what it is. It's a flat-out lie, though, isn't it? It really is a flat-out lie. We've all seen how women react to certain people on social or in person. And yeah, I think that's a lie. It's just a strange conversation to even get into.
A girl, but other than that, that's about it.
You like a big root?
I like a
dark
big root,
skin.
but I don't like them to be too muscular.
No, not
right?
too muscular.
Not crazy muscular.
No, blowout ass and a big dick in the front is what you like.
I mean, no, I'm saying that's not going to stop me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when a girl's like super vascular and like has abs, you're like, eesh, this is.
Will Sasso on Mother's Day sends me just a picture of this insanely muscular guy with the biggest
you sent it to me.
Uncut dick you've ever seen.
I just text you back and went, ooh, uncircumcised.
Yep. And he just said, Happy Mother's Day, bro. And I was like, what the fuck, dude?
What?
He goes, sorry, my mistake.
How much skin was hanging off?
Guys,
you could tell because
I'll send you the picture.
Yeah,
he's got a great.
It's not hanging. It's just on the tip there.
Yeah.
It's just an uncircumcised cannon. It's
Cannon.
nothing
It's
special.
a huge dick, that's uncircumcised.
Huge dick,
Real
but
cannon.
has the hood on it, which is frowned upon.
Brilliant conversation.
Appreciate it though.
But I'd be curious if we tested all of Hollywood and all the athletes, how many people would test hot?
Well, I'd be
like if Place More Dates, if our boy got a hold of all the Hollywood people, which they're making fake movies. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: if you took Hollywood, if you took, I don't know, if you took all the men who are working and everything, and you said, okay, what is the percentage of people that are on nothing, like me, where like no antidepressants, no
Nothing.
Adderall,
Yeah, nothing.
no nothing? What do you think the percentage?
Less than 5%.
That's what I think too. Literally, like I just think.
I think 95% are on some.
I take a multivitamin.
enhancement. Yeah.
And I fucking, which I'm not saying I'm right. I'm really not.
No, I mean I'm on shit. I would if I was in Hollywood. I'd be
it looks
taking
good on
shit.
you, man.
Yeah, I feel great. Best I've ever felt.
Everybody every time I roll, they're like, they ask about you. Is he still rolling? I go, sometimes. How big
With
is he?
you in the studio.
They go, how big is he?
By the way, always lying, always willing. These unprovoked sessions of just sucking off Brendan are just so disgusting. Like, how long have you been together as friends? How long have they worked together? You know what I mean? Like, how long have they been friends in general? Business partner, like, this is not necessary. He's not gonna miss paying your invoices. You still got your job. He's not gonna fire you anytime soon. Like this, it's just like relax, man. Just relax. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this.
I go, he couldn't make 230.
No.
He couldn't get down to 230.
No chance.
They're like, God.
Yeah, not chance.
I go, yeah.
Not
He's
chance.
a trim, because they see all your weightlifting.
Yeah.
He's a trim 255. I love doing it. Because they're all all trying to get it. They're all trying to. And I'm like, he's a trim 255.
But then I go in there and you start ripping my fucking head off.
I know,
That's how it
but
goes.
that'll be bad for them.
Yeah.
I'm like, be bad for you, because he.
I guess Bossy at school, they have a thing for Father's Day and Mother's Day. They do it ahead of time, and there's like the best the things you like best about your parents. And for Joanna, he had like all this sweet stuff, and for his dad, it was like strong.
Well, Bosty, that's
He's
hilarious.
like, he can protect me.
Well, Bosty and Tiger for the rest of their lives can go like this. Hey, everybody, my dad beat the shit out of all your dads.
Yeah.
Being proud to say that to another man when you got kids yourself, and like, yuck. Being a father yourself and doing this unprovoked, yuck.
Yeah.
Like that's, even if he's losing an argument, hey,
Stop.
my dad beat the shit out of your dad. Fuck. He won. Yeah. Hey, all you guys, 4 guys I'm talking to, my dad beat the shit out of all your dads at the same time.
I didn't like the fact I saying Tiger's fucking absolute bomb, and you didn't respond back. And
I didn't mean.
I responded back and went,
hey man. And it dawned, I felt bad because I saw it and then I got distracted.
Yeah.
And then I was like, that's
figured.
amazing. I'm late to the game. Sorry.
Too late.
I know.
A day later, I went, it's over.
Boy, he hit that ball.
He hit that fucking ball. He hit that ball.
Yeah. That was incredible.
Playoff start today. He has his first game today.
Amazing.
That's why I might get to Austin a little later if they go to the championship. I won't be leaving on the 27th. I have to leave on the 29th.
Yeah, well, some things are worth waiting for.
Oh, he would kill me if I yanked him from the championship
No,
game.
you
Yeah,
can't do that.
I know.
No, he'll be playing in the
I
championship.
know.
It's exciting too.
UFC came out. Speaking of dingers, UFC came out with some freaking bombs.
Really?
They announced Ilia Topuria, Charles Oliveira, Hamzat DDP in Chicago.
Hamzat DDP.
Who you got in that? Let's start with that. Hamzat DDP. Who you got? I got a feeling DDP wins that.
I have Hamzat.
I don't.
Yeah.
If Hamzat can get done the first round and a half, maybe.
Okay, pause. We'll leave it there for now. Let me move on because these guys are fucking boring as sin. Let's move on quickly. Let's do a little bit of that BERT video I want to show you guys. I saw some. There we go. Here's some BERT videos. There's a couple BERT videos. Where was this from? This is from IFM Raw. I think this is from the games they did, right? Two Bears 5K football throwing contest. Let's see this. Somebody uploaded this randomly. I am Raw. Let's play this quickly. Some football throwing contest that BERT and Tom took part in. For the 5K. The Two Bears 5K. Sponsored by Por Osos.
I need.
Be out, Grown Baby Golf. No, I don't think there's any new chin. I don't think there's a new chin. He ain't put a new vlog out yet. I think we checked out the recent vlog was I think a month ago. I don't think there's any new Chin vlogs out. I played that clip earlier of Chin talking about the clothes or talking about how he designed the Tfatk studios, but he ain't put out a new vlog yet. I'm assuming he'll put out a new vlog when they eventually move to the new studio, but there's no new Chin vlogs yet. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. That is hard, bro. Fucking Bert's doctor is a fucking mad guy. There's no way you can believe that that guy's got perfect blood levels or blood work, right? It's impossible. Look at him. Just look at him. Oh my god. Shit.
2 new box guys that have not yet competed. Who's feeling good?
3 steps back!
Hey guys, make sure we're outside of these.
We got everybody in the stream, liking the stream. Make sure you smash the like button if you're enjoying the show. Smash the like button, help me out if you can. Smash the like button, help me out if you can.
3 steps back, y'all. Thank you so much.
I wish we had the jug machine. See if we can catch all that.
You got 4 targets.
Wait, are there different points? What?
I don't know what's going on here. They're gonna chuck the ball. Some sort of ball throwing competition. Are they doing it via other athletes? I'm gonna guess, other football players. I don't see why that makes sense really. If they're professionals, but what? Why are they doing this?
Wait, name all the positions you played growing up.
Oh, okay. It's one of those competitions where you got to get through the hole. Okay, cool. That's fair. So I guess everyone's got to like try and see how many holes they can get it in. Cool. That makes a lot more sense. I thought it was see how far you could throw it. I was like, hold on. If you're professional football, obviously you're gonna throw it farther than some regular guy. But I guess this aim thing is a bit different. Fun night out, right? How many of you guys will go to this? How many of you guys will spend your weekend at this sort of event? How many of you guys would leave your humble abode to go run a 5K with Tom and Bert and then hang out in this hot ass stadium, you know, throwing around balls in this sort of thing? How many people would do that? I couldn't think of anything worse to do with my time. Anything worse.
20 points per shot. So that's good. Good start.
Alright, I'm just going for 20.
That gut is real, bro. That gut is real. That's a real fucking gut. That's a real beer belly.
Warm up, guys. No warm up. Come on, Bert. We're doing blue balls. Get it, Bert.
Terrible. That's the guy that Joe said could be a professional athlete, by the way.
Look at the shoulders of Bert. Okay. Come on, bro. Bro.
Tom, you gotta clean up. All right. Straight 20s, Tom. Go for TDs on top. Look how you doing. Just 5. 2 5. All right, Tom.
I'm now looking at it, I was like, it's pretty obvious to tell that Tom was on Ozempic. It doesn't really have any much definition. It kind of just looks like a deflated candle. But it's like, at the time, he was really trying to sell it like he was working out a lot in it, or that he was like lifting a bunch. It's like, bruh, like, it's not a bad thing that you took Ozempic. You know, do what you gotta do. You know, you're an older guy, but the lying, like, I wonder if we'll get to a place in life. Well, maybe when Ozempic starts to hit like regular people, maybe the rich don't want to ever admit those type of things because they hate to admit that they had any type of help. They want to act as if everything was like done for pure willpower and shit. But I wonder if maybe Ozempic starts to like reach the max, especially in the UK, because the UK is not a part of the NHS. I think you're still going to get it privately and stuff, or if you actually got, you know, diabetes. But I think soon you'll be able to buy over the counter. I wonder if overall, if you're able to buy it way easier, I wonder if that would then stop the lying that people do about it. Because no one really likes to admit it. Everyone likes to just kind of like pretend that they're not on it when it's like, bro, come on. But yeah. It's still funny though, how much skinnier Tom looks compared to Bert though. You know, despite not being that, you know, quote unquote, in good shape, what traditionally, he still looks drastically way more healthier than, and most of that's to do with the booze. Because I don't think Tom drinks as much, or just doesn't drink at all, really, I don't think, when it comes to whatever, that sort of stuff. So you can see how negatively stuff like booze affects you, because I'd imagine Tom probably puts down as much food as Bert does, but the real difference maker is how much Bert actually drinks. And look at him anyway there. They're playing this game, he's the only one with drinking, you know? He's the only one like really drinking. They're playing this game, they're having this fun thing. Even the people that are there at the event, look. I don't see a lot of people at the event holding cups and glasses and drinking booze. Bert seems to be the only one that's really going for it. He's fucking insane. Even the fans that are there for the fucking drinking 5K aren't drinking as much as Bert is.
I love that. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, money. Tommy, be money. Let's go. All right, hold on. I want to hear you guys do 5 minutes of dick jokes.
Okay, cool. Let's quickly switch over again. I think last bit here, let's do a bit of Johnny Somali. I think there's a new 15 minutes of shame, right? There's a new 15 minutes of shame. Big up 15 minutes of shame. There's a new Johnny Somali video just dropped, and then we'll save the rest of the stuff for tomorrow when I stream again. So let's do this. I'm doing everyone in the stream chat who's here. Smash the like button if you're enjoying the stream. Subscribe if you can. All that great shit. Very much appreciated. There's also a Discord link down below in the stream chat if you want to engage with the Discord community. We're a good little bunch over there. Let's see this. Johnny Somali has enraged meltdown after pleading guilty. Wow, Johnny Somali pled guilty. Okay, interesting. Interesting development. Let's see this one out. Johnny Somali pled guilty. Interesting development.
I'm gonna send a kid to every country that wronged me. I'm gonna send them like a warrior. And he was a coward too. What this vasectomy? What the f is wrong with you, nigga? With a new joke, nigga? Like, goddamn. 15 minutes of shame, and he's gonna clip this and put it in his video.
Vasectomy, Johnny vasectomy.
No, bro,
Johnny,
I'm about
vasectomy,
to. I'm about to. Yo,
Johnny,
you want me to shut the
vasectomy,
stream
Johnny,
off?
Mud munching,
Yo, y'all really about.
Fried chicken.
Oh, Johnny's cooked. Johnny's this. Oh my god.
Get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy, get a.
You could write the message once. Oh, check out!
Alright, so as I predicted in yesterday's video, Johnny Somali did go live today for about 3.5 hours. I watched 1 hour of it so far, and he is coping and seething. He is getting trolled by the chat. Hank is going nuts. On top of that, he reveals some very important information. So make sure you watch the video all the way through. Don't skip any parts because it's chronological. I'm not necessarily putting just the good parts at the beginning or at the end. So watch the whole thing and let's get started.
So let's watch the Gino.
None of them deserve zero respect, and he was a coward too.
Johnny Somali sent $3. This is Johnny from the future. Help us, the world is ending. The only way to prevent it is if Hank punches Johnny in the who is right now. Flips his jewels. Flips his jewels. Flips his jewels.
What the
Flips his jewels.
Yo, nigga, get the f with this vasectomy shit. What the f is wrong with you, nigga? Shit is not. With a new joke, nigga.
That's one way you're not gonna stop people to react. If you want people to stop talking about this joke that you think isn't funny, the best way not to do it is this way, you know? Acting like you are annoyed because the jokes aren't funny and they're not original is not gonna stop it. You know, you're better off just ignoring it. That's not gonna stop. People are gonna notice now. They get under your skin. They're gonna notice it triggers you, and they're gonna guess what? They're gonna do it again and again and again.
Like, God damn.
So as you guys can see, he's massively triggered already. And in the next segment, he's watching Gino's stream. Now, I showed a few parts of Gino's stream yesterday. It is extremely boring. It was a snooze fest, so no need to look any further into that. But he's saying that since Gino got unbanned on Kick, he should get unbanned as well.
Gino, well, wait, Gino went live. This is recently 3 days ago. He got unbanned. Let's hear this. What is he saying? What is he saying? I hope he's rallying for Kick to unban me. Kick me to unban. Guys, chat. Be honest. Put one in the chat. Put one in the chat. If Kick unbanned Vitaly for what he did in Philippines, I've been banned for a year on Kick. And Eddie himself said he doesn't believe in perma bans. One in the chat, I should definitely get my second chance on Kick. Even Ice Poseidon, you know Ice Poseidon? When we met Ice Poseidon, he's like, nigga, I hate you, but if you reform, you can get back on Kick.
Ethereum, Johnny vasectomy, Johnny.
But have you reformed though? It's a strange dude, isn't it? He's a strange fucking dude. Have you reformed though? Have you reformed? Or have you even tried to be a better person since the day, you know, since the whole thing went fucking viral? Strange fucking dude in this sort of sense. But I guess, you know, it's just funny to do this sort of troll. But yeah, I think the Kick platform in general should probably have a rule where, as long as you don't, I don't know, do anything super crazy, you should be always given a second. So at least you get like a place where you can go to if you want a second chance, a place where you can go to for all the misfits and crazy people and shit that exist on streaming platforms and shit, or just the streamers. But this idea that this guy is currently in an, you know, going through a court case where he's been essentially convicted, it's been alleged, he's got, you know, that he's done these crimes, not even alleged, he's been accused of being a nuisance streamer. I think Kick are in their rights to keep you banned if you're currently, you know, you're maybe looking at doing 36 years in prison because of how much you've annoyed people via your streams. I think they're within their rights to say, you know what, you sit this one out. The rules are a bit different for you. You sit this one out, you know, you sit this one out. You've got a whole country, a whole region of the world out to get you, out to teach you a lesson, you know, out to prove to you can't fuck around the same way in every other place. Not everything has to be a fucking, you know, big conspiracy. Sometimes, you know, bullshit behavior has its consequences.
No, bro, I'm about to, yo. You want me to shut the stream off?
Stop the
you want me to shut the stream off?
Stop the stream.
You want me to stop the stream? Stop the stream right now. If you're gonna bullshit with me, I'm gonna stop the stream right now, nigga. I'm sending that shit, nigga. Funny. But even Ice Poseidon, he's like, I hate you, nigga. And you guys are lucky. Hank had his what is it? Testosterone? What was that called? You had your tonsil removed?
Too much
tonsillectomy. Tonsillectomy. Nigga, you would have crashed out on Alejandro.
No, he wouldn't have. Hank is not a tough guy. He was trying to
what? Because he got his tonsils out, he couldn't fight. Okay.
Look intimidating when they went to go confront Ice Poseidon, but it failed miserably. Not a tough guy whatsoever.
Alejandro.
Shut up, fatty!
Johnny's alcohol
Johnny
scamming.
the scammer sent $3. Johnny is alcohol scamming.
I'm trying to say sober this stream, guys.
Sody pop. Johnny Somali more like Johnny Sody pop. Johnny Sody pop drinks Ebola cola. Johnny Sody pop drinks Ebola cola. Johnny
what is Ebola cola? That's the worst time I heard Ebola cola ever.
Vasectomy.
That's the first time I ever heard Ebola cola. And like the stream, guys. Like, get the stream down the right. Let's see what Gino said. Let's see what Gino said. I really want to watch this. I want to turn the volume up. I really want to watch what Gino said. God damn, too much CTS coming in.
You're wasting your life away. Get a vasectomy. We don't need more booty scratching, mud munching.
Yo, y'all really about
Jesus
fried chicken eating war criminals juggling watermelons like circus monkeys. Get a vasectomy, PO.
You know what's funny? Look. The more you keep saying get a vasectomy, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna impregnate more women, and guess what? I'm gonna spread 100 Johnny Somali. You know how many kids my grandfather had?
How many?
I think maybe 15, 16, 17. My grandfather. So my seed goes strong. My grandpa had kids in his 60s and 70s. I'm not chill. I'm not.
Imagine, fucking God forbid, or like, you know, prayers to the woman that would let fucking Johnny Somali put a seed. Like, yeah, I don't know. That girl, yeah.
saying spreading HIV, STDs this time. And that was a joke. I'm gonna impregnate. I'm gonna have Johnny Somali. Look, I'm gonna have 20 kids. I'm gonna train them to nuisance stream, and I'm gonna send a kid to every country that wronged me. I'm gonna send them like a warriors, nigga. I'm gonna start having babies. Nigga, I'm only 24, nigga. It's time to start having kids, nigga. It's time. I'm gonna start fat bitches.
He's only 24, you know. That's actually mad. Think about it. 24, and he legitimately could be facing up to 36 years in prison because he was a nuisance streamer in another country. 24, literally throwing away his life because what? Because he wanted to troll, get some few laughs out of social media, get a few fucking super chats and shit. TTS, 36 years for that, for a TTS. There's no TTS that's fucking worth 36 years in prison. You know what I mean? There's no amount of live stream viewers that would ever make 36 years in prison potentially sound okay. Never.
Just like Gino. Okay, let's watch the Gino clip. I need to hear what Gino said. Let's hear it.
So that threat to make a bunch of kids and send them across the world to countries that wronged him is an actual threat to humanity, because the last thing we need is more Johnny Somalis. That DNA and those genes need to end at this generation. That's for damn sure. Now, unfortunately, it might be too late for that. We're about to find that out in just a moment.
After that whole fight with
Ebola Mint. Johnny sent $3. Johnny is an Ebola Mint. Get that bone out of your nose, Ebola Mint. Hank drinks coronavirus beer. Johnny Sody Pop drinks Ebola Cola. Johnny Sody
This is not Ebola Cola. This is nice beer.
Johnny Sody
Cheap
Pop
beer,
drinks
actually.
Ebola Cola.
Ebola Cola is so funny.
Johnny Sody Pop drinks Ebola
Y'all
Cola.
gotta cut it out with this shit, nigga. Ebola Cola. That's like a new racism. They're coming up with new racism. Hey, bro, if I can't come back to Japan for a few years and the bitch hit me online saying she pregnant, you better ask the Japanese government to take care of that little nigga, bro. Hey, that little half Somali Japanese in Fukuoka. that ain't my problem, nigga. Call me a deadbeat dad. Call me whatever. I don't give a fuck. That nigga can stay in Fukuoka. I'll see that nigga later. That nigga probably gonna grow up and stab me, nigga. He gonna come find me like an anime. It's gonna be like an anime villain. My son gonna come kill me. This is what happens, bro. Sometimes you get a bitch pregnant in a different country. I have to leave. I'm out, nigga. I ain't coming back. You think the kid is cooked? I didn't even get to name him. She named him some shit. And I'm not gonna dox his name on stream, but
Really?
I am a father. I am.
That's pretty nuts, to be honest. I press X to doubt. I'm not sure I believe that, but if he is a father, fucking prayers to that kid. Prayers to the woman. Prayers to the baby mom, because that's insane. They didn't even let Johnny Somali impregnate them. It's fucking insane. What a bad step of cards you've been dealt with.
I'm a father, but I'm not gonna die. That little in Fukuoka, let that grow up and join one of them biker gangs.
So he's claiming that he got a woman pregnant in Japan and then had to leave, and he's now a deadbeat. Now, it is kind of surprising and unbelievable that a woman would open her legs for this guy, but I've seen crazier things happen, so it is possible. Now, as for being a deadbeat, that does not surprise me one bit. This guy can't even take care of himself. How is he supposed to take care of a kid?
I should have listened, bro. Oh my god. I should have left with this, bro.
Before I came.
I'm so glad
Oh, that's the guy that got punched with Johnny Somali in Japan, innit? I first we were watching. The guys who was acting like he was on smoke, and then the random tourist guy just punched Johnny Somali, and they both didn't do anything. They like chasing him on top of roofs and stuff, but that was about it. They didn't really catch the other guy. But yeah, mad situation.
Unban him on kick though. That means I can get unbanned. If they unban Gino, that means I can get unbanned.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I know this any type of.
Thank you, Jensen Priest. Thank you.
Johnny Sody Pop Ebola sent $3. Johnny Sody.
Bro, you gonna keep sending the same shit?
Johnny
Like
Pop drinks Ebola Cola. Johnny Sody Pop drinks Ebola Cola.
Can you come up with some new racism?
Hold on, is this new?
In the next clip, someone asked him what he thought of Asmongold, and he said, well, he's not going to talk too much shit because he's about to get unbanned on Twitch. You can see that the delusions are still running very high.
It's almost been 2 years since I've been banned on Twitch. So actually, my Twitch unban is coming up very soon. Possibly. So I might be streaming on the same website with Asmongold very soon. So I don't want.
By the way, please subscribe to the channel.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's relax a little bit. Let's relax. Why would Twitch, like, Twitch of all platforms, you know, Twitch is probably one of the most censored, you know, really fucking big on TOS type of things that exist out there. They really, you know, they warn you, they let you know while going, you could lose everything if you really take the piss. So yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't necessarily think that's true. Let's continue.
Channel. Yesterday we got almost 300 subscribers just on one video, which is pretty damn amazing. And you have to be subscribed because I will bring you all the crash outs first. When he does something stupid, you'll see it on this channel within the next few hours. So make sure you're subscribed. Let's get back to the video.
I talk too much shit, but I just think the it's just a reaction, Andy. But what am I doing right now? The is the same thing that I'm doing right now, just for like 10 times, 100 times more people. I think the just is. I don't know. I don't know what to say with it. I think he's. I think the he lets cockroaches crawl all over him. I don't like him.
Swimming in the Ganges 7-Eleven clerk Pajit stinking trash. Get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy, get a vasectomy.
Y'all on some different shit. This vasectomy shit. Y'all really gonna make me crash out? I don't want to, Hank. I'm at the boiling point. Y'all got me at a boiling point.
That's not your monitor.
Y'all got me at a boiling point. I'm not gonna lie. Cause y'all need to come up with some new joke. Why don't you come up with some new shit? Come up with some new shit.
Because this like triggers you. He's asking why they come up with some new shit because this triggers you. Clearly, it gets under your skin. People are still talking about it.
Saying vasectomy. Nigga, come up with some different shit. Nigga. But Asmongold, like he just reacts, like he just talks the same shit. He says like, "Oh, this Johnny guy's." The nigga doesn't know, bro. He's a streamer. He knows that we play character. He knows that this is all entertainment. So the nigga, honestly, it's easy content for him. The nigga sits there, he lets cockroaches crawl all over him. He drinks more soda pop than water. Why am I calling it soda pop? But the nigga sits there, reacts to a Tozy video, and just says, "Oh, Johnny's cooked. Johnny's this. Oh my god, he's a retard." Da 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 ha. But I'm not gonna lie, the narrative is changing. When a lot of these niggas react to my videos now, like especially the Twitch streamers, because since they changed the rule on Twitch that like you can watch banned.
It's just funny, isn't it? It's just funny. Like, I don't know if he's delusional or if he actually does think these type of things. Does he see himself that way? You know, his perspective on things. Does he just see himself that particular way? As in, he's gonna be getting unbanned on all these places. Like, brother, like it's not happening, man. Even if you were fully exonerated on all the crap, I don't think they would still allow you to police us again. You know what I mean? It's just too much damage goods in that reply. But hey. What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? A couple more minutes of this, then we're gonna pause the show, end the show, sorry, and then we're gonna come back again tomorrow evening. Okay, cool.
Twitch stream. I'm a banned Twitch streamer technically. They changed the rule that you can watch banned Twitch streamers' content. A lot of these are laughing at the situation now.
Yes, they are laughing at the situation. They're laughing at how brain dead you are.
Yeah, yo, big up my jigger Shades Debt. Big up Shades Debt in the stream chat. Wagwan. Why would you think he's showing social media as a threat? Exactly. He sees himself as an asset. Yeah. I don't know. And I think maybe asset. I think Johnny Somali legitimately. I think he thinks he's like more, but I think he thinks he's beloved in some way. I don't really think he doesn't. I don't think he realizes his infamy. You know, he probably thinks he's famous, but I think he's probably well known for the wrong reasons. And there's also people who actively want him to be in prison, people in Korea that were physically assaulting him, showing how much, because that's a different type of level of hate, you know. Like there are people out there that get hated on online, but I don't think if they went to a place where all their haters were, where they would hit them publicly, even Wings of Redemption haters, I don't think Wings of Redemption haters would like hit him, boogie him, maybe the same sort of thing. I think they'll see, once they see these people in person, they'll be like, you know what, I can't do this, you know. Whereas with this guy, he's done a lot of things that people would be willing to like crash out on, whether it means to, you know, violently fight him and shit or whatever else it may be. He doesn't really understand that side of things. He just thinks, no. I'm just amazing content creator. They're gonna all come back and want me to be a part of this and that and that. It's like, I don't think it works that way, man. But hey, I could be wrong.
How you royally screwed yourself to the point where you cannot even leave Korea for the next couple years. Great job, Johnny. If you think that's a W, more power to you. Now in the next clip, Hank gets extremely triggered.
Let me move this shit over here to the corner.
You know who's lame as fuck? Your mama.
Who? I think
You know why?
Hank is great. I think Hank is great.
Your mama. Your mama's spitter. Your mom's a fucking spitter. So is your dad. I had threesome with your mom and your dad last night.
We're on YouTube. Be careful. Be careful.
In the next segment, Johnny Somali is just going deeper in the delusions. He's talking about a case where someone jumped the border to North Korea and then they spent a few months in jail over there. And when they came back to South Korea, they only got 40 days in jail and they were booted out. He thinks he's going to be out of the country in a few months. Unfortunately for him, he's going to realize that that ain't happening. At this point, I think that South Korea is going to give him a significant sentence.
Something crazy. He did something crazy. Attempted murder. He did something crazy. He jumped the North Korean border. That's the reason the DMZ is closed now. You can't go to the DMZ because there was a U.S. black soldier. Google Aaron Travis. There was a U.S. black soldier literally a year ago.
I love how he's saying information like nobody knows this. I love how he thinks he's like the first person to say this. Like no one knows this whole information. Look at his eyes. Weird dude, man. Very, very bizarre dude.
He was stuck in South Korea like me. He jumped to North Korea. They put him in North Korean prison 2 months, and they're like, we don't want no blacks here. They sent his ass back here, and then the nigga did like 40 days in jail here, and he just got sent back to America.
Okay.
Yeah, Aaron Travis. That's not Action Man. It's the same name as Action Man.
Wait. D-Uri, no, I depend on your mom because your mom's my sugar mom.
Don't respond to these trolls. Don't feed the trolls.
No.
If a TTS come,
I
don't respond
depend on your mom. Your mom paid me to f your dad.
So he's claiming that this viewer's mom paid Hank to plow his dad. That makes so little sense. I'm glad to see that the mental hospital worked wonders on Hank. Clearly, they haven't accomplished a single thing. Now, in the next segment, this is pretty interesting because Johnny Somali says that he has all my doxing information and that he thinks I'm either Indian or Hispanic. It must be the accent, right? Take a look at this.
But I know that Pajit, or I don't know if that Pajit. I think he's Hispanic. I think he's Hispanic because I got his whole docs.
Yeah.
That 15 minutes of shame. I got his whole docs, and he's gonna clip this and put in his video. I did copyright claim on him. I got his whole identity. So I think he's Hispanic, and I know what state he lives in. But I'm not gonna dox him. But you know what I mean?
I'm gonna shake my ass.
He's like, I'm pretty sure he's Hispanic. But I don't know. Let the nigga first off me. The nigga. You know what's so funny? Johnny hates when you subscribe to me. Johnny hates when you donate to me. There's so much money in the world.
So he claims that I said Johnny hates when you subscribe to me and when you donate money to me. Now, why don't you try donating money to me right now? Why don't you drop a super thanks or you drop a membership on the channel right now? Oh yeah, that's right. You can't because I don't have it turned on. Now, I will clarify his misconception about my nationality because it's already out there and I have nothing to hide. So I am white and my wife is Haitian. We have 2 kids which are mixed. So when he says everybody that hates him, they're all racist. Well, nice try because my wife's black and she can't stand him either. So good luck with that narrative, Johnny. Let's see how it pays out.
Chill. If it's not TTS, don't even react to it. Forget these niggas.
Yeah.
It's not resorting to muting or banning. You can write the message once.
Oh, the chick out!
Yo, don't get these niggas dick.
What a duo, innit? What a fucking duo of people, innit? Look at them. What a team. What a brotherhood. Just 2 absolute redacts, innit? Just like, God almighty. Power of the internet.
Suck his dick.
Oh, listen to this way.
Johnny Somali father sent $3. Get a vasectomy, you won't end the stream. You are desperate for money and will take abuse for money.
Exactly.
Get a vasectomy. Get a vasectomy. Get a vasectomy.
Exactly.
Get a vasectomy. Get a vasectomy.
Y'all
Get a
niggas really
vasectomy.
gonna make me turn off
Get
the
a
stream.
vasectomy.
Y'all gonna make me turn off the stream. Y'all want me to turn off the stream?
Hello, brother. Nice to see you back.
That's the first
Nice
thing,
to take
Chris.
over court.
Oh, we got another.
Johnny's mother sent $3. Son, I told you to get a vasectomy. The last thing we need is more of you. You are a failure. Get a vasectomy.
Your mom's a
Get
failure
vasectomy.
for
Get a
your mom is a
vasectomy.
failure for
Get a
spinning my.
Get a vasectomy.
Bitch ass
Stop
up.
saying the N word. You're
Get a
Chinese.
vasectomy. Get a vasectomy.
I'm a
Get
hip hop
vasectomy.
ass. That's why I say N word.
Listen. I'm gonna say this. Look, I already failed the vasectomy because I do have a. I don't know. Is it really your child if you don't take care of it?
Yes, Johnny, it is really your child if you don't take care of it. That just means you're a deadbeat and a loser, but it's still your responsibility. It looks like he's trying to distance himself from his responsibilities. Once again, that's all the mental gymnastics that he's doing in his head to justify his actions and his pitiful life. But bottom line, you're a deadbeat. It's still your kid. Do something about it.
The judge asked me a manic episode. This is a manic episode. This is a not mentally sound person.
Then 15 years for production of.
This is a mentally ill.
No,
This is a mentally ill.
Fathers are mentally ill.
No,
so.
I'm just saying. If I watch this clip and I'm the judge and I'm the, you know what I mean? This is a mentally ill.
So in the next segment, people are calling him out for being a coward and not going outside. He's too terrified of doing IRL content. And his excuse is that it's raining.
Speak.
Coward Somali sent $3. You are scared to do IRL. Bet you won't go outside. Bet you won't go outside.
Stop
Johnny
doing that
Coward
shit, bro, like
Amelie.
you're doing it.
Think vasectomy.
It's just raining.
That's true though. Wasn't he like? That's but I wonder if he's doing it because obviously he wants to, help himself with a court case. He's not helping himself by being on stream and being drunk on stream and saying what he says sometimes on stream. But there has been a significant decrease in the amount of IRL streams he does. So I wonder if that's part of it. I wonder if he's trying to he's staying indoors because he knows if he goes outside again, he might not get beat up by fucking former Navy SEALs out there, but he might get beat up by some random person on the street who definitely hates him because his profile is even bigger now. Especially in Korea, you'd imagine, right? He's probably been in the news a bunch, in papers, covered in documentaries over there. So he knows if he steps outside, most likely, some random person there will definitely put hands on him. Especially tourists, because we've seen him do it already, right? Or fucking expats. A lot of expats that move over to Korea are very annoyed about joining someone's existence because he's given all expats a bad name by just being a horrible, horrible, horrible guest.
Scared
It's
Johnny,
literally raining today.
terrified of IRL.
Look, Google Korea, but it's literally raining today.
Vasectomy.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll get
Can you
vasectomy.
stop doing that shit, bro? Really? Stop the behavior. I'm not gonna lie. Super stalker behavior. Tell us a story about a man named Jeb, a poor mountaineer who appeared to kick his family Jeb. Somali is handsome. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Abba Shalom.
There's definitely some sort of relationship in it. Something going on here, innit? Do you think? No? It feels like there's something going on between these two guys. I'm not sure what it is, but their closeness is interesting.
It's so weird, guys. This is so weird. How a nigga from across the street will record me and Hank like this is so weird, bro. And yo, whoever told us to fix the mic audio, thank you guys so much. Yeah, Korean stalkers. This shit.
So he's surprised that people will take pictures of him when he's in public.
So yeah, exactly. Imagine Jeremy just being. Imagine the lack of the lack of any fucking perspective or anything, that he gets annoyed by people recording him, but then he doesn't see how it's annoying that he records other people the way he does when he's doing his nuisance streams.
Public. Well, you wanted all the attention. Now that you got it, it's somehow a problem. Absolutely ridiculous.
He's also an addict. The entire Florida legal community knows this.
The entire Florida community knows he's an addict. I don't want to accuse him without having evidence of that, but I'm not going to lie. If you passed the bar, if you became an attorney in Florida, why would you flee to Thailand to make videos about 20-year-old streamers? You know what I mean? It just doesn't add up. He's admitted, like, if we watch the Bash TV video, he's admitted it's a job for him. He does it for money. If there was no financial benefit for him covering me, oh guys, we got membership, we got donation, guys. I just watched him the Bash TV. He wouldn't be covering me, bro. He doesn't give a about justice. He doesn't give
So why does that matter though? So now what? Legal mindset shouldn't be I don't know. This is a weird sort of dunk. It's a weird dunk. It's a very, very strange dunk. Also, legal mindset wouldn't exist if you weren't a nuisance streamer, you know? Maybe if you don't do dumb things, people won't cover you and make millions doing it. He's just probably annoyed that the guy makes a lot of money covering him and he doesn't get the money.
metal statue. He doesn't give a fuck. Jail. He's made his money. Whether I walk with a slap on the wrist and they just deport me or do suspended imprisonment and fine me, he already grifted his money. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Breaking news, guys. Journalist Johnny Somali has just revealed that a lawyer is interested in making a boatload of money. That is incredible journalism. Give this man a Pulitzer Award immediately.
Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Good pose to leave it at. Big up Avery for joining me in the stream. I'm going to leave it there. It's about 4:10 here in London, so I'm going to leave it there for now. We'll save the rest of the topic for tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Day one again. We're resetting the timer as per usual. Resetting the timer because I missed a couple of days, so apologies for those of you who were here. But we're doing day one of 31. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, join, become a member down below. I'll be back again tomorrow, 11:45 again my time here in the UK. So make sure you hang out there. We'll do some more of the things that we didn't catch up on today in terms of BERT stuff and the other things where we're also in between. So make sure you're in for that one. Join the Discord, become part of the fucking crew them, all that good shit. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. And timestamps will be added later on for those of you who like that sort of shit as well. Well, big up everyone for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. Be well, be safe, and see you guys tomorrow. All right? Cool. Bless. Peace.